Imagine dying during a math test only to wake up as a princess on death row. The emperor is clearly losing his patience and doesn't want to waste another second on family drama. This isn't just any palace. It's a massive, cold fortress where the stakes are life or death. He demands an answer from the terrified girl kneeling before him, his gaze sharp enough to kill. The poor kid is shaking in her boots, barely able to get a word out. Without a shred of mercy, the emperor orders his guards to drag this despicable girl away and end her life. A frantic eunuch prostrates himself, begging for mercy and reminding the tyrant that she is still his royal daughter. The emperor just lets out a cold laugh, finding the whole situation pathetic. He mocks her, questioning if someone like her could even be called a princess. Internally, she panicked, "I can't cry now." In the original story, the princess cries and gets instant killed by the tyrant. He leans in close, asking why she continues to be such a brat and disobey him. She knows if she gives up now, it's game over. She's only been in this body for 3 days and isn't ready for a permanent vacation just yet. Just 3 days ago, she was a normal middle schooler struggling through a math exam. Then everything went blurry, and she woke up as the 7th princess in a brutal action story with 0 female leads. To make matters worse, the favorite daughter hated her, and she was already scheduled for an execution. The 3rd princess tries to talk trash, but one look from the emperor makes her flinch. He glances back at the MC with those terrifying red eyes. He calls her homely and wonders how she has the audacity to claim his bloodline. She realizes she only has one card left to play, the adorable daughter strategy. She reaches out and grabs his royal robes. Everyone in the room is absolutely blindsided by her boldness. She tearfully promises to be a top-tier daughter who won't stain his name if he just lets her live until she's older. He lets out a tisk, clearly unimpressed by her sudden change in attitude. She doubles down, hugging his leg for dear life. The emperor literally kicks her away like a soccer ball, but she's persistent, plopping right back down and refusing to let go. The 3rd princess is absolutely losing it at this display. He towers over her, asking how she dares to be so bold in his presence. He suddenly hoists her up by the back of her clothes like a stray kitten. She dangles there, sweating bullets while he inspects her. He drops her back onto the floor without a word. He asks what happens if she hasn't changed a bit by the time she grows up. She swears she'll become a lovely woman and calls him father, which actually seems to catch him off guard. He stares at her, searching for any sign of a lie. Then he reaches out and pinches her cheek hard. He smiles a villainous smile and asks if she's actually not scared of him. She lies through her teeth, rubbing her sore cheek and calling him magnificent and beautiful. The eunuch is convinced she's officially lost her mind. The emperor stands there in silence, processing this weird kid. He gives her cheek another pinch just to be sure. The eunuch worries about her fragile skin, while the MC wonders how any kid is supposed to survive the death grip of a tyrant. He calls her both weak and ugly as he prepares to leave. He turns his back on her with a huff. She thinks she's finally in the clear and celebrates a small victory, but he stops and gives her a final warning. If he ever judges her to be a stain on the family name, he'll toss her to the wolves alive. He's not joking. He literally keeps a pack of wolves as pets. These aren't your average dogs. They are massive, hungry beasts. They are literal flesh-eating monsters. Their eyes glow with a hunger that would short-circuit anyone's brain. The emperor likes to watch from a distance while they tear people apart. Rumor has it he enjoys the show way too much. She decides right then and there that being wolf chow is not on her bucket list. She is sent to live in a raggedy, empty palace that looks like it's falling apart. She wanders the overgrown grass in her pink dress. Internally, she grumbled, "If I knew I'd be living in this dump, I would have asked for the execution." Suddenly, a low growl comes from the bushes. She perks up, wondering what that sound was. She tiptoes toward the wall, hoping it's not a wolf. She peers through the greenery with wide eyes. It's not a monster, but a tiny, fluffy white tiger cub. She immediately decides it's the cutest kitty she's ever seen. But then she notices the kitty is actually hurt. She picks it up gently, realizing it was hiding because of the injury. The cub lets out a tiny meow as she comforts it. She cradles the little fluff ball in her arms. She really wants to keep him, but her own stomach growls, reminding her that she's penniless and starving. The cub looks at her with big, golden eyes. It suddenly hops down and starts running toward the wall. It disappears through a small hole in the brickwork. She wonders if the little guy is leading her to a secret stash of food. She crawls through the hole, getting dirt all over her dress. She pops out on the other side and gasps. It's a stunning, hidden garden that looks like a paradise. Her eyes turn into literal hearts as she takes it all in. Even better, there's a table loaded with a full-course feast. She thinks the gods have finally taken pity on her. But as she approaches, the wind blows and she senses something is off. She freezes in her tracks. Sitting right there, looking like a final boss, is the tyrant emperor himself. She realizes she just accidentally trespassed into the lion's den. She knows she needs to leave, but the smell of that chicken is too much to handle. She looks down at her empty stomach. Internally, she sobbed, "I'm so hungry I could eat the table." The emperor appears to be fast asleep. She decides to test the waters and see how deeply he's out. She whispers father as a test. He doesn't budge, so she figures it's free real estate. She whispers a quick apology for being a thief. She promises herself she'll only take one tiny bite. She goes full goblin mode and starts devouring a chicken leg. Suddenly, a guard announces that concubine Jin is arriving for an audience. She drops her chicken leg in absolute terror. The Emperor starts to wake up from the noise. She frantically looks for a place to hide, but she can't leave empty-handed, so she grabs some food to go. She dives under the table just as the Emperor's eyes flutter open. He tells the guard to let the visitor in. Hiding under the table, she's sweating, knowing if she's caught, it's wolf time for sure. The Emperor rubs his eyes, looking annoyed at the interruption. Concubine Jin enters, looking like she's ready to win a pageant. MC accidentally drops a piece of food and watches it roll across the floor. She's caught in 4K if anyone looks down. She slowly reaches out from under the table to grab the evidence. She's literally inches away from the Emperor's feet. He looks down with a suspicious, knowing smirk. The concubine mentions she's learned a new dance. MC hides back under the table, praying for her life. The concubine gets uncomfortably close to the Emperor. He tells her to dance and not to stop until he says so. MC sees that look in his eyes and realizes he's in a killing mood. Concubine Jin thinks she's doing great. She starts her performance, swirling around the pavilion. Her long hair and silk ribbons fly everywhere. She's putting on a whole show right next to the MC's hiding spot. She gives a confident smile, thinking she's got him wrapped around her finger. She ends the dance by falling right into his arms, completely unaware of the danger. Imagine getting caught in 4K hiding under a tyrant's dinner table. Concubine Jin's seductive dance was a total flop, leaving her gasping for breath as she realized she failed to charm the beast. Without a shred of mercy, the Emperor orders his guards to drag her away immediately. She begs for her life, but it's a lost cause against his cold gaze. As the guards haul the crying woman out like trash, the MC watches from her hiding spot, completely blindsided by his cruelty. Internally, she shivered. This guy has zero chill. I'm definitely next on the chopping block. Meanwhile, the Emperor casually reaches for a snack like he didn't just ruin someone's entire existence. He leans back, looking way too relaxed for a man who just handed out a death sentence. The MC is currently dying inside because her bladder is at its absolute limit. Suddenly, a loud knock echoes on the table right above her head, nearly giving her a heart attack. Her soul almost leaves her body as the Emperor asks how much longer she plans on squatting down there. He threatens to come fetch her himself, and the MC knows her stealth mission is officially a fail. She's convinced this is her final boss moment and wants one last bite of food before she gets the axe. But then a tiny, high-pitched mew fills the silence. The MC is confused, wondering if a stray cat just walked into her execution. It turns out the Emperor was just calling for his pet tiger cub this whole time. She realizes she was stressing over nothing and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Exhausted from the near-death experience, she decides to take a quick nap, planning to ghost the scene the second he leaves. Time passes as the sun shifts over the palace gardens. When she finally wakes up, she's hit with a major wait what? Moment. She realizes she isn't under the table anymore, she's actually tucked to the Emperor's personal bed. She panics, wondering how she ended up in the lion's den while she was out cold. Internally, she screamed, I just wanted a nap, not a VIP pass to his bedroom. Luckily, the room is empty, giving her a slim chance to make a break for it. She slides off the bed as quietly as a ninja. Not wanting to be there when the tyrant returns, she books it toward the exit. While sneaking through the yard, she spots something moving in the tall grass. She turns around and sees the little white tiger cub from earlier. The kitten looks at her with big, soulful eyes, looking way too cute for its own good. She kneels down, realizing the little guy was actually waiting for her to wake up. Since they're both basically palace outcasts, she decides to take the kitty along for the ride. Little does she know, the Emperor is watching her every move from the pavilion like a hawk. He finds her little escape mission incredibly amusing and watches with a smirk. As she crawls through the brush with the cub, she thinks she's finally in the clear. Suddenly, the kitten starts hissing at a shadow behind them. A group of palace staff is standing nearby, and they don't look like they're here to help. Before she can run, a guard snatches her up by the back of her robes like a naughty puppy. A pair of fancy silk shoes steps into the frame as a new challenger appears. It's the third princess, and she's looking for a fight, demanding to know if the MC is the one who rescued the brute. The guard snitches immediately, telling the princess that the MC was caught red-handed next to the animal. The MC tries to stand up for her new friend, but the guard gets aggressive and starts manhandling her. He throws the poor girl to the ground with zero hesitation, leaving her face down in the dirt. As she struggles to get up, the third princess decides to go full villain mode and orders her servants to tie the MC up. The princess stands over her, looking down with total contempt. She even goes as far as putting her foot on the MC's head to show her who's really in charge. With a twisted smirk, she mentions that her father's wolves are probably getting hungry for a snack. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the palace, where the mountains look cold and unforgiving. The MC finds herself tossed into a literal wolf enclosure, a place where no one ever comes back from. The poor kitten is lying there, injured and covered in blood. The MC is in even worse shape, her face scraped up and her body shivering from the cold. She reaches out for the cat, whispering its name as her vision starts to blur. A terrifying howl echoes through the enclosure, signaling the arrival of a predator. The MC looks up, paralyzed with fear as the massive shadow of a wolf looms over her. She realizes she's cornered and there's absolutely no way out this time. Internally, she lamented, well, at least I won't have to worry about my math test in the next life. The wolf lunges forward for the kill, its claws ready to tear her to shreds. She braces for the end, closing her eyes as the wolf lets out a final growl. But suddenly, the wolf is gone and the atmosphere turns ice cold. She senses a different kind of danger nearby, one that's even more intimidating than a wild beast. She looks up and sees a pair of black boots standing right in front of her. It's the Emperor, and he's holding a bow, looking like he just stepped out of an action movie. The MC can't believe her eyes and tearfully calls out for her, "Papa." She's a sobbing mess, her face covered in dirt and blood from the fall. The Emperor lets out a dissatisfied click of his tongue, clearly annoyed that he had to get his hands dirty. The guards and the third princess are absolutely shook as they bow down before him in the grass. He stands tall, his aura radiating pure, unadulterated menace. The third princess realizes she messed up big time and starts trembling like a leaf. Without saying a word, the Emperor aims his bow at the remaining wolves. He lets an arrow fly with pinpoint accuracy, ending the threat in a second. The princess is horrified to see that her father just killed the wolf he spent years raising just to save the MC. The Emperor kneels down beside the trembling girl, his expression unreadable. He gently scoops her up into his arms, completely ignoring the filth on her clothes. Even in her state, she manages to look at him and whisper "Papa" one more time. Her only concern is the kitten, begging him to save Bai before she loses consciousness. He's stunned that she's worried about a stray animal while she's literally hanging on by a thread. He carries her toward the gate, where the atmosphere is heavy enough to suffocate a person. The eunuch is outside, panicking and ordering the guards to make way. He's clutching his chest, barely able to handle the high-octane stress of the day. Internally, he recalled how the Emperor ditched his music and sprinted out the moment he sensed the MC was in trouble. The Emperor had actually jumped off a 10-meter-high building just to reach her before the wolves did. He looks at the remaining predators and orders them to get lost. The pack scampers away into the woods, not wanting any smoke with the Tyrant. Holding the MC tightly, the Emperor shouts for a physician to be brought immediately, and he isn't asking twice. The MC is still fading in and out, pleading for the kitten's life with her last bit of strength. The Emperor orders his men to grab the animal too, making sure the brute is taken care of. The eunuch is baffled, wondering why a common tiger cub is getting the royal treatment. The third princess tries to explain herself, but the Emperor shuts her down instantly. He tells her coldly that he's been far too soft on her, and that's about to change. With a blank expression, he gives the order to behead every single person involved in the MC's bullying. The servants fall to their knees, screaming for mercy as they realize their time is up. The third princess is paralyzed with shock, unable to believe her father would turn on her. She realizes that because of the MC, his cold gaze is now fixed on her. She watches in disbelief as the Emperor, who notoriously hates filth, carries the dirty girl away. Internally, she fumed. How could this penniless brat steal my spotlight in one day? Back at the palace, the Emperor's private chambers are quiet and grand. The servants are whispering because the Emperor doesn't even let the queen on his bed, yet here he is tucking the MC in. The eunuch is starting to think his master has been bewitched by some kind of spell. The Emperor turns around and demands to know why the doctor hasn't arrived yet. He watches over the MC as she lies there, finally safe and covered in bandages. When she starts moving, he tells her not to disturb her dressings. She opens her eyes, looking completely dazed and confused. She recognizes his voice and wonders if she's already passed on to the next life. She sees the Emperor sitting right there, looking as handsome and terrifying as ever. He simply tells her that she's finally up, acting like he didn't just save her life. She's processing the fact that the Tyrant actually went out of his way for her. Looking around, she realizes she's back in his massive, expensive bed. She notices her clothes have been changed and her hair actually smells like flowers. The Emperor asks her what she's thinking about with such a furious face. She looks up at him, calling him father with a soft, shaky voice. The eunuch is in the background, practically glowing because the MC looks so lovely now that she's cleaned up. A servant brings in a bowl of medicine for the princess to help her heal. The eunuch offers to handle it, wanting to be useful for once, but the Emperor reaches out his hand, demanding the bowl so he can do it himself. Everyone is internally screaming, because this is a total glitch in the Matrix. He sits on the edge of the bed, holding the bowl with a surprisingly focused expression. MC realizes that if she wants to stay alive in this palace, she needs to keep this man happy. He tells her to open wide, preparing to feed her like a normal, caring dad. He sighs, thinking to himself that raising a child is way too much work. He even takes the time to blow on the liquid to cool it down so she doesn't get burned. The MC is shocked, wondering since when the Emperor became so sweet and attentive. She takes a sip but immediately makes a face because the medicine is incredibly bitter. The eunuch quickly offers her some sweet dates to wash away the nasty taste. She starts munching on them happily, thinking the eunuch is the real MVP of the palace. The Emperor just stares at her, watching her eat with a neutral, calm expression. She picks up a date and offers it to him, hoping to share the snack. The eunuch panics because the Emperor notoriously hates anything sweet. To everyone's surprise, the Emperor actually accepts the date and eats it without a complaint. It's common knowledge that he only favored the third princess before, and only because of her mother's status. He watches the MC munching away and actually cracks a tiny, rare smile. He reaches out and gently brushes her hair, showing a moment of genuine affection that leaves everyone speechless. The Emperor is just staring at his tiny daughter, probably wondering how this little human survived the wolf pit. Trying to secure the bag, the MC decides to be generous and offers him a piece of fruit. The eunuch is currently short-circuiting in the background because everyone knows the big boss absolutely hates sweets. Internally, the MC is feeling like a total saint, thinking, "They're so good, I'll give them all to you," while the Emperor just looks at her with a blank expression. Usually, the third princess gets all the clout in the palace just because her mom is the queen, but the Emperor doesn't actually care about any of them. Instead of eating the fruit, he just gives her a tiny smile and starts brushing her messy hair. He's being surprisingly gentle for a guy known for executing people on a whim. He lets out a tsk as he works through the tangles. Finally, he puts the fruit down and warns her that sweets are going to rot her teeth. The eunuch realizes the princess is probably starving and orders the kitchen to bring in the real goods. MC is losing it over the chicken and meat dishes, thinking her flattery finally paid off, and she won't be going to bed hungry. The Emperor thinks he's cracked the code on how to handle kids, assuming pleasing a child is as easy as a decent meal. MC is hyped, internally yelling, "Just you wait, I'll eat you all up." As she looks at the feast, suddenly the Emperor lifts her up, but the mood shifts when he realizes she's basically as light as a feather. He's legitimately concerned, wondering if the palace staff has been skipping her meal times this whole time. MC is just vibrating with fear, thinking he's a cold-blooded killer and all this effort is just for one meal. But then she sees the meat dishes again and her heart eyes take over, forgetting the danger. Her stomach lets out a roar that could rival a lion, and she can't help but gulp. He asks if she's really that hungry, and she can't even lie about it. She gives a shy nod, looking like a total cinnamon roll. He gives her another head pat, calling her an honest one. MC is caught in 4K admiring his visuals, thinking he's incomparably handsome just like the books describe. She decides she doesn't mind having a top-tier hottie for a father, as long as he doesn't start lopping heads off. She accidentally touches his face, gets a terrifying glare, and immediately regrets her life choices. She starts shivering, praying her head stays attached to her shoulders. At the table, the eunuch is still in total disbelief at this domestic scene. The Emperor starts using his chopsticks to feed her a piece of meat. He asks if she's still scared of him, but his actions are saying the complete opposite of his scary reputation. He's actually out here, picking out the bones and fidgeting with the fish for her. He's confused why she's just staring instead of eating his hand-delivered food. The eunuch is having an existential crisis because the Emperor was literally cursing her existence just a few days ago. MC's mind drifts to her white tiger cub, hoping the little fluffball is safe and sound. The Emperor notices her mood shift and asks what's the matter. The eunuch quickly confirms the kitten is getting medical treatment and will be brought to her tomorrow. He's internally sweating buckets, though, because that kitten is a tiger cub that will eventually grow up to eat people. Emperor watches her and realizes the more he looks at her, the cuter she seems to get. The eunuch is still losing his mind over how much the Emperor suddenly cares for the 7th princess. He remembers the Emperor's past hatred and can't bridge the gap. Meanwhile, MC is still in her feelings about the tiger. The eunuch wipes his brow, terrified of the tiger cub's potential to swallow the princess whole. Emperor is officially falling for the daughter charm, resting his head on his hand as he watches her. After the meal, it's officially post-meal resting time in the royal quarters. MC is in a total food coma, thinking this was the best meal she's had since she reincarnated. But she's still waiting for the inevitable boot back to her rundown, wall-less garden. Suddenly, the eunuch brings in a tray of concubine tags for the nightly selection. Emperor looks like he's bored out of his mind and couldn't care less. MC recalls that in the story, the Emperor is a violent tyrant, but fans love him because he isn't a womanizer. Apparently, he absolutely oozes male sexuality, which earned him truckloads of adoring fans. He slides the tray over to the MC and tells her to pick one for him. MC is completely blindsided and nearly chokes on her snacks. She tries to stay calm and asks who he fancies most. Emperor is annoyed that she's talking back instead of just picking a random tag. He pinches her cheek, asking if she even knows what these tags signify. MC is internally screaming, "Stay calm. Don't look too smart or you'll get caught." She takes a deep breath to hide her panic. She innocently asks if it means he's calling someone in to lay with him. Then she drops the emotional damage. She mentions her mother used to hold her own tag and wished to be summoned. Emperor is stunned, asking if she's trying to negotiate for her mom to get picked. MC just shakes her head and goes back to her snacks, acting like a normal kid. Emperor starts feeling a rare wave of guilt, thinking he might have been too harsh on her mother. The eunuch interrupts the moment with some dark news. He explains that the 3rd princess previously had the MC flogged just for accidentally breaking a porcelain doll. MC continues her story about her mom's tag, oblivious to the political shift. Emperor asks again if she wants him to pick her mother. He's impressed by her tiny negotiation skills. She keeps shaking her head no while looking adorable. He wipes her face with a cloth, feeling like a total jerk for his past behavior toward her mom. The eunuch is terrified as the Emperor's mood turns dark. Emperor decides he's been way too soft on the 3rd princess. He orders the third princess's mother's tag removed from the plate and cancels the whole selection for the night. The eunuch knows a lot of concubines are going to be crying themselves to sleep tonight. MC lets out a huge yawn, clearly done for the day. Emperor just picks her up and heads for the bed. MC remembers the original story, says he has severe OCD and never lets anyone sleep in his room. She's shook when he gently lays her down on the royal bed. He tucks her in with a massive golden blanket and tells her to go to sleep. MC is terrified he'll wake up and decide to behead her, so she starts scooting as far away as possible. The emperor is low-key offended, thinking, does she see me as a monster? He's annoyed that she's moving so far away from him. He pulls her back, telling her he won't eat her and asking why she's avoiding him. He notes that all his concubines beg for his attention, yet here she is, trying to escape. MC finally drifts off and starts snoring like a chainsaw. Emperor taps her forehead to see if she's actually out. She mumbles about being cold in her sleep. He ends up pulling her into a hug, realizing she's a total handful, but he can't stay mad. Morning finally hits the palace. The servants arrive with the morning trays, expecting a normal start to the day. They find the emperor looking like he's been through a war zone, surrounded by a dark aura. The eunuch is shocked to see him up so early and looking so drained. He stands up, radiating pure "I haven't slept in a week" energy. MC is still passed out on the bed, looking totally peaceful after her night of terrorizing him with noise. The emperor is fuming because this little thing snored and ground her teeth all night long, leaving him with zero sleep. Internally, he's thinking he'd have strangled anyone else for this, but he's stuck with her. He finally orders his robes, ready to deal with the palace drama while being completely sleep-deprived. The emperor stares at his daughter with a look that says he's actually contemplating life for once. He orders his eunuch to wake the princess up immediately, but the poor guy is hesitant since she's sleeping so peacefully. One cold glare later, and the eunuch is basically speedrunning his duties to avoid being executed. He tentatively tells the girl it's time to get up because her father is waiting. As she wakes up looking like a literal angel, the eunuch's heart is instantly hit by cute aggression. Half asleep, the princess reaches out and asks her father for a hug, surrounding the room with a fluffy atmosphere. The emperor just gives a cold "Tias," while the eunuch tries to play hero by offering his own arms instead. Internally, she's disgusted, thinking, who does this old man think he is? She ignores the servant and dives straight into her father's arms, sobbing like her world is ending. She points a finger right at the eunuch, essentially snitching on him for even breathing in her direction. The eunuch is caught in 4K and starts begging for his life, knowing the emperor doesn't do mercy. A single look from the boss has the servant freezing in place like a statue. As the emperor comforts her, she realizes her plan to wrap him around her finger is working perfectly. She looks up at him with big, watery eyes and calls out, "Father?" Then, she pulls a total pro-gamer move and kisses him on the cheek, leaving the tyrant completely jolted. The eunuch is internally screaming, convinced that kissing the emperor is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The emperor is stunned into silence, probably trying to remember the last time anyone showed him affection. The servant is losing it, thinking about how none of the other royal kids ever dared to even touch the man. He's basically preparing her funeral arrangements in his head at this point. But she just smiles and explains that her mother told her to kiss the people she likes. The emperor is totally blindsided, asking if she actually likes a monster like him. When he stays silent, she starts to worry that she pushed her luck too far and that he secretly hates her. She reaches out to him, feeling the tension in the air. Internally, she panics. Maybe it's too soon. In the original story, this guy deletes people without blinking. She hops down from the bed, feeling like she's absolutely doomed if he snaps. Her heart is actually breaking because she really wanted a dad. In her past life, her father was a hero cop who died before she even born, leaving her alone with her mother. For a moment, she thought she'd finally found a family, but now she thinks it was all just her imagination. She puts on a fake smile and tells him to go to his meetings, promising to stay behind. The emperor can see she's just smiling through the pain, and it's clearly getting to him. He clenches his fist, reminding himself that an emperor should never show signs of weakness. With a sudden whip of his robes, he prepares to leave the room. He strides out with his head held high, leaving the atmosphere heavy. The princess is left there looking like she's about to cry a river. The eunuch tells the maids to get her dressed and then bolts after the emperor. He's literally running to keep up with the boss's long strides. The maids get to work, turning the princess into a high-fashion doll. They're absolutely standing her, obsessed with how gorgeous she looks. It turns out the emperor's top-tier handsome genes really did pass down to her. She checks herself out in the mirror, looking like a total royal. She loves the fancy clothes, but she's still waiting for the other shoe to drop and send her back to her ruined palace. Looking back, she can't believe how fast things changed from living in the slums to sleeping in the emperor's bed. Suddenly, a loud growl echoes through the room, catching her off guard. It's Snowball! The little white beast takes a massive leap toward her. She catches him in a hug, while the maids in the back are shaking like they've seen a ghost. Snowball lets out a mew, acting like he's just a regular kitty. The maids are horrified, realizing the princess is casually raising a literal predator. They drop to their knees, begging her not to get them mauled. She's totally confused, wondering why they're so scared of a tiny kitten. Snowball growls at the maids, and she tries to comfort him. She even scolds the servants for hurting the kitten's feelings by not petting him. But then the maid drops the truth. Princess, that thing is a man-eating tiger. The realization hits her like a truck. She turns into a stone statue, finally realizing she's been cuddling a beast this whole time. Over at the main palace, the vibe is intense. The emperor is sitting on his throne, looking like he's about to end someone's career. He calls for his eunuch Deoksun with a serious face. He starts to bring up the child, clearly unable to stop thinking about that kiss. The eunuch is nervous, waiting for a command. But the emperor just shuts down and never mind, keeping his feelings on lockdown. Suddenly, the third princess shows up, trying to act all cute and innocent. She asks if he's still mad at her for her previous behavior. She apologizes for teasing her younger sister, but the fake energy is off the charts as she clings to his robe. Meanwhile, the maids are still finishing up the MC's outfit. The eunuch is busy trailing behind the emperor like a shadow. Our girl is looking like a literal masterpiece in her pink robes. The maids are losing their minds over how beautiful she is. It's official. The emperor's visuals are the strongest in the empire. She stares at her reflection, still worried this luxury is just a temporary dream. She's waiting for the moment she's kicked out of the palace. She thinks back to how she was living in ruins just a few days ago. Then, another growl interrupts her thoughts. Snowball is back for more attention. He takes a flying leap toward her. She hugs him tight, while the maids are internally screaming for help. The kitten lets out a soft mew, playing the innocent card. The maids are wondering if the princess is actually insane for raising a tiger. They fall to the floor, begging her to spare their lives. She's still oblivious, asking why they're afraid of a little kitty. She tells Snowball he's the cutest thing in the world to cheer him up. She even blames the maids for the cub's bad mood, but they keep insisting that tigers are violent creatures. The reality finally sinks in, leaving her speechless. She stands there like a statue, realizing her cat is a literal monster. Back at the royal palace, the scenery is beautiful, but the mood is dark. The emperor sits on his throne, looking bored out of his mind. He summons the eunuch again, unable to let it go. He mentions the child once more. Deoksun is sweating bullets, waiting for the order, but the emperor just says never mind and stays silent. Just then, the third princess walks in, trying to steal the spotlight. She asks if he's still angry at her, putting on her best innocent sister act. She clings to his sleeve, begging for forgiveness for her past mistakes. When you're a reincarnated princess, family reunions are less about potato salad and more about high-stakes survival. Just as things settle down, a mysterious man with major main character energy approaches Yeyul, wondering if she's really forgotten him after a year apart. Internally, she realizes this is the Duke, a man who, in the original story, goes full traitor mode after the seventh princess dies. Seeing a massive power play opportunity, she immediately pivots into adorable niece mode, calling out to her dear uncle. The Duke is absolutely charmed, while Yeyul calculates that having a man with influence rivaling the emperor on her side is a total pro-gamer move. She hits him with the classic up request, leaving him shocked that the once shy princess is now this social. He happily scoops her up to get a better look at his favorite niece. Snuggling in, she notes he smells like a top-tier husbando and briefly wishes he was her actual dad instead of the tyrant she's currently stuck with. Suddenly, the vibe shifts from wholesome to horror movie as the emperor makes his grand entrance. He's radiating pure don't-talk-to-me energy, and Yeyul can't help but wonder who managed to ruin his mood this time. She tries to make herself invisible by burying her face in her uncle's shoulder. The Duke tries to play it cool, apologizing for not giving a proper greeting while holding this small thing in his arms. The emperor isn't having it, stiffening up and telling his brother to put the kid down so they can actually start the banquet. The Duke complies, though the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a sword. Yeyul watches the awkward exchange, realizing the original novel definitely left out how much these two clearly can't stand each other. After a brief back and forth about the quality of the wine, the emperor stomps off. The Duke tells her not to let her father's saltiness get to her. Then he leans in with a secret. Once this boring party is over, they're sneaking out of the palace for some real fun. Yeyul is absolutely hyped, declaring that her uncle is officially the goat. He promises to eventually take her away from this golden cage forever, which Yeyul thinks is a much easier path to freedom than winning over her dad. He heads to his seat, leaving her excited to finally see what the world outside these walls actually looks like. While waiting at her own table, Yeyul tries to stay low profile. But then she senses a presence behind her that sends shivers down her spine. She catches a glimpse of a blue cloak. Then she spots a beauty mark under an eye that belongs to a very specific face. It's Zhengli, the sixth prince, also known as the dark madman of the family. She tries to do a tactical retreat, but he's faster, snatching a lock of her hair before she can escape. He calls her cute but scolds her for trying to ignore her own brother, trapping her in a terrifyingly close conversation. She forces a nervous smile and calls him brother, hoping to de-escalate. He leans in close, whispering his confusion at the title. He notes that she used to be a mute wallflower, but now she's suddenly speaking like a polished politician. He drops his hand, wondering if she's actually changed or if something else is going on. He pinches her cheek, and Yeyul realizes this guy is a total loose cannon. She tells him she'll stop calling him brother if it bugs him, which surprises him because she doesn't seem to be shaking in her boots like everyone else. Then he goes full psycho, threatening to gouge her eyes out if she says it again. confirming his madman status. From his throne, the Emperor watches the interaction, convinced Yeyul is just a scaredy cat getting bullied again. Meanwhile, the court officials think the Emperor is in a rare good mood. They decide to push their luck, suggesting he finally update his harem since he hasn't picked a new woman in a decade. They keep yapping about prosperity and auspicious times, trying to pressure him into taking more concubines. The Emperor has zero patience for this, slamming his cup and threatening 100 lashes for anyone who says another word. Yeyul, busy snacking, wonders what triggered his latest tantrum. When he catches her looking, she flinches instantly. This actually hurts the Emperor's feelings, as he wonders why she looks at him like he's a vengeful ghost. The mood shifts as the third princess steps up to the plate. She delivers a rehearsed speech about how much she's been looking forward to his birthday. The Emperor's eye twitches, clearly not feeling the fake vibes. She presents her gift, the dragon blade, a custom-made sword. The officials start glazing her, calling it a masterpiece. She holds the heavy case high, practically begging for a good job from her dad. He gives her a dry how thoughtful, but he doesn't even move to touch it, making it clear he's totally unimpressed. The princess stands there in awkward silence, realizing her expensive play just flopped. She looks over at Yeyul, fuming that her sister hasn't even presented a gift yet, but still gets all the Emperor's attention. Internally, she's malding, wishing her father would love her half as much as he seems to tolerate Yeyul. Hoping to catch Yeyul in 4K, the third princess calls her out in front of everyone, asking where her gift is. She demands Yeyul show it now so everyone can admire it, clearly hoping it's trash. Yeyul panics, insisting it's not ready for public viewing. The older sister isn't taking no for an answer, snatching the box away while Yeyul tries to grab it back. It turns into a full-on sibling brawl in the middle of the banquet. The princess holds it high, convinced that a lowly thing like Yeyul must have brought something embarrassing. She pushes Yeyul to the ground, ready to expose her. Suddenly, a hand slams the box shut. The princess freezes, looking up to see her father looming over her. He coldly asks if she's deaf, since she clearly ignored her sister's request to stop. The princess flinches, her plan backfiring spectacularly. The Emperor turns to Yeyul and asks, surprisingly gently, if he can be the one to open it. Yeyul mumbles a tiny yes. He tells her to come closer so he can actually hear her. She scurries over, looking like a tiny puffball next to his tall frame. He looks down at her, annoyed by how small she still is. She tells him the gift is for his eyes only. The room watches in silence as the sparkly-eyed princess is the stoic Emperor. He opens the scroll to reveal a drawing. Yeyul hides her face, dying of embarrassment. She explains she had zero budget, so a drawing was all she could manage. She feels like she's on trial for being penniless. But the Emperor actually smiles, holding up a surprisingly detailed portrait of himself. Yeyul begs him not to be angry about the cheap gift. Instead, he pats her head, declaring that he's actually very pleased with her work. He orders the servants to hang it up so everyone can see, and suddenly the officials are tripping over themselves to call her an artistic genius. The third princess is absolutely losing her mind with jealousy in the background. The hype train continues when an official notices a poem written on the drawing, praising it as a literary masterpiece. He asks if the princess can actually read, and Yeyul plays it off, saying she just remembered it from an old book. She hides behind her father's cape, admitting she knows a little bit. The official is intrigued. He decides to test her on the spot, showing her a complex character. She nails it, correctly identifying the character for Zheng, the name of the sixth prince. Zheng Li watches from his table, thinking she's making a mistake by showing off her intelligence instead of playing dumb. The official shows her another character. Yeyul realizes that reading this one out loud would mean saying the Emperor's personal name, which is a literal death sentence in this world. She pauses, sweating as she wonders if this is a trap, or if she should just explain the meaning instead of saying the word. The political snakes are out in full force at the banquet as official Jin tries to bait our tiny MC into a literacy trap, asking if she recognizes a specific word. Internally, the sixth prince scoffs at the dumb child, knowing that if she reads it aloud, she's walking straight into a death trap, since it's part of the Emperor's taboo name. One slip-up and she's basically insulting the Tyrant, which is a one-way ticket to the executioner. However, the Emperor isn't having any of it. He scoops Yeyul up and shuts down the test, declaring he'll be the one teaching her from now on. Official Jin is absolutely shaking in his boots, realizing he just tried to play the girl who's clearly the Emperor's new favorite. He realizes he needs to pivot fast and start sucking up to her instead of sabotaging her. He does a total 180 and suggests that because she's so brilliant, she should be sent to the Imperial School where he can teach her everything. The other officials are looking at him like he's lost his mind, pointing out that only princes study there and Yeyul is literally only 5 years old. The Emperor actually considers it, asking Yeyul if she wants to pursue a life of scholarship with the big boys. Yeyul is currently buffering, trying to process the idea of scholarship. The officials start hyping it up, talking about lectures, essays, and memorizing endless texts to learn about the world. They mention that her older siblings, the third princess, the sixth prince, and the crown prince are all currently studying there. Internally, Yeyul is screaming because being stuck in a room with 3 of her psycho siblings sounds like a suicide mission. She tries to decline, but the official keeps pushing until the Emperor drops a final "it's settled." But wait, plot twist, he actually tells her she will not be going to that school, much to her absolute relief. As they leave, the sixth prince watches them walk away, finding the whole situation interesting as he realizes Yeyul isn't just some naive toddler. Later, the snow is falling as Yeyul heads back to her own palace in a carriage. She's already playing the long game, asking her maid Sunga which concubine's official Jin is actually close to. It turns out he's tight with the third princess's mother, which explains why he was trying to set Yeyul up earlier. Sunga hands her a warm kettle for her hands, promising they'll be home in 30 minutes. Yeyul is deep in thought about the political web when suddenly the carriage sways violently. The guards outside shout in alarm, because the sixth prince has literally intercepted the ride. Yeyul is blindsided, wondering why this madman is blocking her carriage in the middle of a blizzard. He doesn't wait for an invite, casually hopping inside like he owns the place. He asks for a ride, looking like a total edgelord while Yeyul tries to keep her innocent child mask on. He's convinced she's a tiger in sheep's clothing, but she just smiles and lets him stay. She offers him a cloth to brush off the snow, calling him sixth brother. He gets a weird look in his eye and tells her to call him something else. He makes her keep her hand up, and starts trembling, wondering if he's trying to test her vocabulary or just being a creep. Internally, she's sweating bullets, thinking this guy might be more dangerous than her dad. He reaches out, looking intensely at her while she gives him the biggest, brightest smile. She chirps out, "Dear older brother," which causes him to completely short-circuit and blush. She plays up the scared baby act, complaining that her arm hurts and thinking he's even scarier than the emperor. The prince is caught in his feelings, thinking she reminds him of someone long dead and questioning his own sanity. He starts shivering and Yeyul notices, wondering if the madman is actually just cold. She offers him her warm kettle, trying to be helpful. He gets real close, asking if she's ever called anyone else older brother before. When she says no, he finally relaxes and gives her a head pat, satisfied that he's the only one. Internally, Yeyul is rolling her eyes, thinking about how many older brothers she's gonna have to juggle. He tells her she's smart and will actually do fine at school. She's suspicious, wondering why he's suddenly being friendly and pushing the school agenda. He says he wants to study with her because she's talented, but Yeyul flat out tells him she doesn't want to study. He leans in with a wolf-like grin, telling her to be a good girl and listen to her brother. Terrified, she immediately folds and agrees to go. She stutters out that she's totally not scared, which is a blatant lie. He finds her reaction hilarious and pinches her cheek. He calls her chubby while Yeyul pouts, feeling personally attacked. He tells her to eat up since being chubby is cute, then casually asks her to draw him a portrait too. Once he leaves, Yeyul watches him walk into the snow, looking like a total main character. She realizes she can't read his mind at all and decides the best move is to just avoid him whenever possible. She sits back in the carriage, mentally exhausted from the encounter. A few days later, the palace is covered in snow, and Yeyul is out huffing and puffing while chasing her cat, Snowball. She manages to catch the white furball, laughing about how hard he is to see in the snow. Her maid Sunga tries to get her to go inside so she doesn't catch a cold. Yeyul begs her to play for just a bit longer since it hasn't snowed like this in forever. She's having a blast until she accidentally bumps into something very solid. She lets out an oof as she hits a pair of legs. She looks up and sees her tyrant father standing there, and her life flashes before her eyes. He asks if she's having fun, and she immediately goes into survival mode, claiming she wasn't having fun at all. She thinks she's about to get flogged and begs for mercy, promising never to play outside again. The emperor stares at her, offended that she thinks he's some kind of monster who flogs toddlers. She tears up, reminding him that he was literally going to have her executed not that long ago. He asks if she's blaming him now, and she quickly backs down. He actually softens up, telling her he just stopped by to say hello, and that he'll come by later to teach her writing personally. Later that night, Yeyul is tucked into bed with Snowball when the window creaks open. It's her uncle, the Duke, sneaking in like a ninja. He puts a finger to his lips, telling her to keep it a secret. Yeyul is hyped because she knows a secret outing is coming. He scoops her up and leaps over the palace walls, avoiding the guards with ease. He lands gracefully, and Yeyul is amazed by his superhuman skills. He promises to take her outside the walls often if she likes. The Duke gets sentimental, saying he's jealous of the Emperor and wishes he had a daughter as adorable as her. Yeyul looks at him sadly, remembering from the original story that Duke Wunli is fated to be childless. Even worse, he's supposed to die from an arrow wound during a future political shift. She realizes he's a walking death flag and wishes she could change his fate. For now, they walk hand in hand through the capital, celebrating their escape from the palace. The market is buzzing with life and the smell of sweet snacks like tanghulu. Yeyul is starstruck by the street food, and the vendor thinks she's the sweetest kid ever, assuming her father will buy her everything. The Duke reminds her not to use their real names or titles in public. He's visibly heartbroken when she calls him uncle instead of father, basically hearing his heart shatter in real time. He tells her he could buy the whole street for her if she just called him dad, but Yeyul is too distracted by the food. He pays the vendor, lamenting that they can never truly cast aside their royal identities even in disguise. Yeyul insists on only getting 2 sticks of tangulu, even though he wants to buy the whole rack. She holds her 2 treats happily, looking like she's won the lottery. He asks why she only wanted 2. She tells him she's not being greedy. She wants to give one to Snowball and one to her real father. She catches herself and quickly makes up an excuse about her teeth, realizing she almost blew her cover with the Duke. Suddenly, she spots a familiar figure on a balcony nearby. It's the sixth prince. He's meeting with a mysterious man wearing an iron mask in a bar outside the palace. The Duke notices she's distracted and asks what she's looking at, but she plays it off as nothing. When she looks back, the prince and the masked man have vanished into thin air. The Duke leads her to a famous restaurant to make sure she's well fed. Yeyul is in heaven, surrounded by a mountain of meat and delicious dishes, thinking she definitely needs to hang out with her uncle more often. He tells her he has urgent business and can't escort her back, but he'll send someone to watch over her. He's so impressed by her that he promises to send a professional cook to her palace permanently just so she can eat like this every day. When you're a reincarnated princess, every outing is a high-stakes gamble, and our girl Yeyul is currently playing the long game. She hands her uncle a letter, acting like a shy kid who's too embarrassed to give her dad a birthday present. The Duke raises an eyebrow, asking if she really wants him to be her personal delivery service. He leans in with a smirk, asking what kind of bribe Yeyul has prepared for him in exchange for the favor. After teasing her, he lets out a laugh and agrees, calling her a sweet child and promising he won't deny her anything. Internally, she scoffs. This letter is literally my insurance policy against getting executed later. But the cozy vibe is instantly ruined when a dark shadow looms over her. It's the sixth prince, and he's already mocking the sweet child nickname like a true hater. He rudely dismisses the guards, claiming he'll be the one to escort his sister back to the palace. The guard tries to protest, but one look from the prince has him folding faster than a lawn chair. Yeyul flinches as he approaches, wondering why this psycho is roaming around outside the palace. She sees his boots stop right in front of her and realizes she's in deep trouble. He corners her against the railing, asking why she's trembling and if he's really that scary. He gets uncomfortably close, asking if she saw his secret meeting or if she's just naturally this terrified. Internally, she calculates the risks. Would jumping from the second floor kill me, or just leave me as a permanent resident of the infirmary? He pokes her forehead, basically daring her to admit she saw him conspiring with a masked man. Yeyul realizes that if she doesn't act now, she's toast, so she grips her dress and prepares for an Oscar-winning performance. She bursts into a full-blown tantrum, screaming that her big brother is trying to push her off the ledge and kill her. The prince is absolutely blindsided by the sudden noise and panics as she keeps wailing. People nearby start looking, and he realizes his reputation is about to be caught in 4K. He quickly drags her inside to a table full of food, telling her to pipe down, because she's embarrassing the entire royal family. He even tries to be helpful by wiping her tears with a handkerchief. He sighs in frustration, deciding she's probably just a normal, annoying 5-year-old who cries when she's hungry. However, he still has a nagging feeling that she's playing him to avoid a confrontation. He tries to scare her again, asking if she's worried he might have poisoned the food. Yeyul looks at the massive feast and looks genuinely offended by the suggestion. Internally, she fumes. Imagine wasting this much top-tier food with poison. What a crime. The prince is stunned that she cares more about the menu than her own survival. She hits him with a curveball, saying she wouldn't even resent him if he killed her, because she expects princes to be cruel. This level of emotional damage leaves the prince completely short-circuiting. He just stares at her, unable to process her weird logic. He abruptly tells her to stop eating and stands up. He scoops her up, claiming it's getting dark and too dangerous for her to be out. Yeyul mourns her dropped chicken leg as they leap across the rooftops like ninjas. He keeps his pace steady as they move through the night air. She clings to him, still sad about her lost snack. They land gracefully nearing the palace grounds. He stomps onto the street, his cape fluttering in the moonlight. He tells her to take his carriage the rest of the way to the palace. Before she leaves, he gives her a final, chilling warning to never speak about what she saw today. Yeyul whispers her okay from the carriage window, finally escaping his grasp. She arrives back at her residence feeling like she successfully navigated a minefield. But the palace is eerily quiet, which usually means the final boss has arrived. She calls out for her head maid, but the silence is deafening. She walks into the main hall and finds the emperor sitting there, looking like he's about to end some careers. She greets him with a shaky voice, sweating bullets under his gaze. Her servants are all face down on the floor, and the emperor's aura is pure murder. He asks her where she's been, and she stammers that she was just outside. He explodes in rage, asking who gave her the right to venture outside the palace walls. She tries to protect the duke, claiming she went out all by herself. He asks again who was with her, and she knows telling the truth will start a war. She doubles down on the lie, hoping her cute face will save her. The emperor grabs her by the chin, accusing her of trying to deceive the ruler of the empire. He screams that he has eyes and ears everywhere and knew the moment she left with the duke. He shoves her away in a fit of temper, yelling about how she could have been kidnapped. Yeyul tumbles to the carpet, and her bag of tanghulu, the snacks she worked so hard to get, shatters on the floor. She looks at the ruined treats in absolute despair. The emperor mocks her, asking if she really risked her life and disrespected him for cheap peasant food. She cries out that she bought them for the people she loves. This triggers him even more, as he assumes she's talking about her uncle, the duke. He snatches the remaining bag from her hands. He rages, asking if the duke is her real father now, since she loves him so much. He tosses the bag toward the floor despite her begging him to stop. The snacks are crushed under the weight of his anger, and Yeyul's heart breaks. She screams that she hates him for not listening and runs off in tears. The Emperor stands there, completely floored by the fact that she actually liked him. He takes his frustration out on the servants, ordering 20 lashes for each of them for letting her leave. Yeyul begs him to stop, explaining that she faked being asleep to trick them, and that it's all her fault. He ignores her pleas and orders them to be taken to the punishment post. He walks away without looking back, leaving Yeyul reaching out for him in the empty hall. She sobs on the floor next to her ruined snacks, calling him mean. Internally, she realizes the old saying is true. Living with a king is like living with a tiger. She vows through her tears that she'll never speak to him again. 3 days later, the Emperor is in his study, looking extremely restless and fidgety. He snaps at his attendant, demanding to know what he wants. The attendant nervously mentions that Duke Wenli has been waiting outside for 2 hours. The Emperor slams his desk, telling him to make the Duke leave at once. The attendant scurries out to relay the message. Outside, the Duke is actually laughing at the situation. He hands over the letter Yeyul wrote, telling the attendant to give it to the Emperor when he has a moment. The attendant takes the letter, looking skeptical. The Duke adds a parting shot, asking if the Emperor enjoyed the tang hulu Yeyul bought specifically for him. Inside the study, the Emperor's eyes go wide with realization. He realizes the person she loved wasn't the Duke, it was him. The Duke walks away, thinking about how some people don't appreciate the blessings they have. The attendant stands there with the letter as the Emperor suddenly appears in the doorway. The attendant is startled by the Emperor's sudden appearance. The Emperor demands the letter immediately. He orders the attendant to shut the door and leave him alone. He stares at the envelope, his expression softening for the first time in days. He finally opens it and begins to read. The letter is a heart-wrenching message from Yeyul, explaining how she was afraid at first, but wanted to be close to him. She writes that she knows he'd never kill her because he was the hero who rescued her from the backwoods. She calls him the most incredible person she's ever met. She mentions the drawing she gave him, noting that even though it was simple, he didn't dislike it. She writes about how happy she is to have a father who protects her. Finally, she explains that she only snuck out because she wanted to get him his favorite snack as a surprise. The Emperor realizes he destroyed a gift of pure love and treated his daughter like a criminal. Overcome with guilt and a sudden urge to fix things, he yells for his carriage to be prepared immediately. The freezing night air isn't stopping the Emperor, who is currently having a total meltdown because his carriage decided to break down at the worst possible time. The palace staff are losing their minds trying to get a new ride ready before the boss decides to start executing people for incompetence. The head attendant is screaming at the guards to move their butts, because if the Emperor catches a cold, it's game over for everyone's neck. They finally manage to procure a backup carriage, thinking they've saved the day. The attendant tries to play it cool and invite the king inside, only to realize he's literally talking to thin air. The Emperor didn't feel like waiting and pulled a ninja move, vanishing into the snowy night on foot. Over at Yeyul's palace, the maid Seung-ah is nodding off against a pillar, totally unaware that a high-level boss is approaching. She wakes up mid-yawn only to see the Emperor standing there looking like a grim reaper, making her scream and nearly jump out of her skin. He's not here for a chat, though. He immediately demands to know where the princess is hiding. He brushes past the terrified maid and enters the room with absolutely zero chill. Inside, Yeyul is dead to the world, looking like a peaceful little cinnamon roll under her covers. Even the palace cat tries to act tough and growl, but one shh from the Emperor shuts the feline down instantly. He reaches out to touch her face, but she mumbles about being cold in her sleep, making him freeze in his tracks. Seeing her like this is clearly hitting him right in the feels as he stares at her tiny form. Internally, he's going through a whole character arc, wondering if he should actually get on his knees and beg for her forgiveness for being such a jerk earlier. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning rocks the palace, making Yeyul jump out of her skin in terror. Half asleep and terrified, she lunges at the first person she sees, which happens to be her tyrant father. Still groggy, she mistakes him for her maid and complains about Seung-ah being way too big and buff tonight. She rubs her eyes, wondering why her maid has suddenly gone mute and isn't answering her. Then, the realization hits her like a freight train. She's currently hugging the king of red flags himself. She stares up at him, her brain completely short-circuiting. Internally, she's panicking, thinking, the guy who smashed my snacks into dust is back. What else does he want to break? The Emperor just stares her down, waiting for her to say something after the awkward hug. She manages a tiny, shaky father, feeling the death flags waving in the wind. She tries to play it safe and hide back under her covers to avoid his gaze, but then more thunder rumbles, and the fear of the storm outweighs her fear of her dad, making her scream for him not to leave. She's clutching his clothes, shaking like a leaf and admitting she's terrified. He awkwardly tries to comfort her, marking what is probably the first time he's ever been a good girl parent. Yeyul finally lets it all out, telling him she's scared of the thunder just like she was scared when he smashed her gift on the ground. This finally breaks the Emperor's icy heart, and he pulls her into a massive squeeze. He actually says the S-word. He apologizes for being a monster and throwing her gift away. Internally, Yeyul is losing it, thinking, am I hallucinating? The most ego-driven man on Earth is actually asking for forgiveness. He's hugging her so hard she can barely breathe, forcing her to complain that he's actually crushing her. He eventually lets go and tells her to get some rest, looking surprisingly soft. Before he can leave, Yeyul hits him with a quick peck on the cheek, totally blindsiding the Tyrant. She gives him a big smile, saying she forgives him, but then notices his expression darkening again. Internally, she's sweating, wondering if she just triggered his boss music. But he just leans in and kisses her forehead back. He promises to stay right there through all the thunderstorms until she's safe. He's finally acting like a real dad instead of a final boss. The next morning, Yeyul wakes up to find her room looking like a literal bank vault. The Emperor went full sugar daddy mode and sent crates of gold, silver, and jewels to her room before he left. Sunga mentions that he even walked through the freezing snow to see her, which probably gave him a nasty cold. Yeyul realizes that his morning meetings should be over by now. She decides to head out and check on him, feeling a little bit of daughterly guilt for the old man. But while Yeyul is living her best life, the third princess, Yeyul, is having a total meltdown in her own palace. She's smashing vases and throwing a tantrum because she can't stand Yeyul stealing her spotlight. Her maid drops the tea that the Emperor walked through a blizzard just for the seventh princess, which only fuels the fire. When Yeyul hears about the crates of gold, she nearly explodes with jealousy. She decides to head to the garden to intercept Yeyul and show her who the real boss is. As Yeyul is walking, she spots Yeyul lurking in the garden like a villain in a drama. Internally, she groans, wondering what this brat wants from her now. Yeyul tries to act all high and mighty, mocking Yeyul for sucking up to the king. She tells Yeyul to stop standing so far away like she's afraid of getting hurt. Internally, Yeyul isn't having it, thinking, I'm not letting this little bully push me around anymore. She tries to walk away, but Yeyul is looking for a fight. Yeyul grabs her arm with an aggressive grip. She calls Yeyul a shameless hussy and shoves her straight onto the ground. Sunga rushes to help, but Yeyul hits the dirt with a loud oof. Yeyul's maids block the way, acting like they're part of a mean girl squad. Sunga tries to warn them that the Emperor will be furious, but they don't seem to care about the consequences. One of the maids even slaps Sunga right in the face to shut her up. Seeing her maid get hit is the final straw for Yeyul. She charges forward and shoves the maid back, screaming that she's just a servant who shouldn't touch her people. Yeyul stands in front of her staff like a tiny shield, ready to throw hands. Yeyul is fuming, ordering her people to seize Yeyul before she can escape. The guards and maids look ready to pounce on the 5-year-old. Yeyul grabs Yeyul by the hair, thinking she's finally won the exchange. But Yeyul goes full feral mode and chomps down on Yeyul's hand like a rabid animal. Yeyul screams in agony, completely blindsided by the bite. Yeyul falls back to the ground, looking like she's been through a war zone. But she's not done. She's just charging up for the final hit. She calls Yeyul a big meanie and prepares for a finishing move. She sprints at the princess with surprising speed. Yeyul flinches as Yeyul tackles her with a roar. Yeyul delivers a massive headbutt that sounds like a gong. Yeyul falls to the ground crying like a baby, while Yeyul stands over her, daring her to keep fighting. Internally, Yeyul sighs, realizing she just clapped a kid and made her cry. But honestly, she was just matching the energy. After a legendary garden scrap, Yeyul is absolutely losing it, but Yeyul isn't even breaking a sweat while calling out her sister for being a massive crybaby. The third princess is officially triggered, screaming about how she's going to end Yeyul right then and there. But the tantrum hits a brick wall when a voice from the shadows asks what all the noise is about. The Emperor has entered the chat, looking like a final boss and forcing both girls to drop to their knees instantly. Yeyul tries to pull a fast one, turning on the crocodile tears and claiming Yeyul humiliated and hit her for no reason. Internally, she's hoping for a massive power trip. But the Emperor just hits her with the coldest glare imaginable. Instead of comforting his favorite, he waves her off like a common pest and tells her to get lost. Yeyul is completely flustered, her victim card getting declined in real time. The Emperor ignores the drama and pulls Yeyul closer, asking for her side of the story while she tries to play it off as just a little sisterly bickering. He isn't buying it for a second, examining the bruise on her forehead and realizing this was way more than just talk. He drops the hammer, grounding both of them and threatening to exile them to the middle of nowhere if they ever pull this stunt again. Without another word, he starts walking away, expecting Yeyul to follow him like a loyal shadow. Yeyul is left coping and seething on the freezing ground, wondering why her father is suddenly treating her like a stranger. She takes her frustration out on her own staff, screaming at them to get away, because they didn't jump in to save her. Meanwhile, the second prince is watching the whole mess from the trees, annoyed that his nap got interrupted by all the screeching. Yeyul is struggling to keep up with the Emperor's long-legged pace, looking like a toddler trying to win a marathon. He teases her, asking where all that fighting spirit went now that she's out of breath. Before she can complain about her dirty clothes, he just lifts her up like a sack of potatoes. He gets serious, asking the real reason for the fight, and Yeyul realizes she needs to play her cards right with this skeptical tyrant. She explains that Yeyul is crashing out because of the upcoming birthday banquet. Specifically, she's jealous that Yeyul got the green light to attend the Imperial School, a privilege Yeyul used to hold alone. The Emperor reveals he was actually planning to pull Yeyul out of school anyway, because her grades in poetry were absolute trash. Yeyul connects the dots, realizing official Jin must be biased toward the third princess because of her mother's high status. As long as the emperor stays on her side, Yeyul knows she's untouchable. He pinches her cheek, warning her not to get too arrogant just because he's doting on her lately. She pouts, reminding him that she only threw hands because Yuan threatened to cut out her maid's tongue. The emperor goes silent, clearly processing how much of a menace his other daughter has become. The next day, Yeyul is out for a stroll, but she notices every servant in the palace is avoiding her like she's got the plague. Even when she tries to be friendly, they practically sprint in the opposite direction. She demands to know what's going on, and Sunga looks like she's seen a ghost. Turns out, the emperor all of Yuan's servants dragged out and beaten last night to send a message. Yeyul realizes her reputation is now daughter of a tyrant, but she decides to just keep moving forward anyway. Suddenly, official Jin appears, looking way too happy to see her. Yeyul's internal alarm goes off, and she immediately tries to bail on the conversation. Jin isn't taking the hint, huffing and puffing as he chases her down the hallway. She tries to play the I don't know you card, but he's desperate to get her into the imperial school now that she's the flavor of the month. She keeps up the act, insisting she has no clue who this old guy is. She takes off in a full sprint, leaving Sunga and the official in the dust. He's persistent, though, shouting offers of puppies and tanghulu just to get her to stop. Yeyul is losing her mind, wondering why this man doesn't understand the word no. She ducks behind a massive rock formation to lose him. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs her from the shadows. It's the prince, and he's not in the mood for games, covering her mouth to keep her quiet. Up close, Yeyul notices he looks incredibly pale and sickly. Official Jin wanders past their hiding spot, completely clueless that he just walked past his target. The prince keeps her pinned until the coast is clear. Once the old man is gone, he finally lets her breathe. He asks why she's running from a golden opportunity like the imperial school. Yeyul admits she's not scared of the work. She's scared of the toxic palace politics. She knows that school is just a fancy word for a battlefield where kids fight for their parents' power. The prince is stunned that a child could actually understand the dark reality of their world. He starts coughing violently, and when she asks if he's okay, he tells her to stay out of his business. Yeyul thinks to herself that he's right, getting close to him is a huge risk. Yet she feels a strange connection to him, like they both share the same dark secrets. He suddenly grabs her hand, his tone shifting. He tells her that she was born into this struggle whether she likes it or not, and avoiding it will only get her killed. He promises that if she goes to the school, he'll be the one to protect her, and Yeyul decides that having a dangerous ally is better than being alone. Yeyul reflects on how the entire palace atmosphere has shifted since she stood her ground. Seeing the servants run away is a small price to pay for the emperor's protection. She knows she can't hide behind Sunga forever. The news of the servants being beaten has turned her into a symbol of fear. Internally, she sighs, knowing her path to a peaceful life just got a lot more complicated. When official Jin first approached her, she knew he was just a political weathercock. Avoiding him wasn't just about being annoyed. It was a tactical retreat. His desperate huffing and puffing showed exactly how much power she now holds in the palace. He tried to bribe her with school enrollment like she was some ordinary kid. But Yeyul is speedrunning this life, and she doesn't have time for fake mentors. Her dash away from the officials was a clear message that she isn't easily bought. Not even the promise of a puppy or sweets could make her lower her guard. She was pushed to her limit by his persistence. Hiding behind that rock was her only move left. When the prince grabbed her, she realized he was the real wild card in this palace. His quiet command wasn't a threat. It was a shield. Looking at his sickly face, she realized everyone in this family is fighting their own silent war. Jane's failure to find her was the first win for this new, unlikely duo. The prince's silence as the official walked away spoke volumes. He is the only one who truly sees her for she is. He questioned her fear of the school, pushing her to face the truth. Yeyul's honesty about the power struggles showed him she wasn't just another bratty princess. She knows the imperial school is a shark tank. The prince's cough was a reminder that even the strong have weaknesses. His dismissal of her concern was expected, but his next move wasn't. She knew she had to be careful, but his presence was oddly grounding. The dark secrets they both carry make them the perfect teammates. His demand that she attend the school was the push she needed. He reminded her that survival in the palace means facing the storm head-on. With his promise of protection, Yeyul realizes that the imperial school isn't just a challenge, it's her new playground. The emperor is officially entering his best dad era, but it's mostly because he's jealous of his brother's relationship with Yeyul. Yeyul, being the professional reincarnated actress she is, gives him a winning smile and plays the part of the perfect daughter. The emperor leans in with a look that says he's ready to drop a bag just to outdo anyone else, asking what Juan bought her during their last outing. Internally, she deadpanned. This man is literally speed-running a shopping spree to protect his ego. He proceeds to buy the entire rack of snacks and every item in the shop, because why settle for one when you have an infinite budget? The poor imperial servants are left carrying a mountain of boxes that probably weigh more than they do. By the time they're done, the entire street is basically out of stock and the local economy is thriving. Yeyul tries to act concerned about the bill, but the emperor is just satisfied that he absolutely cleared One's pathetic record of buying her only 2 snacks. To keep her favorite Tyrant in a good mood, Yeyul offers to treat him to dinner at a high-end fish restaurant. They're about to head out when a carriage pulls up, interrupting their father-daughter bonding time. The Emperor is immediately on high alert, demanding to know who's yanking the curtain back. It turns out to be Yeyul's uncle, looking way too smug for someone about to get yelled at. The Emperor hits him with a legendary glare, wondering why he's crashing their party. The uncle just smiles and calls it a total coincidence, but the Emperor isn't buying it and clamps a protective hand on Yeyul's head to mark his territory. Uncle notices the mountain of Tangulu and asks if the Emperor is planning on opening a candy shop. The Emperor doubles down, claiming he holds nothing back for his daughter. Uncle tries to play the responsible adult card by saying too many sweets are bad for kids, but the Emperor just calls him stingy. Internally, Yeyul sighed. These two are one minor inconvenience away from a full-blown brawl. She manages to de-escalate the situation by dragging them inside for food. The table is packed with top-tier seafood that looks expensive enough to pay off a small country's debt. However, the atmosphere is pure awkwardness as the two men stare each other down across the table. The Emperor slams the table, still pressed that the uncle followed them there. Uncle just wants to eat, but the Emperor makes it clear that his hunger is not his problem. Uncle tries to be the cool relative and offers Yeyul a bite of food, but the Emperor immediately blocks him, questioning how she's suddenly his Yeyul. Yeyul finally gets a moment to actually start her meal. But then the chopstick wars begin. The two men start a high-speed feeding frenzy, stacking heaps of food onto her plate like they're playing a game of Tetris. Yeyul stares at the massive pile of food, looking like she's about to enter a food coma before the first bite. They both scream at her to eat, and her soul basically leaves her body right then and there. The next morning, it's the first day of Imperial School, and Yeyul is already yawning through her morning routine. Her maid is worried about the school's heavy calligraphy sets and gives her a custom mini version for her tiny hands. They rush out to meet official Jin, who's been waiting to escort the tiny princess. On her way, Yeyul spots a mysterious guy leaning against a pillar. It's the sixth prince, looking like a brooding main character from a dark fantasy novel. He's actually dozing off, looking surprisingly peaceful for someone in this cutthroat palace. Yeyul can't help but stare, and she decides to sneakily pull out her new sketchbook. She starts scribbling a portrait of him, thinking he looks way more innocent when he's not talking. Suddenly, the paper is snatched out of her hands. The sixth prince is wide awake and impressed, noting that her art skills are actually top tier. He decides to keep the sketch as a gift, ignoring her grumbling about wanting it back. Then things get serious as he mentions the garden fight between her and Yuan. Yeyul tries to play it off as a simple childhood disagreement, but the prince drops a truth bomb. He knows someone told the Emperor that Yuan's mother was scheming with official Jin. He leans in close, basically asking if she was the one who pulled the string. Internally, she panicked. He's got me caught in 4K. Is this a blackmail attempt? He mentions how other princes have suspiciously died in this palace, hinting that he knows how dangerous the game is. When he asks if she'd do it again, Yeyul stands her ground, realizing she has to be ruthless to survive. Instead of snitching, the prince just flicks her forehead. He tells her she did absolutely nothing wrong. He explains that the only way to survive this violent place is to fight and win, basically giving her his seal of approval. They finally arrive at the school, which is full of high society rascals who got in through family connections. Yeyul notices the other princes are nowhere to be seen. As she walks in, the older students start whispering, wondering what kind of crazy connections a kid that small has. Suddenly, she bumps into a student. It's Haekyong, the son of a royal food taster, and he's a total bully. He starts mocking her, saying not even royal should be allowed to just waltz into his class. Internally, she fumed. This guy really has the audacity to talk down to me. He pokes her hair and tells her she's cute enough that she should call him older brother. Before Yeyul can choose violence, the sixth prince scoops her up like a piece of luggage. The bully immediately flinches, realizing he just messed with the wrong royal. He starts bowing and begging for mercy, even offering his father's services just to stay on the prince's good side. The sixth prince isn't moved by the kid's high-ranking background. He tells the brat to get lost, leaving the other students wondering who the tiny girl is. Official Jin starts the class, and the prince tells Yeyul to just stay by his side. The lecture is a total snooze fest, covering boring reviews from previous classes. The prince looks over at Yeyul, wondering if she's even following the material. Turns out, she's already out cold and snoring on the desk. She even starts mumbling older brother in her sleep while grabbing onto his arm. He tries to tell her she shouldn't just cling to anyone, but he ends up letting her sleep, clearly softening up to her. He thinks about how she reminds him of a white cat from his past. A cat that, unfortunately, won't be coming back. When official Jin's getting too loud with his teaching, the prince snaps at him to be quiet. The teacher flinches in pure terror, realizing that even breathing too loud might be a death flag. The school day is over, but some people clearly didn't get the memo as the sun begins to set over the quiet campus. Yeyul finally blinks her eyes open, realizing she's been dead to the world in the middle of a lecture. Her sixth brother is just sitting there, roasting her for being the first person he's ever seen drool in a royal classroom. Internally, she was dying of embarrassment, screaming, "Great, my graceful princess image is officially in the gutter." She tries to play it off like she only dozed for a second, but a quick look around the empty room confirms she missed the entire session. The mood shifts instantly when the sixth prince mentions that the roads are blocked because Queen Yang is finally back from her 3-month prayer retreat. Yeyul's heart sinks because this queen is the third prince's mother, and a reunion between those two spells nothing but trouble. Internally, she groaned. Wonderful, the final boss support system just arrived. The prince warns her that things are about to get thorny, and she needs to stay on high alert. Meanwhile, at the third prince's palace, the bratty Yuan is already putting on an Oscar-worthy performance for her mother. Queen Young frowns, demanding to know who dared to make her precious baby cry. Yuan wastes no time naming Yeyul, calling her a stupid, penniless girl who needs to be put in her place. The queen is blindsided, wondering where an ostracized girl like Yeyul the audacity to cause such a scene. Yuan doubles down, claiming Yeyul used some weird magic to make the emperor love her, and even physically attacked her. She cries about being grounded for a month while Yeyul got off scot-free. Queen Young slams the table in a rage, unable to believe the emperor would treat her daughter this way. She pulls Yuan into a hug, promising that mommy is back to make everything better. Back on the path home, Yeyul lets out a massive sneeze, feeling like someone is definitely trash-talking her. The sixth prince asks if she's sick, but she just knows her survival rating just dropped into the negatives. Suddenly, a mysterious figure with a fan blocks their path, laughing at their conversation. Yeyul takes one look at the white clothes, the cold vibe, and the fox-like eyes, and her internal alarm goes off. This is Sun Li, the second prince, and he's basically a walking death flag. Rumor has it he likes to scoop out people's eyeballs for a personal collection, making Yeyul want to vanish into thin air. He mocks her for being timid now after she was bold enough to beat up the third princess earlier. Internally, she panicked. How did this creep see that? Was he hiding in the bushes the whole time? He leans in, complimenting her beautiful eyes, which is basically the scariest thing a guy with an eyeball collection could say. The sixth prince steps in, telling him she's way too young for those kinds of creepy compliments. Sun Li doesn't back down, calling Yeyul an intriguing child and wondering why his cold brother is suddenly playing babysitter. Yeyul is mentally packing her bags, knowing that being intriguing to a psycho is a one-way ticket to a bad ending. He tries to go in for a brotherly hug, reaching out with a predatory smile. Yeyul gasps, her life flashing before her eyes. She dives behind the sixth prince, using his cape as a human shield. Sun Li freezes, his hands hovering in midair as he gets totally rejected. He asks if she's afraid he'll eat her, and she can barely squeak out a no. Internally, she was short-circuiting, wondering how to escape this social nightmare. She stays glued to her brother's side, refusing to move an inch. The sixth prince covers for her, claiming she's just shy. Sun Li doesn't buy the shy act for a second, glaring at his brother. Yeyul decides to drop a logic bomb, claiming she just doesn't like touching boys. Sun Li points at the sixth prince, asking if he's not a boy too. The sixth prince just smirks, saying he's still too young to count, essentially winning the petty argument. Sun Li calls him an ignorant shut-in who finally figured out his place. He whirls around to leave, throwing out a final warning that he'll see how long the sixth prince can actually protect her. Yeyul is left trembling, worried about the inevitable retaliation. When she asks what to do, the sixth prince bluntly tells her that the second prince will definitely come for them. He grabs her bag strap, pulling her along. He tells her that since they can't avoid the fight, they'll just have to fight back together. Yeyul smiles, finding it funny that this little kid sounds like a grizzled old man, but she's happy he said we. They finally reach her palace late at night, where her maid is waiting in a panic. Yeyul's pet, Snowball, charges out to greet her, looking like a fluffy cloud of pure joy. But as the sixth prince tries to be careful, Snowball suddenly turns into a tiny beast. Yeyul tries to show off how cute the cat is, but the maid is stunned to see a prince in their courtyard. Snowball lets out a demonic screech, lunging at the sixth prince's face. Yeyul has to wrestle the angry Puffball, confused because he's usually so gentle. The sixth prince just nods, guessing the cat is shy just like Yeyul. He turns to leave now that she's safe at home. Yeyul tries to be polite and asks him to stay for tea. He rejects her instantly, claiming he only drinks specialty teas and walks into the moonlight. The maid notes that while his words are cold, he clearly cares about the princess. Yeyul looks at Snowball, realizing the cat only hates people who are actually dangerous, which makes her wonder what the sixth prince is hiding. She watches him disappear, wondering what kind of person he really is. Her maid offers to warm up dinner, but Yeyul has a better idea for some late-night networking. She decides to take some homemade cake to the emperor's study to keep her favor points high. However, as she approaches the study, she hears the emperor screaming at his officials, calling them incapable fools. Internally, she thought, yikes, maybe I should have checked the weather report before walking into this storm. Just as she's about to bail, she accidentally shatters a piece of pottery. The emperor roars, demanding the eavesdropper show their face. Yeyul slides the door open with a shaky smile, calling out to her father. The emperor's murderous expression instantly calms down the second he sees her. The officials are all huddled on the floor like it's a war zone, and Yeyul realizes she's walked into a disaster. The emperor tells her not to move an inch. He picks her up and carries her over the mess, shouting at the officials to clear the debris immediately. The grown men fumble to pick up the broken pieces, terrified for their lives. They hurry out of the room as fast as their legs can carry them. The emperor's tone turns gentle as he asks if she made the cake just for him. Yeyul presents the pineapple cake, acting like a sweet, innocent daughter. An attendant offers to taste test it for poison, which is standard for a tyrant. The Emperor ignores him and takes a big bite himself. Yeyul watches with glimmering eyes, hoping her cooking skills aren't trashed here. He admits it's delicious, giving her a rare smile. Excited, Yeyul reaches for a piece herself, but the Emperor suddenly grabs her hand, his face turning dark as he sees a cut on her finger. Yeyul tries to play it off, whispering that she just cut herself while slicing fruit. The Emperor loses it, ordering his guards to seize all her servant girls for letting her get hurt. Yeyul panics, grabbing his arm and begging him to stop, calling him a kind ruler to stroke his ego. He's stunned by the phrase, but agrees to let it slide this time, patting her head. Internally, Yeyul exhales in relief. I cut my hand on purpose to look pitiful for sympathy points, and I almost got my staff executed. I need to chill. The Emperor then asks how school was, and Yeyul gives him a nervous smile, saying it was good. He leans in close, asking what she learned from the teacher. She panics and blurts out that she learned the three-character classic, which is basically the ABCs of ancient literature. She hugs him, trying to distract him with cuteness, but the Emperor just says Tieska. He pinches her cheek, catching her in 4K because she's a terrible liar. He explains that the Imperial School doesn't teach basic stuff like that. They teach high-level rhetoric. Palace drama is reaching a boiling point as Yeyul looks for fresh allies to survive the upcoming storm. She brings up Hakyong, the son of the royal food taster, during a chat with her tyrant father. The Emperor isn't exactly impressed, questioning why she's wasting breath on someone with zero political clout. Internally, she's already playing 4D chess, thinking if the queen hasn't touched his family yet, he's the perfect recruit. To her surprise, the Emperor hands her a massive, high-tier brush, insisting it's a gift for her. He even leans in for a top-secret whisper, treating her like his only trusted confidant. Yeyul heads out with her loot, looking like she's just on a snack delivery run. Suddenly, a voice shouts, stopping her dead in her tracks and spiking the tension. It's a total jump scare as she realizes she's been cornered in the hallway. Standing there is the ultimate duo of doom, Princess Yuan and her vengeful mother, Queen Young. Yuan immediately goes for the throat, accusing Yeyul of being a thief and acting super fishy. Yeyul tries to play it cool and slip away, insisting she's never stolen a thing in her life. But Yuan isn't having it and lunges forward to snatch the box. She yanks it with everything she's got, sending Yeyul's belongings flying through the air. The box hits the floor with a loud bang, spilling its contents everywhere. Out rolls the Emperor's special brush, right in front of the Queen's feet. Yuan's eyes light up with sadistic glee, convinced she's finally caught her sister in 4K. The Emperor appears out of nowhere, looking absolutely done with the noise. Yuan immediately snitches, pointing at the brush and demanding that Yeyul be punished. She's practically vibrating with excitement, calling for Yeyul to be whipped for stealing a royal item. But the Emperor's gaze turns icy as he reminds Yuan she was supposed to be grounded for a month. The Queen tries to play the merciful mother card, claiming Yuan has repented and been punished enough. Big mistake. The Emperor calls her out for treason for defying his orders and letting the brat out. Yuan tries to take the heat, clinging to her father and begging for forgiveness. He's not buying the act, telling her she's gotten even more arrogant and toxic than before. Realizing the vibe is lethal, the Queen tosses her daughter aside and begs for mercy. The Emperor turns to Yeyul, patting her head and telling her to take good care of the brush he personally gave her. Yuan is short-circuiting because that brush is made of wolf fur and is meant for sending direct notes to the Emperor. When she tries to protest, the Emperor gives her a look that says, choose your next words very carefully. Yuan is left in shambles, wondering how her penniless sister is winning this hard. She stares at Yeyul with pure, unadulterated salt. Then, she flips the script and offers a fake-as-hell apology, claiming she shouldn't have been so mean. Internally, Yeyul is skeptical, thinking, what kind of scheme is she cooking up now? To maintain her perfect angel image, Yeyul accepts the apology and tells her dad not to be mad. The Emperor is beaming, convinced his favorite daughter is a saint for being so generous. Yuan insists on walking her home, and Yeyul knows she can't say no without looking sus. She leaves the parents alone, heading off into the lion's den with her sister. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere is heavy enough to suffocate a horse. Yuan starts the interrogation, asking how Yeyul managed to squirm into their father's good graces. Yeyul is sweating, regretting the decision to get into a confined space with a known psycho. Yuan snaps and starts pinching Yeyul's cheek, demanding to know what she did to make the Emperor so protective. She's fuming because she begged for that brush for years, only for it to be handed to her rival. Yeyul tries to de-escalate, offering to give her the brush just to get her to let go of her face. Yuan, being a total brat, chucks the brush out the window because she doesn't want pity from a commoner. She dares Yeyul to bite her, looking completely unhinged and dangerous. Yeyul hits her with a plot twist, commanding her to go get the brush before things turn ugly. The carriage screeches to a halt as the tension peaks. Yeyul claims the Emperor actually wanted Yuan to have the brush as a gift for being old enough now. Yuan is stunned, looking back at the brush she just threw into the dirt. Yeyul leans into the lie, making it sound like a heartwarming father-daughter moment that Yuan almost ruined. Yuan is totally blindsided, questioning her entire existence as she looks at her sister. Watching Yuan scramble, Yeyul realizes the kid is just spoiled, but the Queen is the true villain who destroys the Empire in the original story. She needs a solid plan to survive the future and keep the big players on her side. She leaves the heart-wrenched princess behind and heads back to her own quarters. The next morning, she visits the sixth prince's palace to check in on her ally. She finds the place surprisingly empty and cold, lacking the usual swarm of royal servants. Suddenly, she bumps into a massive, intimidating figure in a dark cloak. It's the masked man from the restaurant, and he's giving off major boss battle vibes. He looms over her, and she starts trembling because he literally smells like fresh blood. Internally, she panics, wondering if he's going to kill her for finding out about his spy network. Just then, a voice cuts through the tension, telling the man not to scare the little girl. It's the sixth prince, looking as calm as ever despite the creepy company. He dismisses his master, like it's no big deal, sending the killer on his way. Yeyul watches the masked man leave, realizing the male protagonist might be appearing sooner than the original plot suggests. She decides she has to change everyone's fate to keep the sixth prince from being killed later. The prince tells her she can finally let go of his arm. She laughs it off with a cute he, trying to hide the fact that she's internally screaming. They sit down to talk, and the prince asks why she's bothering him so early in the morning. She mentions the food taster's son again, confirming there's no link between that family and the queen. The prince is impressed by her big brain energy and gives her cheek a playful pinch. Yeyul tells him he should become the royal prince to protect the empire from future evil schemes. He gets dangerously serious, grabbing her hands and asking who taught her to talk about politics. In the struggle to get away, a strap on her bag snaps. Her notebook falls out, and the prince grabs it before she can hide the evidence. He flips through her drawings, seeing her secret plans and sarcastic caricatures of the palace staff. Yeyul is dying of embarrassment, snatching her death note back immediately. She offers to burn the notebook to save her dignity, just as a maid brings in snacks. Yeyul's eyes light up at the sight of the treats, momentarily forgetting her shame. But the prince shuts it down, telling her she has class and needs to leave immediately. Once she's gone, he drops the nice guy act and asks the maid what she did to the food. The maid admits she put a sleeping potion in them to protect the prince from Yeyul's influence. The sixth prince doesn't find it funny and threatens to punish the maid himself if she ever tries to harm the princess again, terrifying. But before the first bell even rings, drama is already on the menu as a clumsy student accidentally steps on the third princess's robes. The poor kid is basically seeing his life flash before his eyes as he takes a massive tumble. He's face-planting on the floor while the princess looks down at him like he's something she just scraped off her shoe. He starts begging for his life, promising to scrub the dirt off her robes himself. But the princess isn't having it, giving him a swift kick and telling him his dirty hands aren't allowed to touch her. Yeyul tries to play it cool, greeting her sister with a smile, but the atmosphere is tense. The third princess just tells everyone to get out of her sight, leaving the other kids whispering about how the student got lucky he didn't get flogged today. The local gossips are disappointed there wasn't more blood, deciding to just head back to their seats. Yeyul is left standing there confused, wondering why her usually aggressive sister isn't picking a fight with her today. Scanning the room, Yeyul realizes someone is missing. The sixth prince is nowhere to be found. She asks a nearby student about his whereabouts, staring him down for answers. The kid tells her straight up that the sixth prince never shows up on the 15th of the month. Yeyul presses for more info, but the boy is just as clueless as she is. Internally, she panicked. Wait, this wasn't in the original story at all. Is the plot breaking? Suddenly, the third princess chimes in with her typical mean girl energy, claiming the sixth prince is probably just sick or weak. She gives Yeyul a legendary glare that could melt steel. Without a word, she tosses the previous kid's stuff aside and decides she's sitting right next to Yeyul from now on. She even threatens to gouge Yeyul's eyes out if she keeps staring. Internally, Yeyul sighed, classic. She must have picked up that hobby from the second prince. Class finally starts, and the teacher decides to choose violence by calling on the seventh princess immediately. He asks her to finish a complex poem, and Yeyul completely freezes. Internally, she screamed, "I was a C student in my past life. Why is this happening to me?" Just as she's about to fail, a whisper comes from the side, giving her the answer. Yeyul recites the line perfectly, and the teacher is absolutely floored by her brilliance. While the teacher gushes over her, Yeyul is sweating buckets, hoping no one saw her cheat. She realizes it was her sister who helped her, and even though the third princess acts like she doesn't care, she totally saved Yeyul's skin. After a long day of pretending to be a child prodigy, Yeyul heads back to the palace, feeling more drained than a phone on 1%. Suddenly, someone calls her name, catching her off guard. A woman rushes forward and pulls her into a massive hug. It's Gabin, Yeyul's mother. Yeyul is stunned because in the original story, her mother was supposed to be a cold, antisocial woman locked away in her own palace. Seeing Gabin acting this affectionate makes Yeyul wonder if the original plot was just a big lie. Gabin wipes away tears, acting like a doting parent who's been missing her kid for years. Internally, she narrowed her eyes. Is this a trap? I need to stay guarded. As they walk together, Yeyul tries to wrap her head around how her mother is even out of confinement. Little do they know, the Emperor and his eunuch are watching the whole reunion from the shadows. The eunuch is literally crying at the touching scene, while the Emperor just looks annoyed that someone else is touching his favorite daughter. Back at the residence, a servant greets them, but the vibe shifts when Yeyul asks about her pet tiger, Snowball. The servant looks nervous as they approach the palace. She stammers out that Gabin had Snowball put in a cage because she was afraid the tiger might attack someone. Yeyul is horrified, realizing her pet is being treated like a dangerous beast. Gabin tries to play it off as being for Yeyul's own good, but Yeyul isn't buying the concerned mom act for a second. Gabin even announces she's moving in to live with Yeyul permanently. Internally, Yeyul scoffed. The original Gabin wouldn't even look at her kids, let alone read them stories. This whole loving mother routine is raising more red flags than a Minesweeper game. The tension is broken when the Emperor finally makes his grand entrance. Gabin immediately fumbles and drops to her knees in respect. Yeyul, ever the manipulator, puts on her best happy child face and greets her dad. Internally, she smirked, perfect timing, pops. Get this lady out of my house. The Emperor lifts Yeyul up, immediately teasing her about her performance at school. He jokes that since she missed him, she clearly wasn't paying attention to her lessons. Yeyul realizes she walked right into that one. To make things even more awkward, the Emperor gives her a peck on the cheek right in front of her mom. Gabin is absolutely shook, having heard rumors about the Emperor's favoritism, but never seeing it in 4K until now. The Emperor turns his cold gaze toward Gabin, demanding to know why she left her palace without permission. Gabin tries to play the I missed my daughter card, but the Emperor isn't moved. She starts tearing up, claiming she can't live without Yeyul. Yeyul watches the exchange, wondering if she really did misread the original story's character descriptions. The Emperor mocks her, asking if she thinks she's the only one who had anything to do with the child's birth. This is surviving as a tyrant's daughter, where even a family reunion feels like a battlefield. The Emperor points out that when he first found Yeyul, she was thin and covered in scars because Gabin didn't take care of her. He tells her straight up that he only let her live because she birthed the princess. He waves his hand, ordering his guards to take Gabin back to her own palace immediately. Gabin starts sniveling, begging not to be separated from her dear Yeyul. Seeing her mother so desperate actually makes Yeyul feel a bit of pity. She asks her father to put her down, deciding she needs to judge people by their actions instead of just following a script. She walks over and takes Gabin's hand. Yeyul tells her that if she wants to stay, she has to follow some rules. No more caging Snowball, and no treating the servants like trash. Gabin agrees instantly, and Yeyul turns her puppy dog eyes toward the Emperor. The Emperor pinches her cheek, amused that she's bold enough to disobey his direct orders. Yeyul leans into the affection, knowing she's the only person in the Empire who can get away with this. He finally gives in, allowing Gabin to stay just because Yeyul asked. Gabin is stunned by how much power this little girl holds over the most dangerous man in the country. As she heads to move her things, a dark, calculating smile crosses Gabin's face. Later that night, Yeyul starts to worry that she might have pushed her luck too far with the Tyrant. She tentatively asks if he's in a bad mood while they walk through the palace. He gives her a short, cold no. When she asks for a hug, he shuts her down immediately. But Yeyul knows how to handle him. She just slides over and grabs onto his robes anyway. She's basically dangling off him like a piece of luggage, demanding he pick her up. She trips over her own feet, and the Emperor is forced to catch her before she hits the deck. He sighs, telling her he's never met someone so persistent and fearless. He admits he can't stay angry at her, which is basically a massive win for Yeyul. He takes his revenge by rubbing her cheeks until she looks like a pufferfish. He complains that her ego is growing way too fast, but he's clearly a total goner for his daughter. Finally, the two of them head back inside as the moon rises over the Imperial Palace. While the rest of the palace sleeps, the Emperor stays on high alert, watching over a dreaming Yeyul. His head unit creeps in with a status report, and the vibe is immediately tense. After some intense whispering, it's confirmed that Gabin's doting mom act is a total front. The servant asks if they should take her out back, but the Emperor has other plans. He orders a 24/7 surveillance team on her because, at the end of the day, she is still the princess's mother. Internally, he's fuming, thinking that if she even breathes wrong Yeyul, she's catching a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The next morning, the peaceful atmosphere is shattered by a high-pitched screeching. Yeyul wakes up looking like she's had 3 hours of sleep and 0 coffee. She finds Gabin having a full-blown meltdown because a beast has invaded her space. The beast in question is just Snowball the cat, but Gabin is acting like she's trapped in a cage with a lion. Internally, Yeyul is already done with the drama, noting that Gabin's mask is slipping faster than a bad wig. Gabin continues to flail around like she's being audited by the IRS. She's about to chuck a vase at the poor cat when Yeyul finally steps in. Gabin tries to gaslight the kid, asking what she'd do if the beast actually attacked her. Yeyul isn't buying the damsel in distress act and reminds her mother that she already explained the cat was a pet yesterday. She makes it crystal clear. The cat's name is Snowball, and calling him a beast is a major reach. Gabin is visibly shaken, realizing Yeyul's glare is starting to look a lot like her tyrant father's. Without even sticking around for the awkward breakfast, Yeyul bounces for school. Gabin watches her leave, realizing the shy, timid girl she remembered has been replaced by a mini-boss. Her maid asks if Yeyul's memories are coming back, but Gabin scoffs at the idea. She thinks the trauma of almost drowning as a baby wiped the slate clean. The Mother of the Year then starts plotting how to use the Emperor's affection for Yeyul to her own advantage. She reaches for a mysterious white bottle from her maid, looking like she just secured the final piece of a villainous puzzle. Over at the Imperial School, the sixth prince is still a no-show, leaving Yeyul wondering if he's actually sick or just ghosting. Suddenly, someone approaches her from behind. Yeyul turns around, expecting her brother, but gets blindsided by a different royal. It's the third princess, Yuan, looking as smug as ever. Yuan tells her to scoot over and basically hijacks the desk. Yeyul is confused why this former hater is suddenly acting like they're besties. Internally, she's wondering if the third princess has finally short-circuited. Yuan starts spilling the tea about Gabin crying to the emperor the day before. She warns Yeyul that just because Gabin gave birth to her doesn't mean she's a real mother, reminding her of the old days. Yeyul realizes she has a massive blind spot regarding her own past. Yuan even does a quick scan to make sure Yeyul hasn't beaten lately. When Yeyul acts clueless, Yuan is offended that their hanging out phase was forgotten. She gives Yeyul a look of pure disappointment. Suddenly, a massive headache hits Yeyul as the repressed memories start flooding back. She realizes she and Yuan weren't always enemies. In a flashback, she sees Yuan scolding her for staying with Gabin when the woman was clearly abusive. Young Yuan even offered to let Yeyul move into her palace to escape the toxicity. Yeyul realizes their relationship didn't just turn sour, it was sabotaged. She asks Yuan if they were actually friends once. Yuan's face lights up, happy the kid finally remembered. Yeyul admits she remembers the lake incident, but there's still a lot of fog in her brain. This sends Yuan into a playful rage, calling her a horrible girl for forgetting her angelic sister. She starts chasing Yeyul around the room, demanding she use her words instead of running. After school, Yuan actually walks Yeyul back to her palace. She plays it off as a total coincidence, but Yeyul knows she's just being a classic Sunder. The wholesome moment ends when they hear Gabin screaming at the servants again, threatening to have their heads sliced off over a cat. Yuan hops into the courtyard first to see what the commotion is about. The two princesses stand at the door, watching the absolute chaos unfold. A brave servant tries to explain that Snowball is Yeyul's favorite pet and can't be tossed out. Gabin pulls the I'm the mother card, acting like she's untouchable. When the servant keeps pleading, Gabin takes it as a personal threat. Her eyes turn cold as she calls the poor girl a peasant. She orders her personal maid, Yeonsu, to slap the servant into next week. Watching from the shadows, Yeyul's expression darkens. Yuan is ready to charge in and throw hands, asking Yeyul why she's just standing there. But Yeyul is playing the long game, telling her sister they need to stay calm and let the wound fester before treating it. Yuan is stunned that the kid is this calculating. Yeyul tries to send Yuan home so she can handle the villain business solo. She even starts whistling for Snowball to kickstart her plan. Back in the courtyard, Yeonsu is about to deliver that slap. But Snowball isn't having it and swipes at the maid's hand first. The maid screams that the animal bit her, and Gabin loses her remaining 2 brain cells. She starts gasping that a tiger is loose in the palace. The servants are confused as Gabin and her maid start running around like they're in a horror movie. Gabin spots Yeyul standing there and immediately falters. Snowball goes for a round 2, jumping at the tiger-fearing queen. Gabin shows her true colors by grabbing Yeyul and telling her it's her turn to lay down her life for her mother. She literally pushes her own child toward the vicious cat to save herself. Before Yeyul can even process the betrayal, Yuan swoops in and grabs her. Yuan holds Yeyul close, looking like a protective older sister. This triggers the final memory for Yeyul. She remembers a time when she was starving and Yuan was the only one who brought her snacks. Yuan had offered her a delicious-looking bun with a genuine smile. Little Yeyul had been so hungry her stomach was literally rumbling. Yuan had promised to meet her there every time she got hungry. To the neglected princess, Yuan was a literal ray of sunshine. Yuan had even brought medicine for Yeyul's wounds. When Yuan asked who was responsible for the scars, Yeyul admitted it was Gabin. Yuan was furious that a mother would use her child as bait to get the emperor's attention. She had confronted Gabin back then, calling her out for being a monster. But in a tragic twist, little Yeyul had bitten Yuan's hand to protect her mother. That bite was what finally drove Yuan away. Yuan had told her to stay with her wicked mother since she clearly didn't want help. Yeyul finally understands that Yuan's hatred was just a massive, painful misunderstanding. Back in the present, Yuan squeezes Yeyul tight, showing she's never truly stopped caring. She glares at Gabin, who is visibly flinching. Gabin tries to play it off as an accident, kneeling down to pretend she's worried. Yuan isn't having any of it and delivers a solid kick to Gabin's shoulder. Gabin hits the dirt, looking absolutely pathetic. Yuan tells her she's going to get exactly what she deserves. Yeyul watches silently, realizing that Yuan let her bite her back then because she knew Yeyul was just a scared kid. Yuan turns to Yeyul, telling her she's going to punish this woman and asking if she's got a problem with that. Based on Yeyul's expression, Gabin is in for a very bad time. The trash mother is finally getting what she deserves, and the sisters are finally on the same page. Yuan admits that she never liked Gabin and would have tossed her out long ago if it weren't for Yeyul. Yeyul is visibly shaken by the intensity, but grateful for the backup. She thanks Yuan for saving her, realizing her sister isn't the villain she once thought. Yeyul goes in for a full hug, telling Yuan that she finally remembers how her sister always protected her in the past. Internally, Yeyul thinks, time to turn on the maximum charm to seal this alliance. She apologizes for her behavior, explaining that her memories were a total mess after her accident in the water. Yuan's protective instincts immediately redline as she focuses on the drowning incident. She's ready to throw hands, asking point blank if Gabin was the one who pushed her. Yeyul isn't 100% sure about the details, but she knows Gabin is a bottom-tier parent who shouldn't be trusted. Yuan doesn't need to hear another word. She orders the guards to drag the wicked woman away and lock her up. Gabin tries to play the best mother in the world card, but it's a total fail. She goes full Karen mode, screaming that she gave birth to Yeyul and deserves to be paid back by her ungrateful child. Yuan shuts the noise down instantly, threatening to have her tongue cut out if she says one more word. As the drama settles, Yeyul grabs a handful of Yuan's dress to keep her close. Yuan is still on high alert, reminding Yeyul that Gabin literally almost had her killed. Yeyul plays the "I'm so embarrassed" angle, which makes the tough third princess blush. Yuan tries to act like she's leaving, but her brusque attitude is just a cover for her embarrassment. Sensing an opportunity, Yeyul fakes a massive headache to keep her sister from walking away. Yuan takes the bait and leaps into action to catch her. She carries the weak princess inside, acting annoyed while Yeyul secretly smirks at how well her plan is working. Meanwhile, night falls over the palace grounds. Gabin is sulking in a dark shed while her maid apologizes for being unable to save her. They discuss the tiger attack, noting a mysterious whistling sound that happened right before the chaos. Gabin realizes she's been completely played by a child who was only pretending to be friendly. She fumes in the dark, wishing she had left the horrid girl to die in the lake years ago. Suddenly, the Emperor's presence looms over the shed. He kicks the door open with a loud wham, surprising the two conspirators. Gabin drops into her stomach as she sees the Tyrant standing in the moonlight. He tells her he can see the violence in her eyes and asks exactly who it was she wanted to drown. Gabin tries to lie her way out, but she's been caught in 4K. The Emperor isn't in the mood for games. He looks down at her with pure, unadulterated disgust. Gabin tries to deflect by calling the third princess cruel and accusing her of bullying. The Emperor just grabs her chin, silencing her nonsense. He asks if she takes him for a fool and pulls out the evidence. Gabin realizes she's finished as the white bottle of aphrodisiac clatters to the floor. Her maid glances over, realizing the situation has gone from bad to game over. The maid tries to take the fall, claiming the bottle belongs to her and not the lady. The Emperor acknowledges the maid's loyalty but notes that he absolutely detests dishonesty. He delivers a solid kick to Gabin, who begs for mercy on the floor. He orders his men to throw the trash mother into the backwoods. Gabin's desperate cries for help are ignored as she's dragged away. Later that night, the Emperor visits Yeyul's bedroom. He wakes her up gently, acting like a concerned girl dad for once. He leans to whisper a checkup, keeping his voice low. He notices Yuan is also in the bed and looks genuinely confused. Internally, he's short-circuiting, wondering how these two went from being at each other's throats to sleeping in the same bed. Yeyul asks about her mother, and the Emperor's expression remains cold. He tells her Gabin was unfit to stay and has been relocated somewhere more appropriate. He tells her to have a good night. He gives her one last look, his eyes softening slightly. He even offers a goodnight to the sleeping Yuan. He pats Yeyul's head one last time before leaving the sisters to rest. Yeyul drifts back to sleep, feeling a rare sense of peace. The next morning, the palace is back to business as usual. Inside a carriage, Yuan is already on study duty, warning Yeyul that she needs to wake up for her lessons. Yeyul is feeling lazy, joking that she can answer any question as long as her sister is by her side. Yuan shrugs it off, reminding her that she'd have been punished 100 times over without her help. Yeyul realizes their relationship has officially leveled up into a real sisterly bond. Suddenly, a loud whistle and a rattle stop the carriage in its tracks. The driver panics as the horses neigh in distress. Yuan is ready to throw down, demanding to know who dares to stop the carriage. It turns out to be First Prince Li Hun, looking dark and mysterious. The driver is face down on the pavement, begging for mercy because the prince's cat jumped in front of the wheels. Li Hun tells him to shut up, his vibe being absolutely terrifying. He points out that his cat is bleeding and asks what the driver plans to do about it. The driver is so scared he offers to have his hands and feet cut off just to stay alive. Inside the carriage, the girls stiffen up, hearing the servant's desperate pleas. Yeyul notes that the original story didn't have much info on Li Hun, making him a total wild card. Li Hun scoffs, noting that mutilating a servant won't help his pet. Yeyul decides to step out of the carriage to intervene. Yuan tries to stop her, warning her that Li Hun is a loose cannon who won't care about their father's protection. Yeyul approaches anyway, offering to help the kitten. Li Hun is surprised by her boldness, asking where she learned to treat wounds. Yeyul claims her experience with her kitten, who is actually a tiger, makes her a pro. She expertly binds the scratch, assuring him the cat will be fine. Li Hun warns her that his cat usually bites strangers. To his shock, the kitty starts affectionately licking Yeyul's face. Li Hun is left speechless, wondering why his aggressive pet is suddenly so calm. Yeyul bows and introduces herself as the 7th princess before preparing to leave. She gives him a cute smile, thinking the interaction is over. But then, the first prince drops a bombshell. He decides he's going to the vet and hops right into their carriage. The three of them are now stuck in a very awkward, quiet ride. Yuan is stressing out, whispering to Yeyul about why he's even there. She's convinced he's looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Suddenly, the cat leaps from Lihun's arms and plops right onto Yeyul's lap. Yeyul freaks out, telling Yeyul to put it down before the prince gets mad. Yeyul just laughs it off, petting the cat while Lihun watches them with a mysterious gaze. The first prince is out here acting like a total cat dad, asking Yeyul if she's vibing with his pet. Yeyul is absolutely melting over how adorable the kitten is. He calls the cat Queenie, which is honestly a top-tier royal name for a feline. Suddenly, he commands the carriage to stop because apparently Queenie has major vet phobia. He hops out to comfort the furball, leaving the girls completely blindsided. Yeyul is just relieved the weirdo is finally gone. She warns Yeyul that they're lucky he left since he's a total enigma they shouldn't mess with. Internally, Yeyul realizes that all the princes in this family are built different. She decides it's probably best to avoid the whole lot of them at all costs. But the universe has other plans, and the second prince suddenly pops up like a jump scare. He asks if she's getting cozy with the first prince, but Yeyul isn't about to get caught in 4K. She nopes out of there immediately, sliding the curtain shut. The second prince is left wondering what the deal is as the carriage speeds off into the distance. They finally arrive at the imperial school to get some actual education. Yeyul heads inside while Yeyul takes a quick detour to the restroom. She wonders if the other students actually learn anything useful here. Suddenly, someone taps her on the shoulder, giving her a mini heart attack. It's her sixth brother, and she's actually happy to see a familiar face. He's looking pretty sharp and ready for class. She's surprised to find out he's been studying here for 3 days already. She asks why he didn't give her the heads up. He hits her with a cold "why should I?" and Yeyul's mood immediately drops. Internally, she sighed, "Fine, I guess we're just business partners then." Seeing her face fall, the prince instantly regrets being so harsh. She tries to walk away, acting like it doesn't hurt, but he grabs her arm and invites her to sit in on a strategy class with him. He even gives her a little nose boop, promising it's a one-time only deal. Yeyul pinky promises not to fall asleep during the lecture. Cut to 2 hours later, and she's completely passed out on the desk. The prince has to wake her up from her epic nap. She tries to rub the sleep out of her eyes, looking totally confused. She claims children need their beauty sleep to grow, but the prince isn't buying the excuse. She swears she'll do her best to stay awake for the rest of the day. That's when the masked man she saw at the palace walks in, looking like a total final boss. She clings to her brother, sensing a major change in the atmosphere. He tells her it's a strategy class, which sounds way more intense than she expected. The teacher starts lecturing on the 6 tactics while brandishing a sword. He catches sight of Yeyul and demands to know why a girl is in his classroom. The sixth prince tries to cover for her, saying she's just auditing. Yeyul puts on her best "I'm a good girl" face to stay in, but this guy is a total hater, claiming girls are too weak and stupid for military tactics. Internally, Yeyul's blood was boiling at the blatant sexism. She stands up and schools him on the 36 sub-tactics like a seasoned general. She finishes her speech with a "Does that answer your question?" Mic drop. The rest of the students are absolutely stunned that a 5-year-old just short-circuited their teacher. The teacher tries to save face by quizzing her on a classic text, but she recites the structure of Yeyul from memory. He's shook and demands to know who she is, so she drops her royal title. The sixth prince is basically smirking as his sister wrecks the teacher's ego. The teacher finally admits he underestimated her and tells the boys they need to catch up. Yeyul wipes the sweat off her forehead, thankful her history knowledge saved her from being kicked out. The prince pokes her cheek, wondering where she actually learned all that high-level stuff. He's suspicious that the emperor would actually talk politics with a toddler. She changes the subject, asking if girls really need to be talentless to be liked. He looks her in the eye and tells her that women aren't ornaments. They're people. She tells him she doesn't want to be a bird in a cage. She wants to be a general. She clenches her fist, determined to do everything she can to protect the people she loves. The prince realizes she has a maturity that's way beyond her years. He warns her that showing off too much might actually put a target on her back. Since the serious talk is over, Yeyul decides it's time for another nap. He stops her because it's time for sword practice. He lets go of her, heading for the exit. He tells her she shouldn't follow because they're learning how to kill on the battlefield. Obviously, she's following him anyway. They arrive at the gymnasium, which is packed with students training. She spots a giant mace that's literally bigger than her entire body. She stares at the massive weapon in total awe. Then she looks up and sees the absolute unit holding it. Internally, she wished she had that kind of muscle so she wouldn't have to keep dodging her brothers. The big guy, Dalson Bang, gets flustered by her staring. He was going to say she's small, but he's clearly overwhelmed by her cuteness. She's totally confused by his reaction. He pokes her head, realizing she's like a tiny, fragile doll. He asks if she wants to try holding mace. She quickly declines, waving her hands in a panic. He blushes, introducing himself and admitting she's adorable. Yeyul is just impressed that he seems to have actual martial arts talent. Suddenly, the sixth prince swoops in and pulls her away. He gives Dalson the deadliest glare in history. Dalson tries to be friendly, but he's clearly terrified of the prince. The prince just ignores him and drags Yeyul away. Dalson is left sweating, realizing the brother is actually cold and scary. Yeyul tries to ask what's wrong with him. But the prince just warns her that the queen has spies everywhere, and she needs to stop talking to strangers. Yeyul starts to think that maybe she's overthinking things and that the sixth prince is actually just a simple guy. He slides his bow over his shoulder and warns her to stay alert, because you never know who's a spy in this palace. She gives him a quick got it, playing the part of the obedient little sister. He kneels down to adjust her clothes, looking surprisingly wholesome for someone living in a literal viper's nest. Internally, she thinks, at least one brother isn't trying to sell me out for a promotion. As they turn to leave, she feels like she's finally caught a break. But the peace is short-lived when she's blindsided by the second prince, who claims it's a total coincidence that they're running into each other again. Yeyul's internal monologue immediately screams about her terrible luck. She's caught in 4K trying to hide, and it is a total disaster. He pats her head, but his smile is giving major villain arc vibes as he complains that she ran away last time. He mentions how much she's grown, making it sound like he's eyeing a prize rather than a sibling. When he asks why she only hangs out with the sixth prince, she has to resist the urge to tell him it's because he's notorious for gouging out eyeballs. She's basically short-circuiting as he pinches her cheek. Suddenly, an arrow whistles past, narrowly missing the second prince's head. He doesn't even flinch as a drop of blood drips down his face from the graze. Yeyul whirls around, stunned by the sudden aggression. The sixth prince stands there with his bow drawn, making it crystal clear that he's the one taking care of her. Instead of starting a fight, the second prince just smirks and compliments his brother's improved archery skills. Yeyul looks between them, wondering if her brother is actually a reincarnated too because that shot was way too precise. The sixth prince plays it off as just being a dedicated student and pushes her along to leave. He's done with training and decides it's time to escort her back before things get weirder. He gives a final huff of annoyance, clearly done with his brother's games. They walk away, leaving the second prince plotting in the background. As the carriage rolls away, the tension is thick enough to cut with a dagger. Yeyul is worrying that her brother is distracted by the encounter or worried about his own secrets being exposed. He looks like he's about to say something heavy. Both of them are caught in a silent standoff in the small space. He turns away, looking moody and brooding like a typical manhwa lead. She tries to act cute to break the ice, offering to let him speak first. He finally cracks and asks if she was really going to call that creep older brother. Internally, she scoffs. Is that seriously what he was thinking so hard about? She starts flapping her hands in a panic, wondering if he's actually mad enough to hit her. She clings to him, crying about how scared she was of the cruel second prince. To sell the performance, she even pinches her own thigh to force some real tears out. He falls for the trap and tells her to stop hurting herself, clearly softened by her act. He's satisfied as long as she remains wary of his rival. While Yeyul realizes just how calculating her simple brother really is, he reminds her that final exams are coming up and she needs to actually crack a book. He laughs, saying that since she sleeps through every class, the instructors probably have zero expectations for her anyway. 10 days later at the Imperial School, the exams are over and Yeyul looks like her soul has left her body. Yuan notices she's lost weight and asks if she's even being fed at her palace. Yeyul complains that instructor Seo has been burying her in extra lessons. Yuan just pats her head, pointing out that maybe she should have paid attention during regular hours. She tries to cheer Yeyul up by suggesting they go see her puppy. Yeyul is offended, reminding her that Snowball is a tiger, not some golden retriever. The Emperor's arrival is suddenly announced, sending a ripple through the room. He walks in looking like the ultimate power player in his flowing robes. Yeyul ignores all royal protocol and just launches herself at him for a hug. He's a total sucker for her, telling her not to run so fast, while she tells him how much she missed him. Even Yuan has to show some proper respect to their father. He praises Yuan's exam results, specifically her talent for prose. Yuan blushes, taking the win. But Yeyul is stuck in a mental loop because she doesn't remember any prose on the exam. She starts panicking, wondering if she took an entirely different test or just blacked out. Her internal panic meter is hitting the red zone. She's staring into the abyss, questioning her entire academic career. She clings to her dad, hoping her cuteness can act as a shield against a failing grade. She asks what would happen if someone, hypothetically, left some questions blank. He just laughs it off, claiming his brilliant daughter would never do such a thing. Later, during lunch, the atmosphere is cozy until the exam results actually arrive. The Emperor is eager to see the scroll, while Yeyul freezes mid-bite, feeling the death flags rising. She starts shaking as the scroll is presented. She whispers to Yuan, asking if Dad is the type to get physical over bad grades. Yuan assures her he wouldn't hit her because she'd already be dead. Internally, Yeyul groans that doesn't help at all, says. The scroll is handed over to the Emperor, and the room goes dead silent. He opens it and sees what looks like a complete mess. He slams the table so hard the plates jump, sending Yeyul's soul right out of her body. He gives her a glare that could melt stone. Yeyul realizes she is absolutely doomed. He calls out her full name, which is the universal sign that she's in deep trouble. She tries the oldest trick in the book, claiming she needs to use the restroom to escape. He's not having it and demands she get over there. Yuan is just watching the train wreck happen from the sidelines. Yeyul tries to beg for mercy, asking to finish her lunch first. He slams the table again, demanding an explanation for what she wrote. She's shaking like a leaf, realizing her brilliant plan backfired. time for the secret weapon. She pinches her thigh to start the waterworks. She starts wailing at the top of her lungs before he can even scold her. He's losing his mind and orders her to read her own answers aloud. He's absolutely done with the drama. The truth finally comes out. She wrote the entire exam in simplified characters because she forgot which world she was in. He's screaming at her to explain what any of it means. Poor Yeyul is just standing there wondering why her family is like this. The Duke arrives at the palace looking like he just stepped off a runway, but his cool exterior is about to crack. He spots the servants trembling outside the hall and realizes the atmosphere is beyond toxic. He asks the nervous attendant if the Emperor is currently inside, probably dreading the answer. Suddenly, a massive whoosh erupts from the room, and the Duke realizes Yeyul is crying her eyes out. The attendant explains that the Emperor is fuming over the 7th princess's exam results, making the Duke suspect the worst. Panicking that his favorite niece is being disciplined, he bangs on the door and shouts for the Emperor to have some mercy. He begs him not to lay a hand on her, fearing it'll leave her scarred for life. He practically crashes into the room, only to be met with a metallic clank and a very awkward silence. The Emperor looms over him with a terrifying aura, making it clear that he's just trying to discipline his own kid. The Duke isn't backing down, arguing that he literally heard her wailing like she was being hunted. He rushes past the Emperor, desperate to find the sweet child and protect her from the drama. He finds Yeyul sniffing in the corner and immediately goes into full doting uncle mode. He offers to hold her, but the Emperor lets out a massive M to remind everyone who the actual father is. Yeyul lets out a tiny ah, realizing her plan to stir up sympathy worked a little too well. The Duke asks why she was crying if she wasn't being hit, and Yeyul flinches, looking absolutely pathetic. She explains she pinched her own thigh so hard it swelled up just to look sad, and internally she thought, I might have overacted this one. She admits she was just terrified that her dad would scold her into oblivion. The Emperor grabs her, looking offended that she'd rather be comforted by her uncle. He tells the Duke to look at the exam papers himself to see why he was so triggered. The Duke slides his fan away and prepares to see a total academic disaster. Yeyul raises the scroll with a blank expression, waiting for the inevitable judgment. The Duke notices the weird handwriting and asks why she even answered the questions this way. Yeyul just tilts her head, playing the I'm just a baby card to the max. The question was about picking a general for the northern border, and Yeyul's answer was basically, neither. My dad is the Goet. She explains that the Navy candidate is useless in a dry desert, and as for the other guy, she argues that if he were actually competent, the border wouldn't be a mess in the first place. The Duke is left speechless, wondering how a 5-year-old has the strategic mind of a veteran general. The Emperor gives him a look that says, see what I mean? He asks Yeyul if she understands the gravity of an emperor leading an army personally. Yeyul just shakes her head, acting like she's completely clueless. He explains that a king leading an army means the nation's generals are useless, but Yeyul just smiles and says she thought it would be an easy if he was in charge. The Emperor is low-key blushing, asking her why me, while fishing for more compliments. Internally, she groaned, does this man really need me to gas him up this much? She leans in and tells him he's the best in the whole world, and the Emperor is officially a goner. Satisfied with the flattery, he lets her give him a little peck on the cheek. And Yeyul thinks, phew, mission accomplished. She tries one last pity play, slumping down and asking if she's just stupid. The Emperor immediately pats her head, calling her the smartest child he's ever seen. He decides the entire imperial school is just too blind to see her genius. He turns toward the door, ready to cause some administrative chaos. He spots a terrified servant standing nearby. He demands that the test scores be adjusted immediately, while the Duke looks on, totally drained. The Emperor points a finger and declares that from now on, Yeyul is officially #1 in her class. Yeyul continues to play the shaken victim to keep the sympathy points high. The Emperor repeats his logic about why he can't just lead the army, trying to teach her a lesson while being a total simp for her approval. He keeps asking, why me? Like he's in a romance manhwa. Internally, Yeyul is exhausted, thinking, seriously, can we move on from the ego-stroking? She doubles down on the best in the world comment to keep him happy. He looks satisfied, and Yeyul realizes that as long as she keeps him happy, she can get away with anything. She slumps again, asking if she's dumb, and the Emperor falls for it for the second time. He pats her head again, convinced she's a literal prodigy. He rages against the school again, looking like he's about to fire the entire faculty. He glares at the door, ready to exert some royal pressure. The servant is caught in 4K, looking like he wants to disappear into the floor. The Emperor shouts at him to fix the scores. He declares her the top of her class once more, and Yeyul looks like her brain is short-circuiting from the sheer corruption. Internally, she cringed. This is so embarrassing, I'm literally cheating. She tries to act humble, saying she'll work harder next time because making her first place now is unfair. The Emperor just smiles, patting her head and telling her that there is nothing fair about being his daughter. Yeyul decides to drop some ancient wisdom, telling a story about a king who beheaded his own horse to prove that rules apply to everyone. She tells him that a true ruler needs to abide by their own rules to be fair. The Duke is absolutely floored by her main character energy. He asks the Emperor how he can get a daughter as wise as Yeyul, but the Emperor just brags that it's all in the bloodline. Internally, the Emperor starts to wonder, wait, is she actually too wise? This is getting suspicious. He settles for calling her a good girl and embracing the doting dad lifestyle. The Duke stands there looking jealous, feeling like he's been sidelined. The Emperor notices and tells him to stop staring, mentioning he's arranged for some girls to visit Duke's palace tomorrow. The Duke's soul practically leaves his body at the mention of a blind date. The Emperor reminds him he's well past marriageable age and needs to find a match. The Duke bows, looking defeated, and says he'll come for approval once he's made a pick. The Emperor watches him leave, internally suspecting that the Duke might not even be into women since he's never shown interest in anyone. The Duke suddenly whirls around and asks if he can borrow Yeyul for a day. The Emperor is caught off guard, asking what? With a confused face. The Duke argues that Yeyul should have a say in who her future aunt will be, while the Emperor looks annoyed at the thought of her leaving. The Emperor tries to say Yeyul wouldn't want to go, but Yeyul is already gripping her uncle's sleeve. She gives the "I want to go" signal with massive puppy dog eyes, and the Emperor finally folds. He warns the Duke to keep her safe or there will be consequences, while Yeyul and the Duke share a secret high-five. Outside, Princess Yeyul is crouching, worriedly asking if Yeyul is still alive after the Emperor's wrath. Her attendant confirms Yeyul is fine, but warns the princess that the Duke is still lurking inside. Yuan looks up, confused, wondering who could possibly be scarier than the Emperor. She accidentally bumps into the Duke, letting out an ouch as she hits his robes. She looks up and stammers "uncle," while feeling incredibly shy. The Duke's expression turns cold as he reminds her that she was the one who tried to get Yeyul thrown into the backwoods. Yuan starts to falter, claiming it was all just a big misunderstanding. The Duke gives her a look that says "nice try," and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. He warns her that if he hears of her bullying Yeyul again, he won't hold back. He walks away with a step, leaving Yuan trembling in his wake. She shouts after him that Yeyul has changed and she's going to protect her now. The Duke pauses, looking back with a blank expression. Internally, he thought, he's thanking me? How strange. The next morning, the scene shifts to the Duke's massive residence. He greets Yeyul, assuming she's tired after the hour-long carriage ride. He promises her the chef has prepared all her favorite snacks, especially fish. He tells her to eat her heart's content while he goes to handle some business. Yeyul is happily stuffing her face until she hears a very familiar voice in the room. She jumps up and spots her older brother looking through the library. She asks him what on earth he's doing there, looking totally blindsided. He just smirks at her, asking if he's not allowed to be there. Yeyul is confused, wondering if he's also there to help the Duke find a wife. The Duke returns, telling the boy he left the sword in the backyard. The boy thanks the Duke while Yeyul remains a good girl, letting the Duke pat her head. The sixth prince is already giving off major boss vibes while Yeyul tries to act natural. He leans in way too close for comfort, making Yeyul stiffen like she's about to be interrogated. Internally, she was panicking. Does this guy have a sixth sense for reincarnators or something? He plops down and demands to know exactly why she's hanging around the Duke's estate. Yeyul peeks around the corner, trying to play the innocent niece card. She asks if he's here to help the Duke find a wife, but the prince just stares back with zero expression. It's clear they aren't here for the same reasons, though the prince notes how suspiciously close she is with their uncle. She flashes her most innocent smile and claims the Duke treats her well. When the prince asks if they're close, she tries to laugh it off, claiming their alliance makes them practically besties. He's not buying the cap for a second, calling out her lies while getting way too personal. He starts bonking her on the head, complaining that she never visits him, even though she's out here playing matchmaker. Thinking fast, Yeyul starts pouring tea as a peace offering to stop the head-patting assault. She promises to visit him first next time, which finally gets a good out of the moody prince. Suddenly, the Duke enters the room carrying a sleek, expensive-looking sword. Yeyul immediately shifts into doting niece mode, giving the prince a shoulder massage to keep the peace. The Duke beams at the sight, thinking Yeyul is just a sweet child taking care of her big brother. He hands over the sword the prince requested, who admits he actually enjoys being pampered. The Duke gets a bit jealous and scoops Yeyul up, suggesting they hit the streets for some fun. Yeyul tries to slide out of the plan, noticing the sixth prince's face is already turning dark again. She nervously reminds the Duke that she's here to help him find a wife, not go on a shopping spree. The Duke just laughs it off, revealing the whole wife thing was just a big bait to get the Emperor to let him visit. A servant ruins the fun by bringing in a massive stack of portraits of potential candidates. The Duke grits his teeth, realizing his assistant actually sent over the list he'd been ghosting. Yeyul tries to lighten the mood by pulling a portrait and pointing out a beautiful girl. The Duke is a total critic, dismissing a girl with a nice figure because her face didn't meet his standards. The prince whispers a warning about another candidate, noting her father is loyal to the queen, definitely a red flag. Yeyul keeps trying to be the ultimate wingman, offering up more options. Finally, the Duke picks one, but with a devious smirk that spells trouble. Instead of marrying her, he decides to recommend her as a new concubine for Yeyul's father. Yeyul looks incredibly doubtful, wondering if her uncle is actually trying to start a palace drama. She remembers from the original story that there was a massive rift between her father and uncle. Internally, she plotted, if I can just distract Dad with a new wife, maybe he'll forget my trash grades. She splits the portraits into 2 equal piles, one for the Duke and one for her father. She cackles internally, hoping these women can distract her father long enough to save her uncle's life and her own skin. The Duke is touched by her love, but tells her to focus on helping her father instead of him. He insists on going to see the ladies alone, leaving Yeyul behind. She cheers him on like a crazy fangirl, yelling for him to choose wisely while the prince just watches confused. Once he's gone, she breathes a sigh of relief, convinced she's saving lives. But then a loud cough reminds her that she completely forgot the 6th prince was still in the room. She tries to act cute and offers to pick out some portraits for her father with him. The prince cuts through the act, telling her she can stop pretending to be a kid now that they're alone. The atmosphere gets heavy as they sit together in the quiet room. She asks about his new sword, but he tells her that asking too many questions is bad for her health. He stares her down, sensing she has a hidden agenda for being at the Duke's place. Yeyul just smiles and parrots his words back at him, telling him not to ask questions for his own good. She slides a portrait toward him, trying to change the subject. She asks if he wants to see the girls who are closer to his age, around 14 or 15. The prince looks absolutely done with her as she holds up a drawing of a cute girl. She insists they get along great, totally ignoring the death glare he's giving her. He asks if she really thinks she knows his taste in women. When he gets in her face, Yeyul flinches, wondering if she's finally pushed his buttons too far. He snatches the portrait away, claiming he likes it so much he doesn't know what to do. Then, he unsheathes his sword and shreds the paper into a million pieces in a literal blink of an eye. Yeyul is left speechless, realizing her brother is way more unhinged than she thought. She immediately starts apologizing, while the prince's expression darkens even further. She asks if he's mad because the girl was too young, wondering if he's actually into older women. The prince looks like he's about to explode from the sheer audacity. Suddenly, a violent cuff racks his body. He starts hacking so hard Yeyul panics, thinking he's about to collapse right in front of her. When he pulls his hand away, his face is covered in terrifying red marks that look like veins popping. He shouts at her to go away, clutching his face in agony as his body sways. Yeyul is stunned, wondering if he's actually this enraged or if something else is wrong. The prince stumbles away, ordering her to turn around and stop looking at him. She realizes those red marks are the reason he hides in his palace on the 15th of every month. But then she realizes it's not even the 15th yet, meaning his condition is getting worse. The prince trembles, fumbling around the room, desperately searching for his medicine. Yeyul asks if she can help, but he's too far gone to answer. A loud crash echoes through the room as he hits the floor. Yeyul freezes, her mind racing with the thought that the prince might actually be dead. She rushes over to his limp body, calling out to see if he's still with her. She fumbles with his hands, trying to find a pulse or a sign of life. She's about to scream for help when something unexpected happens. The prince suddenly snaps his eyes open, gives her a wink, and grabs her arm. He tells her to be quiet, and Yeyul nearly jumps out of her skin thinking he's a zombie. She nods frantically, covering her mouth to keep from alerting the guards. She asks if he's really okay, still shaken by the whole ordeal. The prince explains that the poison in his system is acting up early, and he needs to up his dosage. He looks at her coldly, wondering if he should just eliminate her now that she knows his biggest secret. Yeyul doesn't back down, touching his freezing hands and asking how serious the illness really is. He's genuinely confused why she isn't running away in fear. She explains that they have a pact and she doesn't want to be a lone orphan again if he dies. The prince pauses, seeing a side of her he didn't expect. She tells him that everyone has secrets, and it's better to have someone to share the burden with. He warns her that if she ever lets the secret slip, it'll be the last day she's alive, but Yeyul just smiles and agrees. Yeyul was feeling pretty proud of her quick reflexes, thinking she'd successfully dodged a bullet with her latest lie. The 6th prince wasn't buying the act, though, demanding to know what she was muttering under her breath. She just gave him a cheeky grin and promised to keep his secret before trying to make a break for it. But the prince wasn't about to let her go that easily, grabbing her and dropping a "dead men tell no tales" line that felt way too ominous for a kid. Internally, she panicked. Is this where my reincarnation ends? Because I am definitely not ready to meet the Reaper again. Surprisingly, he just picked her up and decided to trust her, warning her not to let him down. Yeyul immediately swore on her life and, more importantly, on her favorite chicken drumsticks to stay quiet. He finally dropped her off at the 7th princess's palace as the sun began to set. Before he left, he stood there for a moment, looking like he had something heavy on his mind. He told her to keep her distance from him, leaving the person's identity a total mystery. When she asked who he was talking about, he just turned his back on her. He claimed he just didn't like the guy, walking away and leaving Yeyul to scoff at his typical teenage angst. Inside the palace, Yeyul was busy going through a stack of portraits with her maid. The maid was impressed by how many lovely ladies were in the pile. Yeyul explained she was playing matchmaker for her father and her uncle, though she was nearly blindsided when a voice behind her asked who she'd picked for him. It was the Emperor, appearing out of nowhere and scaring the absolute daylight out of her. He was curious about what kind of wisdom she'd been sharing with the Duke. She proudly held up her selection, eager to show off her hard work. The Emperor looked through the papers, wondering if the Duke had specifically asked for these. Yeyul beamed, telling him she'd picked out the absolute prettiest women for her dear old dad. When he asked why she was so focused on this, she didn't hold back, pointing out that his current palace was full of weird and crazy women. Internally, she thought, I need a little brother to play with, and these ladies are my best shot at making that happen. She then revealed the Duke's requirements, mentioning things like fertility and large moon faces for peace. The Emperor was absolutely livid that his brother was teaching his daughter such nonsense. Despite his anger, he was actually touched by her gesture, even if he didn't want to admit it. As he walked away, he couldn't stop thinking about the Duke trying to steal his daughter's affection. He immediately ordered his eunuch to start a new search for potential wives. He specifically demanded moon-faced women, determined to prove he could find better ones than his brother. As night fell over the palace, things took a much darker turn. The sixth prince was fast asleep, or at least he was trying to be. A mysterious figure crept into his room, their footsteps barely making a sound. The prince snapped his open, realizing he wasn't alone. A man with long white hair was standing over him, mocking his attempt to pretend he was still asleep. The man looked down at him with a chilling, predatory gaze. He asked how the prince was doing and hoped he hadn't been found out by anyone yet. He then dropped a heavy warning, telling the prince to stay away from Yeyul. He threatened that getting attached would only make things complicated and messy. The prince tried to act tough, saying he could handle his own business. The white-haired man just smirked, clearly not impressed by the kid's bravado. He pinned the prince down, calling him a little boy who couldn't manage anything. To drive the point home, he slapped the prince across the face, calling him soft for caring about the girl. The prince yelled at him to leave Yeyul alone, but he was clearly outmatched. The man just laughed sarcastically, asking the boy if he really thought he had the power to protect anyone. He tossed a small vial to the prince, telling him to take it. As he left, he reminded the prince of his true place, leaving the boy trembling in the dark. Time jumped forward to the new year, and the entire palace was decked out in festive decorations. The emperor was busy with official business, but he made sure to keep Yeyul close. He told his officials that while the other royals could pick their own gifts, he would personally choose Yeyul's. While he worked, Yeyul was stuck doing her readings, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. He looked over at her with a smug smile, asking if she'd actually finished her books. Yeyul jumped in surprise, her brain probably short-circuiting from the sudden question. Internally, she panicked. Wait, what book was I even reading? Did I skip the middle part? He decided to test her on a phrase, and she managed to BS her way through it with a decent explanation about courage in war. He then asked about a phrase involving wine and the death of a god, and she pivoted to a much more festive interpretation about drinking until death. The emperor just sighed, realizing his daughter was a unique brand of special. He finally dismissed her to go play, and Yeyul didn't need to be told twice. She wandered outside, enjoying her freedom from the boring lessons. She ran into her sister, Yeyul, who looked like she'd just been through a war zone. Yeyul was looking particularly disheveled and upset. She grabbed Yeyul, demanding to borrow her pet tiger, Snowball, for a mission. Apparently, some commoner kids had been teasing her outside the palace walls. Yeyul was shocked that anyone would dare bully her sister, and the two immediately headed out for revenge. They found the group of kids in a back alley near the market. Yeyul pointed out the spot where they'd stolen her red bean bun right out of her hands. She explained that the kids had set dogs on her, and she'd been too scared to fight back in her commoner clothes. She pulled out a massive wooden club, telling Yeyul to use it for defense. Yeyul tried to play the voice of reason, suggesting they stay calm unless things got violent. But Yeyul was already on the warpath, calling for Snowball to lead the charge. Suddenly, a rock whizzed past them, nearly taking Yeyul's head off. A group of street kids emerged from the shadows, mocking them for coming back. They stood there with a dog, looking completely unimpressed by the two princesses. Yeyul threatened to send them all to the dungeons, but they just laughed in her face. They didn't believe for a second that a real princess would be buying cheap street bread. Yeyul tried to call them out for bullying, but the leader just mocked her height. The kids called them an ugly squash and a tiny potato, which was the final straw. Yeyul decided that her no-violence rule was officially canceled. She hoisted the massive club over her head, her tiny arms shaking from the weight. With a mighty heave, she launched the log, and it landed a perfect bonk right on the leader's head. The boy collapsed, clutching a massive lump that was already starting to form. Internally, Yeyul smirked. Rule number 1, always take out the tank first. She stood over them, lecturing the kids on the difference between right and wrong. The leader, now sporting a massive bump, asked what she was going to do next. Yeyul demanded an apology and said she'd even waive the cost of the bun. To everyone's surprise, the boy actually agreed to apologize. He pointed out that she'd already hit him hard enough to call it even. The two sisters whispered to each other, wondering if they should still unleash Snowball or just make a run for it. Yeyul offered to let him hit her back to make things fair, but Snowball growled, making sure that wouldn't happen. The street kids were absolutely terrified of the cat and backed away in a hurry. The leader admitted he couldn't hit a girl because he didn't want to be a bully himself. He turned to his friends and commanded them to give the apology. They all bowed perfectly, apologizing for the stolen bun. The boys sighed, admitting they'd already eaten the bread, so they couldn't give it back. Yeyul just scoffed and tossed a handful of silver coins at them, telling them not to steal next time. The kids scrambled to pick up the coins, realizing it was real silver. The leader looked up in shock, unable to believe they were being given money after a fight. They were overjoyed, shouting that they could finally afford a doctor for their sick sister. Yeyul watched them celebrate over what she considered a tiny amount of pocket change. It was a sobering moment for her as she realized the harsh reality these kids were living in. Yeyul tries to play the hero by suggesting these street kids just head to the capital's orphanage if they're so desperate for cash. Naturally, the leader of the pack is completely blindsided by how out of touch these two are. He demands to know who they actually are, but Yeyul is about to make the biggest mistake of her life. Instead of staying low-key, she reaches into her robes to pull out something shiny. She flexes a literal gold bar and announces she's a princess, ignoring the massive death flags she just raised. Internally, Yeyul facepalmed, thinking, great, you just told a bunch of starving wolves that we're made of steak. The mood shifts instantly as the lead bully realizes he can't let this walking payday walk away. His crew grabs wooden clubs, ready to turn this encounter into a full-on mugging. Yeyul tries to act tough, telling them they should be thanking her for her mercy, but the bully leader is done with the imperial family's nonsense. The girls are officially cornered, and things are looking grim. Desperate, Yeyul calls out for a secret weapon. Snowball. Out of the shadows, a white tiger cub leaps forward with a roar that definitely isn't coming from a house cat. The bullies start panicking, realizing they've brought sticks to a tiger fight. Yeyul thinks she's finally got the upper hand now that her backup has arrived. She orders Snowball to teach these thugs a lesson they won't forget, but the leader isn't some low-level NPC. He pulls out a mysterious powder and blows it right at the cub. Snowball lets out a weak whimper and collapses into a nap mid-fight. Yeyul is fuming, accusing them of poisoning her pet while Yeyul tries to protect the cub. Before Yeyul can launch another attack, the guy pops a vial of knockout gas right in her face. Her vision starts to blur as the world goes sideways. The last thing she sees is the kidnapper's creepy smile as he realizes he's hit the jackpot. The sun sets over a remote village, and the scene changes to a dusty, rundown shack. Yeyul finally wakes up, dazed and confused in her new, less-than-royal surroundings. It doesn't take long for the realization to hit. She's been drugged, kidnapped, and stripped of her royal perk. Nearby, the kidnapper is actually tending to a sick girl, which is a weirdly wholesome twist for a guy who just committed a capital crime. He gently tries to get the girl to take her medicine, showing a softer side that Yeyul didn't expect. The sick girl is stubborn, complaining that the medicine always tastes like garbage. Suddenly, a rabbit in the corner lets out a massive sneeze, breaking the tension. The kidnapper notices Yeyul is finally back in the land of the living. He asks if she's hungry, but Yeyul isn't about to play nice with her captor. He offers her a steamed bun, which is a far cry from palace delicacies. He admits it's probably trash compared to what she's used to, but it's all they've got. Yeyul takes a bite and is hit with a wave of nostalgia from her past life when she was penniless. A stray dog wanders in, looking for scraps while she eats. She demands to know where Snowball is, and the guy tells her the tiger is fine as long as she behaves. She tries to negotiate for her freedom, promising her father will pay him off. The guy isn't interested in her deals and yanks her up, telling her to shut it. He rants about how princesses have no idea what the real world is like. He grabs her and drags her out, warning her not to even think about running if she wants to see her sister or her tiger again. They arrive at the Eastern Night Market, which is buzzing with activity. He drops a bowl in front of her and gives a simple command. Begin. Yeyul is confused, asking what exactly she's supposed to be beginning. He looks at her like she's slow and tells her to start begging for coins. Internally, she scoffed. You want a performance? I'll give you an Oscar-worthy sob story. She starts wailing about her dying baby sister, going full melodrama to attract a crowd. The kidnapper is absolutely mortified and immediately clamps his hand over her mouth. He tells her that screaming like a banshee isn't the vibe. She needs to just sit there and look pitiful. Surprisingly, the look cute and sad strategy actually works. People start dropping coins into the bowl, cooing over how adorable she is. Yeyul leans into the act, thanking everyone with her best innocent child face. She shows him the bowl full of cash, thinking this might be her ticket out. She asks if they can finally go home now that she's secured the bag. The guy just laughs, revealing that the money was never the main goal. He knows he's a dead man once the royals find out he took a princess, so he's planning to take someone down with him. He asks if she knows what the orphanage is really like. He hints that the place is a front for something way darker, making Yeyul flinch. Suddenly, he hears people approaching and mutes her with a touch. Internally, she panicked, wondering why her voice was gone and who was coming. A group of thugs and soldiers bustles through the market, looking for someone named O. The kidnapper grabs Yeyul and tries to make a break for it. One of the thugs tosses a wooden club with perfect aim. It catches the guy right in the back of the head with a satisfying ooh. They both go tumbling onto the stone pavement. Even while he's down, the kidnapper pulls Yeyul close, promising she won't be hurt. Yeyul is confused if he wanted to stay hidden. Why did he start running and draw all this attention? The thugs catch up and start laying into him with kicks. The leader of the thugs pauses, his eyes landing on Yeyul. He grabs her by the face, commenting on how adorable she is. The kidnapper tries to fight back, screaming for them to leave his little sister alone. He even bites one of them in a desperate attempt to protect her. The head thug just laughs, realizing he can sell her for a massive profit. He orders his men to pack them both up and ship them to the orphanage. Meanwhile, on a balcony nearby, some high-ranking nobles are having a quiet tea. They notice the commotion in the street below. A man named Anyan notes that kids escaping the orphanage is a common occurrence. He comments on how noisy the Imperial Guard is being this morning. Someone whispers a secret into the noble's ear, changing the entire mood. The noble's face goes cold as he stands up and orders everyone to follow him. Back at the orphanage, the thug is gloating about how Yeyul's silence makes her more valuable to certain buyers. He tells her not to worry because he'll take good care of her, but his creepy smile says otherwise. Suddenly, someone announces that a very honorable guest has arrived at the gates. The thug is confused but goes to check it out, seeing his men trembling in fear. He swishes back the curtain to see who's there. He's greeted by the sight of two massive, fully grown tigers that make Snowball look like a kitten. Standing behind them is a man in royal black and red robes, radiating pure final boss energy. The thug tries to play it cool, bowing and offering to find the man whatever he desires. The man just stares him down with a gaze that could kill. Thinking he's closing a deal, the thug brags that they do all sorts of illegal things under the radar. The royal slams his cup down, calling them helpless, selfish fools. Chaos erupts as the Imperial Guard swarms the building. A mysterious young man with blue eyes scoops Yeyul up, demanding to know who touched her. It turns out the big boss is Yeyul's father, the Emperor, and he's absolutely livid. The thug realizes he's been caught in 4K and starts shaking like a leaf. The Emperor tells the young man to take Yeyul away so she doesn't have to see the bloodbath that's about to happen. He gives the cold order to kill them all while the thug begs for mercy he doesn't deserve. The young man carries Yeyul to safety, comforting her as she cries. She looks up and realizes this is her older brother. She asks about the giant tiger, and he explains it's Biho, a beast her father has owned for years. Yeyul freezes as she processes something shocking. Internally, she screamed, "Wait, did he just call the Emperor by his full name? That's literally a death sentence." Her brother puts a finger to his lips, telling her to keep that little detail a secret. Exhausted from the trauma, Yeyul finally drifts off to sleep in his arms. Yuan spots them from across the courtyard, relieved that the nightmare is finally over. The rescue mission is officially over, and Yuan is absolutely losing her mind, checking Yeyul for any signs of a scratch. Yeyul is surprisingly chill about the whole kidnapping thing, telling her sister to back off before she gets her royal robes dirty. That doesn't stop Yuan from pulling her into a death grip, declaring she would have deleted everyone in the building if Yeyul had been hurt. Internally, Yeyul felt a bit smothered, thinking, okay, we get it, you're the protective type. The sisters finally trade some tissues to wipe away the waterworks. They share a quick laugh, but the wholesome moment is cut short. Yuan snaps back into aggro mode, demanding to know why the kidnapper was untied. She starts throwing a tantrum, but Yeyul tries to play peacemaker, suggesting the guy might have had a legit reason for his crimes. Yuan isn't buying the misunderstood villain trope, huffing that he was just using her sister for a personal vendetta. The kidnapper finally speaks up, asking if a princess's life is really worth more than a commoner's. He stares them down, looking like he's ready to drop some heavy lore. He reveals that his own sister died in this corrupt orphanage at age 8, and the staff just lied and blamed it on malaria. Yuan is momentarily stunned by the tragic backstory, but still points out that revenge doesn't justify kidnapping kids. The boy looks completely broken, admitting that he did want to kill the person responsible. He asks if true justice even exists, claiming that without his stunt, no one would have ever looked into the orphanage's dark secrets. Yeyul hits him with a reality check, explaining that the world isn't just black and white and that investigation was already underway. The boy is blindsided, wondering since when the kingdom actually gave a flying flip about orphans. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him. It's the uncle, and he looks like he's about to drop a massive truth bomb. He gives Yeyul a head pat, reassuring her that he's got things under control. He tells the boy that his father, General O, was actually a traitor, and the only reason the boy is still breathing is because the kingdom showed mercy. The kid loses it, screaming that his father was no traitor. Uncle understands the resentment, but reminds him that kidnapping royalty is a one-way ticket to a bad ending, though he promises to ask the king for a bit of leniency. As the guards start clearing out the orphanage, the boy realizes the place is finally shutting down. He looks genuinely worried about the other kids' futures. He's terrified they'll just be sold off to another abusive dump. Uncle reveals the Emperor's actual plan. The place will be rebuilt under new management, and the kids will be placed with families who actually care. The boy is so relieved he starts sobbing, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. He falls to his knees, accepting whatever punishment comes his way now that the children are safe. With the drama winding down, Yeyul spots Snowball looking cute as ever. Her older brother gives her a gentle pat, holding the kitten like it's the most precious thing in the world. Yeyul beams, feeling lucky to have her whole family, dad, uncle, and her siblings all in one place. The Emperor reaches out and grabs her hand. He tells her it's time to head home, and Yeyul couldn't agree more. Back at the palace, the night is quiet, but the staff is still in a panic. Yeyul gets a much-needed bath while her maid cries enough tears to fill the tub. The maid mentions that the Emperor was so stressed out he skipped his morning meetings for 2 whole days. Internally, Yeyul winced. I'm definitely grounded. After being dried off and dressed, the maid reminds her just how much her father loves her. Yeyul knows, but she also knows she's in for a serious lecture. She enters the room to find her father sitting there looking like a final boss. She immediately goes for the tactical hug, hoping cuteness will save her. He checks her over for injuries, his voice full of worry, but then his tone shifts, pointing out that this is the second time she's pulled a stunt like this. Yeyul puts on her best "I'm sorry" face, promising she'll never sneak out again. He doesn't look convinced, asking if she's just telling him what he wants to hear. To prove she's serious, she bets 2 whole months of studying in his office if she breaks her word. He accepts the deal, warning her there won't be a third time. Yeyul nods frantically, looking like a guilty bunny. She then asks what's going to happen to the thugs from the orphanage. The Emperor's face goes cold as he says they'll all be executed. Yeyul is shook, asking if he means everyone. He confirms a full investigation is coming, but then she brings up the boy who helped her. The Emperor doesn't hesitate. He says the boy is getting the axe too. A heavy silence fills the room. Yeyul tries to argue that the boy only did it to expose the truth. Her father pats her head, explaining that a nation needs rules to function, and he can't have people kidnapping princesses just to make a point. Yeyul isn't giving up, wondering if the law has to be so rigid. She sees a flicker of doubt in his eyes and realizes there's still a chance to save the kid. She uses some pro-level manipulation, mentioning that Uncle already asked for the boy to be spared, and that killing him would make the Emperor look bad compared to his merciful brother. She leans into the worried daughter act, saying the people might compare them. Internally, the Emperor realizes his daughter is actually looking out for his reputation. He tells her he'll mull it over, which is basically a win in Yale's book. She celebrates with a quick kiss on his cheek, and just like that, the crisis is averted. The next day at the palace is much more peaceful. They sit down for a massive feast, and Yeyul watches Snowball play with a much larger tiger. Her father gets all sentimental, realizing that children are bound to grow up eventually. Yeyul reassures him that growing up doesn't mean she'll love him any less. He gives her a rare, genuine smile. He mentions she'll be 6 this winter and asks if she'll stay by his side even when she's older. Yeyul agrees instantly. It's a promise, sealed with a head pat and a lot of warm fuzzies. Spring arrives at the palace, and it's time for the annual field trip. Yeyul is heading out for 2 weeks, and her maid is already having separation anxiety. The 6th prince arrives to escort her, looking like a total Chad in his traveling gear. But before they can leave, they're intercepted by the older brother. He looks down at Yeyul with his usual intensity. He starts acting like a total helicopter parent, asking if Dad actually gave permission for her to go without a servant. Yeyul explains it's a scholar trip, but she's curious why he's there. He claims he was just in the area, but then he pulls out Snowball, saying the kitten missed her. Yeyul is touched, but the 6th prince is getting impatient. He grabs Yeyul's hand, telling the older brother they're on a tight schedule. The older brother doesn't care, nagging Yeyul to layer up because spring is chilly and not to get lost. Internally, Yeyul is like, since when did he become such a nag? As she walks away, the older brother looks a bit slumped, sad that she hasn't called him big brother yet. The carriage is ready to roll. Yuan is already inside, but the 6th prince he'd rather ride on horseback than be stuck in a cramped carriage with the girls. Yeyul watches him walk away, wondering why he's acting so stiff. Once inside, Yuan asks if the older brother was being a jerk again. Yeyul defends him, saying he's actually not that bad and she kind of likes him. Yuan smirks, jokingly asking if she likes him enough to marry him. Suddenly, the carriage curtain slides open, revealing the 6th prince, who definitely heard that, and he does not look happy about it. The carriage vibes are immediately ruined when Princess Yuan calls out the 6th prince for trying to crash their ride. She's basically telling him to get lost, but the guy is a professional at being a third wheel. He pulls the oldest trick in the book, claiming his horse suddenly feels unwell, and he just has to hitch a ride with the girls. Outside, the actual horse is looking like it's seen a ghost while its rider tries to keep it from collapsing. To make things even more awkward, the prince mentions he heard rumors about Yeyul being married off, giving her hair a little yank just to get a reaction. Meanwhile, back at the Noon Palace, the atmosphere is looking pretty aesthetic, but the mood is total trash. The Emperor is currently in his feelings, face-palming, because he was too busy to see his daughters off. His attendant tries to cheer him up, mentioning that Yeyul seems super mature and hyped to leave with the 6th prince. This backfires immediately, making the Emperor look like he's about to have a villain origin story. The poor attendant realizes he's cooked and drops to the floor, begging for mercy for his loose tongue. The Emperor slumps over, trying to convince himself that it's normal for a kid to want new experiences. The attendant doubles down on the damage control, claiming he saw Yeyul looking out the window like she missed her dad already. But then he mentions she only smiled after eating some tanghulu from the Duke, and the Emperor goes completely stiff. His aura darkens instantly as he demands to know why the Duke is interfering with his daughter's snack schedule. The attendant flinches, reminding him that the Duke submitted all his paperwork and was cleared for duty. The Emperor isn't having it and demands the Duke be brought to him right now. He even lets out a toxic smirk, wondering if the man is dead yet. When he finds out the Duke also left for the trip, he loses absolute mind. Out in the countryside, the scenery is a total 10 out of 10 with cherry blossoms everywhere. The 6th prince gently wakes Yeyul up, telling her they've finally arrived. Yeyul is still half asleep, rubbing her eyes and wondering where her sister went. He helps her out of the carriage, and she's immediately blindsided by the view. That awe turns to pure horror when she sees the massive mountain of stairs they have to climb. The prince explains this place is for the elite and tells her they need to hurry to catch up with official Jin. Seeing her struggle, he offers to carry her if she gets tired, making him look like the ultimate doting brother. Suddenly, a wild uncle appears, moving at max speed. He snatches Yeyul up before the prince can even blink, asking why she didn't wait for her favorite uncle. He hugs her close, calling the sixth prince useless while Yeyul basks in the attention. Jin then looks at the prince with a smug grin, asking if he wants a piggyback ride too since he's looking so pathetic. The prince grits his teeth, but then decides to choose violence by acting like a cute kid to mess with Jin's head. He accepts the offer with a creepy sweet smile that leaves Jin questioning his life choices. The kid goes full Yuo, asking for a lift while Yeyul watches the chaos unfold. By the time they reach the top, Jin is physically checked out, leaning on a bridge while his back screams for mercy. Yeyul tells him he should probably rest before he turns into a fossil. Jin tries to act tough, throwing shade at the emperor by saying he's healthy unlike her lazy father. Back at the palace, the emperor lets out a massive sneeze, proving that someone is definitely talking smack. He decides right then and there that he's going to sneak out in commoner clothes to walk among his people. Night falls over the temple, looking peaceful and quiet. But inside, Yuan is wide awake and whispering for Yeyul to get up. Yeyul is understandably confused about why they're having a sleepover meeting at midnight. Yuan hits her with a she and explains the situation. Apparently, the temple food is just grass and vibes, and Yuan is starving for real calories. She tells Yeyul to get dressed so they can go find actually edible. They tiptoe through the room, trying not to wake the other kids like they're on a stealth mission. They sneak into the backwoods and find a full-blown secret barbecue happening. The training boy is hyped to see Yeyul and offers her a massive chicken leg. But before she can take a bite, the sixth prince snatches it away like a pro-hater. He hands her a smaller skewer instead, claiming the chicken was too spicy for her. Yeyul is caught off guard by the sudden kindness, wondering why he's acting so protective. Another boy pipes up, revealing that the prince wasn't eating because he was waiting specifically for Yeyul to show up. Yuan isn't about to let the prince take all the credit, throwing hands and reminding everyone she's the one who brought her here. While the older kids bicker in the background, Yeyul asks the prince how he even knows how to cook. He casually mentions he learned it just to make sure she grows up healthy since temple food is a joke. He pinches her cheek, asking if she's surprised a royal would do lowly tasks for her. Yeyul gets emotional, realizing that while she had to survive on her own in her past life, this time she's actually loved. She tells him she loves her new life because everyone is so good to her. She slumps a bit, wishing things could stay this wholesome forever. The prince pats her head, promising he'll protect her no matter what. He vows to make sure she lives a comfortable life for as long as he's around. Internally, Yeyul knows the future is going to be messy, but she decides to just treasure the moment. She gives him a genuine beam, looking like the happiest kid on earth. The prince points up to the sky, showing her the view. It's a stunning night sky full of stars that hits different outside the city. Yeyul slips up, saying the air is fresh just like in the olden days. The prince gives her a suspicious look, so she pivots to a chibi style. I meant outside the palace, excuse. She asks if he's ever seen a sky this clear before. He gets a bit emo, saying he saw it when he was very young, but not since then, leaving Yeyul wondering what kind of secret backstory he's hiding. He offers to walk her back before they get caught. But it's too late. Uncle Jin is standing right there in the shadows, asking what they're doing in the woods. Everyone flinches like they just got caught in 4K by the principal. The other kids immediately make up lame excuses and bolt, leaving Yeyul and the prince to face the music. Jin just plops down next to them, looking way too chill for someone who just caught them sneaking out. He asks for a chicken leg, and the prince asks why he's even there. Jin claims he woke up to the smell of meat and didn't want to miss the feast. The prince hits him with a "we were going to invite you but thought you needed to rest your old back" burn. Jin's face goes dark as he realizes the kids are officially roasting him, and he silently vows to get his revenge later. Uncle Jin decides to spice up the night with a story to liven things up. The kids are totally down for it and tell him to go ahead. He starts by setting the scene in a time long, long ago. The story features a total failure of an official who loved ordering executions like they were happy meals. One day, a woman shows up to demand justice by banging on the court's drum. She begs for help, saying her husband went missing after telling her something suspicious. The official cold-bloodedly asks if her husband mentioned a murder and bribery case. The woman is completely blindsided by how he knows that specific detail. The official gets close and whispers that he killed the husband himself to keep the secret. But he isn't finished with his villain monologue just yet. He tells her to look at the drum, revealing that he literally skinned her husband to make it. Yeyul is absolutely traumatized by the dark twist, trembling at the thought of the poor woman hitting her own husband's skin. The sixth prince immediately steps in, covering Yeyul's ears and calling Uncle Jin out for being a menace. Uncle Jin just laughs it off, claiming it's just a prank story. Everyone is left feeling pretty awkward after that horror show. Yuan looks like she's seen a ghost and decides it's definitely time for bed. Uncle Jin tries to tease them for being scared, but Yuan insists she isn't. She claims she's just sleepy, though her face says otherwise. The sixth prince decides to take charge and walk Yeyul back himself. Yuan is a bit surprised by his protective streak, especially with the way he's looking at her. She tells them not to get lost as she heads off first. The prince leads Yeyul away, keeping a firm grip on her hand. Uncle Jin watches them go, telling the prince to take care of the scared little child. As they walk through the dark woods, Yeyul wonders why they are taking the scenic route. The prince claims this path is prettier than the main road. Internally, she scoffed. It's dark and windy. He's definitely just trying to scare me more. Suddenly, a rustling sound comes from the bushes. Yeyul loses her cool and screams, jumping right onto her brother. He asks what's wrong and she's convinced there's a snake waiting to strike. He teases her, asking if she's more afraid of snakes or the human skin drums from the story. He tells her there's nothing to worry about as long as he's there. When he asks what she's actually afraid of, her answer gets deep. She admits she's afraid of cutthroat politics and corrupt officials who treat people like garbage, just like the kidnapper from before. As they walk, the prince mentions that the kidnapper's sentence was announced that morning. He won't be executed, but he's being exiled 3,000 miles away. He asks if she's disappointed by the lack of a death sentence, but she shakes her head. He thinks she's way too kind for forgiving someone who snatched her. He even notes that if she were a boy, the emperor probably would have made her the crown prince by now. Internally, she mumbled, "If I were a boy, you guys wouldn't have a job to do." He pokes her cheek, asking what she just said. They continue their walk through the glowing forest. Yeyul finally asks if something happened between him and their father. He tries to brush it off as a thing of the past. When she presses him, he snaps that it has nothing to do with her. Internally, she realized he's definitely hurting, and it probably has to do with that weird disease on his face. To apologize for snapping, he pops a piece of candy into her mouth. He tells her to eat it and forgive him. Yeyul is easily bought off by the sugar and asks if it's from the palace. He looks at her warmly, noting it's from his personal stash, and that she's far too easy to please. He grabs her hand again to keep moving. Under the starry sky, he tells her never to make that cute, happy face toward anyone else. She just laughs and demands one more candy for the road. He gives in, telling her it's the very last one. They finally reach the temple gates where she's staying. She asks how he'll get back in the dark. He promises he's not far and watches her head inside first. As he walks away, he thinks about how he isn't supposed to make friends. Suddenly, the weather turns and it starts to rain. He looks up, feeling the drops, and thinks about how he needs to stay far away from her for her own safety. Suddenly, a hand taps him on the shoulder, catching him off guard. Inside, the rain is pouring down on the temple roof. Yeyul hears the raindrops and starts to worry. She wonders if her brother is still outside getting soaked and wants to bring him in. Before she can move, Yeyul jumps out and covers her mouth, telling her to be quiet. Yeyul warns her that someone is coming and they need to hide in bed immediately. They scramble to get under the covers. They peek out, wondering who is sneaking around. Yeyul notes it's not a monk on rounds because they don't have a candle, which means it's likely trouble. The footsteps get closer and stop right beside the bed. Outside, the rain continues to hammer the building. Yeyul is shaking under the blanket, thinking she's about to be assassinated. She's terrified that after escaping kidnappers, this is how she goes out. Suddenly, someone pokes her head and asks what she's thinking about. She realizes the voice belongs to her brother. He's standing there completely drenched, saying he just stepped in to wait out the storm. Yeyul notices Yeyul has already passed out from exhaustion. Since the rain isn't stopping, Yeyul innocently suggests he stay the night. The prince is visibly short-circuiting at the suggestion. He asks for clarification, and she tells him the bed is tight but it'll work. She points out they get along fine, so there's no issue. He blushes hard, totally caught off guard by her logic. She grabs his hand, calling them allies even if she doesn't know all his secrets yet. She forces him to lie down and covers him with the blanket, reminding him they have classes tomorrow. He lies there looking at her, thinking about how dangerously innocent she is. A dark memory flashes through his mind of a hooded man telling him the poison is growing, and he must get rid of the girl to stay on his path. His hand moves slowly toward her. He hovers it over her throat, thinking about how easy it would be to kill her right now. But then, Yeyul talks in her sleep, mumbling about her brother and candy. He realizes he can't go through with it and pulls his hand back. He reaches into his pouch instead. He admits defeat and puts a piece of candy in her mouth while she sleeps. Yeyul opens one eye as soon as he settles down. Internally, she panicked. Oof, he almost choked me out. I barely escaped that one. She realizes he's still incredibly wary of her and she needs to be more careful. However, she can't deny that the candy he gave her is top tier. He pulls her into a hug, telling her to just go to sleep. The next morning, the sun is shining bright. The kids are stuck in a long Buddhist lecture. Yeyul is struggling to stay awake while Yeyul whispers that she needs help. Yeyul points out a boy in green sitting nearby. She wants to know if Yeyul has seen him. The boy is Yu Sung, a pretty boy that Yeyul is totally crushing on. She promises Yeyul it's nothing illegal. She blushes and pulls out a love letter, begging Yeyul to deliver it for her. The sixth prince finally caves to the cuteness, handing over a candy like he's admitting defeat. He pops the treat into Yeyul's mouth, giving her a small smile as he tells the kid she wins this round. As they settle in for the night, the room goes silent and they drift off to sleep. Internally, Yeyul is sweating bullets because she knows he's still keeping his guard up. Even if the candy is top tier, she knows she has to play her cards right to earn his full trust. He pulls her in for a protective hug, ordering her to just go to sleep. Fast forward to the next morning under a clear blue sky. The kids are stuck listening to a monk's lecture, but Yeyul is struggling to stay awake while the monk drones on about the dead living again. Suddenly, Yeyul slides over with a secret mission. She points out a boy in the distance, asking if Yeyul has seen the guy in green. Sitting near the monk is the target of Yeyul's affection, looking way too focused on the prayer. His name is Song, a pretty boy who apparently thinks he's the main character, and Yeyul begs for help since they never see each other at school. Yeyul gets all shy, looking like she's about to burst from a crush. She slips Yeyul a letter, begging her to be the delivery girl for her secret confession. Once break time hits, Yeyul spots him alone and pushes Yeyul into the line of fire. But alone was a total lie, because the guy is currently being mobbed by a swarm of girls giving him fragrance sachets and portraits. Yeyul is already over it, wondering why she even agreed to this when the competition is this fierce. Internally, she scoffed. This guy isn't even that mid, my older brother is way more of a snack. Yuan, however, is deep in her feelings and insists this is the one. With a sigh, Yeyul accepts the mission with zero guarantees of success. She tries to squeeze through the crowd of fangirls to reach the beauty in green. Suddenly, his attendant comes running back, stressed out that his master is already surrounded. He starts grabbing all the gifts, telling everyone to back off because his master wants peace and quiet. As the crowd is cleared away, Yeyul manages to poke the guy's back to get his attention. He turns around with a look that says he's way too cool for anyone in this temple. He stares down at the tiny princess, asking for her name while she stands there sweating under the pressure. The attendant thinks it's cute that even a little girl wants his master's attention, but Yeyul tries to explain it's just a letter. Without even looking at it, Sung tells her to take it back and leave. Yeyul is stunned by the blatant disrespect, wondering what her sister even sees in him. She tries one more time, asking him to just take it for her sister's sake without even reading it. The guy just looks down and tells her she's not his type. He goes full savage, telling her she's too short and he's not interested. Yeyul is ready to catch a case for that insult, but he claims he's just speaking the truth. He gives her a cold swish of his hair, telling her to come back when she hits a growth spurt. Yeyul is absolutely flabbergasted by the audacity. Suddenly, a shadow looms over the pretty boy as someone taps his shoulder. A massive guy steps in, demanding an immediate apology for the disrespect. This is Dulcin, and he looks like he's about to fold this kid like laundry. Sung tries to act tough, asking who he thinks he is. Yeyul is relieved to see her backup has arrived to save her from the roast. Sung tries to pull the "Do you know who I am" card, looking for a fight. Yeyul whispers to Dulcin that the kid is the son of someone powerful, and they should maybe back down. But the pretty boy just tries to walk away with a smug smirk. Dulcin isn't having it and grabs him, stating he'll take whatever consequences come his way. He forces the boy to stop, demanding an apology for treating her this way. Realizing he's outmatched, Sung shoots a death glare. He finally offers a half-hearted apology and a shrug. Dulcin and Yeyul share a wholesome moment of victory now the jerk has been humbled. Yeyul calmly hands over the letter, telling him it's from her sister, and she doesn't care what he does with it. The boy finally realizes he misunderstood and apologizes properly. Yeyul gets the last laugh, waving him off and telling him he's not her typey anyway. She walks away with Dulcin, leaving the pretty boy stunned and staring at her. They head down the stairs, unaware they're being watched by high-level spectators. Nearby, some ladies are gossiping about how the little girl just rejected the most popular guy in the area. Uncle Jin is hiding in the bushes, wondering what kind of men the princess actually likes. He starts doing some mental math, worried about Yeyul writing love letters at such a young age. He considers stepping in to save her from this tough situation. But then he notices someone else is already there, and it's not looking good. The emperor has arrived, and he looks like he's about to start a war over his daughter. He stares down at the boy, asking who the heck he is. The servant explains he's Song, the son of a high-ranking general. The emperor is absolutely fuming, ordering the general to keep his son on a leash so he stops flirting with young girls. The servant can only nod in terror at the emperor's rage. Back in the student's room, Yuan is hyped that the letter was finally delivered. Yeyul is sitting there with a grim expression, realizing she's heard that name before. Yuan is just happy her feelings are out there and hopes he knows how she feels. Yeyul tries to warn her that the guy is unkind and not even that handsome. Yuan dismisses her, saying she's too young and that she plans to marry him one day. Suddenly, the realization hits Yeyul like a truck. She remembers the original novel where Sung turns out to be a total monster. In the original story, a 16-year-old Yuan begs the Tyrant Emperor to let her marry him. She was ready to give up everything for him, but it was a death flag. The memories of the novel's dark ending flash through her mind. It shows Yuan in a wedding gown, looking hopeful on her big day. Right after the wedding, Sung reveals he has a mistress named Hyojung. He only married Yuan for her status, and he even tries to take her child away, claiming Yuan isn't fit to be a mother. The nightmare gets worse as he literally sees Yuan's chest to use her blood to cure his mistress. Yuan dies in agony, hating him with her last breath. And the worst part? Nobody cared because the country was under attack. Yeyul clenches her fists, determined to save her sister from this trash-tier ending. Yuan notices her mood and asks if she really dislikes the guy that much. Yeyul grabs her arms, begging her to trust her that he's a terrible match. Yuan argues that he's high status, so he must be a good fit. Yeyul decides to use a different tactic, telling her not to lose the forest for the trees. Yuan is confused, so Yeyul starts the brainwashing process. She tells Yuan she should see at least 100 men before picking one, making sure they aren't short or ugly. The scene outside is peaceful as the re-education continues. Little does she know, the Emperor and Uncle Jin are listening at the door with dark expressions. Yeyul keeps going, asking Yuan if she's worried about people gossiping. She points out that their father spends time with multiple women, so why can't they? Yuan is completely sold on the idea, eyes sparkling as the brainwashing hits 100%. They decide to stay with their father as long as possible and delay marriage. They plan to have their father and brothers find them the handsomest men in the kingdom. They lie down together, dreaming of a future full of flowers. But then a cold voice asks if they really want to wait that long to get married. The girls' eyes go wide with shock at the sudden voice. They turn around to see the Emperor and Uncle Jin standing there, looking like they're ready to interrogate them about this. Multiple handsome men plan. The girls are absolutely bricking it when their father looms over them like a final boss after overhearing their dating plans. Yeyul tries to hide her face, thinking this is the worst possible timing for a surprise visit from the big man himself. The Emperor drops a cold, "What did you just say?" And his face says he's about to start a literal crusade against every boy in the Empire. Yeyul immediately activates her survival instincts and starts the waterworks, apologizing for her unprincess-like behavior. But the Emperor isn't buying the fake tears and pinches her cheek, making her wonder if her short-second life is already over. Internally, she panicked. Is this how I go out? He demands to know what she did wrong, and she admits she said things she shouldn't have to her sister. She even confesses she shouldn't have talked about boys, hoping for a lighter sentence. Instead, the Emperor loses it, demanding to know what exactly she said while Yeyul whispers that he likes boys too. He stares her down with a look that could melt steel. She immediately backtracks, claiming it was nothing, but he's not deaf and he's definitely not happy. Yeyul is internally screaming abort mission, and wonders if she can actually make a run for it. The Emperor then summons Yuan to join the firing line, and she looks like she just saw a ghost. He stands there like a disappointed CEO, declaring that he's clearly spoiled them both way too much. Uncle Jin tries to play favorites, suggesting Yeyul is just a victim of Yuan's bad influence. The Emperor nods along, agreeing that the older sister failed as a role model. But before Uncle Jin can celebrate, the Emperor tells him to get on his knees too, because he's clearly part of the problem. As night falls over the temple, the Emperor sits back with his tea, looking like a total menace. The three criminals are forced to write apology letters, and Yeyul is so desperate she tries to copy her sister's work. It's a sad sight, three grown-ish people and a toddler being humbled by one man. The Emperor reviews Yeyul's letter and roasts her for having trash handwriting and signing the wrong name. He eventually sighs and tells the girls to go to bed before they make more mistakes. He dismisses his brother too, who's clearly over the whole situation. Uncle Jin is offended that the Emperor didn't even read his long-winded apology. But the Emperor doesn't care, he's got dad duties and wants to tuck his daughters in. Uncle Jin calls him out, asking if the palace even knows he's gone. He jokes that the officials will have a collective heart attack if they find out the Emperor went AWOL. The Emperor snaps that he snuck out on purpose, but Jin knows the truth. He just missed his favorite daughter. He calls the Emperor out for overreacting to Yeyul's dating talk, seeing right through the tough guy act. The Emperor threatens to silence him forever if he keeps talking. Jin just laughs it off, knowing he hit a nerve. The temple goes quiet as everyone settles in. The Emperor heads to Yeyul's room, but she hears him coming and decides to play dead, hoping he won't start another lecture. To the Emperor, though, she looks like a tiny little dumpling. He sits on the bed, questioning if she's actually asleep. He notes how much she's grown, sounding like a typical sentimental dad. Then he gets to the real issue. Does she really want all those men? He's terrified she'll get married and leave him in the dust. Internally, Yeyul realizes his earlier anger was just him being a total girl dad who's not ready for his daughter to grow up. He leans in close, whispering about the promise she made not to leave him. Yeyul peeks out from the covers, promising she's still staying. He catches her being awake, and she doubles down, saying she'll live at the palace forever so he can keep taking care of her. He calls her a liar but gives her a kiss anyway. She asks him to promise they'll stay together, and he agrees with a rare smile. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as the sixth prince shows up. The Emperor gives him a dry, "Hello, son." The brother looks like he's in a mood, and Yeyul wonders if he's still salty about getting soaked the night before. He bows and asks if the Emperor is there secretly, which gets a tired yes in response. The Emperor tells the prince to look after Yeyul and not be so stiff. Then, because he's a chaos agent, the Emperor mentions the love letter Yeyul supposedly gave to a boy. He tells her to explain it to her brother and then dips, leaving Yeyul to deal with the fallout alone. The brother sits down ready for the tea. Yeyul tries to play it off with a shrug, asking tell you what. He gives her a look that says he's not leaving until he gets the facts. Realizing she's cornered, she decides to throw Yuan under the bus, admitting the letter was actually from her sister. The brother starts pouring some tea while processing the news. He's confused why Yuan would like Yusung since his family isn't even that powerful. Yeyul chugs her tea as he asks if Yusung is secretly in love with someone else. When he asks how she knows so much about him, she nearly chokes and spits her tea everywhere. Internally, she knows she can't just say, "I read the book," because he'd never believe her. So she pivots to character assassination, claiming Yu Sung is actually ugly. She starts spreading rumors she definitely didn't just make up on the spot. She describes him as a rat-eyed, monkey-cheeked idiot, leaving the prince totally baffled. She begs her brother to help her split them up for Yuan's own good. Surprisingly, he agrees, making Yeyul think this is way easier than she expected. But the vibe gets awkward as they hold hands. He clears his throat and says they should focus on making Yuan lose interest naturally. Yeyul is all for it, but then he asks how old she is again. He admits he keeps forgetting she's a toddler because she talks like a grown woman. He calls her out for talking about husbands and concubines at only 6 years old. Yeyul tries to slide away, but he pins her down, demanding answers. He's got that "I know you're hiding something" look. He asks her point blank how many male concubines she plans to have. Panic mode activated, she says just one to appease him. He grins, and Yeyul immediately realizes she said the wrong thing. She frantically screams that she doesn't need anyone as long as she has him. He finally lets her go and stands up. But the drama is far from over. Yeyul is trying to play it cool, but her brother is literally short-circuiting from embarrassment. She didn't expect him to be sensitive about her accidental dating talk. He goes full overprotective mode, telling her she's way too young to even mention concubine. Internally, she rolled her eyes. "Look in the mirror, buddy, you're the one acting like a drama queen." He's so tense he's practically vibrating with rage. Suddenly, he decides he's done with the lecture and just flops down to sleep. Yeyul is totally blindsided because the guy has his own room, yet he's squatting in hers. He catches her blinking in confusion, and the awkwardness is off the charts. She tries to protest, but he's not budging from his spot. Deciding to make the best of a weird situation, she goes in for a cuddle, making him wonder if she's actually just a sweet kid. She claims he smells amazing, making him lose his composure for a second. But it's a total trap. She's actually just fumbling around his clothes looking for his secret stash of sweets. He realizes she's just a tiny sugar addict using him for snacks. Karma hits her fast, though, when she suddenly feels a sharp pain in her mouth. He goes into doctor mode immediately to inspect the damage. She lets out a pathetic "ah" while he investigates the situation. It turns out her baby tooth is just ready to quit, and he blames her candy obsession. Then, he gets the brilliant idea to manually eject the tooth right then and there. Yeyul isn't having it and tries to crawl to safety as fast as possible. He tells her to get back there, promising he won't do anything painful. He offers her more candy as a peace offering to lure her back. It's a piece of pulled taffy, and she falls for the bait instantly. He tells her to chew like her life depends on it. Internally, she was suspicious. Why is he in such a rush for me to savor this? The realization hits as the sticky taffy does its job. Her tooth is officially stuck in the candy, and she's caught in 4K looking like gap-toothed gremlin. She starts wailing at the top of her lungs, but he's just vibe-checking her, telling her to pipe down because everyone is asleep. Later, they head outside, and he tries to be a supportive big brother, saying it'll grow back. She's still fuming about her missing tooth and the betrayal. She's not actually sad about the tooth. She's just angry he tricked her into a dental procedure. He gives her some head pats and talks about growing pains. She decides to forgive him for now, but only because he's a top-tier visual. The next morning at breakfast, the gossip is already spreading. Her sister brings up the missing tooth, but Yeyul is more concerned about her confiscated candy stash. Dawson sees her moping and tries to cheer her up. He's got a secret in his hand and tells hers if she can guess what it is. It's more taffy, and Yeyul is ready to risk it all for another hit of sugar. But the fun is cut short when the fun police brother shows up. He spots the candy immediately. He snatches it away before she can even take a single bite. He's basically being a total buzzkill, reminding her of her dental health. He tells her to stick to eating tofu instead. Then he drops the news that they are scheduled for temple cleaning duty. Yeyul heads to the 3rd floor, dragging her feet because she's penniless and out of candy. Dawson tries to be a bro and offer to do her work for her. She insists on helping, even if she knows she's vertically challenged. He hoists her up on his shoulders so she can reach the high beams. She spots a massive spiderweb in the corner. Armed with a rag, she prepares for battle. They move around like a giant cleaning robot, navigating the room. She wipes away the web with a "be gone" while cleaning. They decide to peek around a corner to see what's happening. They spot a girl with a feather duster cornering the 6th prince. Dawson points out that her brother is being his usual rude self to the girl. Yeyul doesn't want to go say hello because she's still salty about her candy. The prince flinches as if he senses someone watching him. The girl starts pouring her heart out, confessing she's loved him forever. He just stands there looking bored out of his mind. She's blushing and begging to just be his concubine. He yanks his sleeve away, telling her not to touch him. He mocks her love with a cold smile. She's practically in tears, willing to take any position just to be near him. He questions if she even knows who he really is. Back to the cleaning, Yeyul is aggressively scrubbing with a towel. Dawson asks if she's upset because of the other girl, but she denies it. Internally, she's confused why she's even annoyed about it. She tells Dawson she just has other brothers to worry about and doesn't want to see him. Dawson just nods along, clearly not buying her excuse. Suddenly, she demands to know if he has more candy. He's hesitant because of her teeth, but she pops one in anyway. He gives up and goes to get more clean water. Yeyul starts browsing the shelves and sees a bunch of military strategy books. She recognizes the 4 national military strategies and gets excited. She tries to reach it, but her height is a major debuff. A hand reaches over her head to grab the book. Someone snatches the prize right out of her reach. It's her brother, sporting a smug grin. She's annoyed he's here instead of with his little fan club. He pins her against the shelf, asking why she isn't saying hello. He asks if she's still angry. He offers a sarcastic apology for interrupting her mood. She tells him to go back to his cleaning and tries to take the book. He asks if she was actually going to give this to him. She lies through her teeth, saying it was for someone else. He holds it high above his head, teasing her about who this mysterious someone could be. The sixth prince is currently in his feelings, throwing a massive amount of shade with a side of smirking judgment. He tosses a notebook aside, demanding to know if Yeyul likes her helper Dalson more than her own flesh and blood. He hits her with the ultimate fine, be that way energy, claiming she has plenty of other brothers and clearly doesn't need him around. Yeyul is absolutely blindsided, realizing her brother was definitely eavesdropping on her private conversation. To keep the peace, she's forced to go full adorable little sister mode, clinging to him and swearing he's the only brother she needs. He gives a half-hearted, have it your way before walking off, leaving a trail of salt in his wake. Internally, she fumed. Why is this petty middle schooler energy winning right now? Meanwhile, the Emperor is trying to keep it together as the sun sets on another day of royal stress. He dismisses Yuan after a lecture, looking like he needs a 5-year vacation. Internally, the princess cringed, note to self, never write a love letter if it leads to this much trauma. Just as he thinks he's done, his staff hauls in a literal treasure chest overflowing with imperial scrolls. He tells the girls to go grab dinner while he deals with the paperwork mountain. As soon as the kids are out of earshot, the Emperor's customer service voice disappears. He's fuming because he specifically asked for a low-profile mission, yet here they are with enough scrolls to start a library. The poor official is shaking like a leaf, explaining that the coachman practically broke the sound barrier to deliver these important documents. The Emperor slams his hand down in frustration, while the official begs for his life. Rubbing his temples, he demands to know where his brother is, probably hoping for some backup. Unfortunately, his brother ditched the temple early to go live among the people, which is royal code for I'm on vacation, leave a message. The Emperor is low-key jealous of his brother's leisurely lifestyle. He starts lecturing the official with a scroll, looking like he's about to lose his cool entirely. Suddenly, Yeyul peeks into the room, catching the chaos in 4K. She asks if he's too busy for a quick chat, and the Emperor's Tyrant mode instantly deactivates. He softens immediately, welcoming his favorite daughter into the room. He scoops her up, asking if she's eaten yet, while she prepares to drop a request. She asks for permission to join the scavenger hunt tomorrow, giving him her best puppy dog eyes. He agrees but tells her not to push herself and to keep the Find My Princess GPS active. He sends her off to bed, reminding her that her sister is waiting. The moment she leaves, he orders the guards to double the security in the backwoods, because his overprotective dad settings are permanently set to maximum. Back at the dorms, Yuan is shook that Yeyul actually wants to go into the woods. She reveals that in all her time there, she's never touched that activity. When Yeyul asks why, Yuan drops the ultimate death flag. The backwoods are haunted. She shushes Yeyul and drags her under the blankets for a spooky tea session. She recounts a story their uncle told about a monk who met a woman waiting for her hunter husband in the woods. They waited for 7 days, but no husband showed up. Yeyul thinks she sees where this is going, but Yuan tells her to keep listening. On the 8th day, the monk finally asked why the husband was so late. The woman slowly turned around and revealed she'd been waiting for 200 years. Yuan is absolutely terrified by her own story, but Yeyul just stares at her. Yuan starts screaming and rolling around in her blankets like a burrito of pure fear. Yeyul actually starts laughing, admitting she heard that same urban legend in her past life. Yuan stops mid-roll, confused by how a toddler has heard centuries-old ghost stories. Yeyul realizes she's accidentally leaked her maturity again and tries to play it off. Yuan isn't buying it and continues to scream into the night. The next day, the scavenger hunt is officially on. Yuan is already out of breath, just getting to the starting line. They start gossiping about a girl who allegedly mad, after seeing a ghost the same girl who tried to confess to the sixth prince. Yuan jokes that the prince probably just pretended to be a ghost to scare her off because he's that much of a menace. Suddenly, a cold voice behind them asks why it's taking so long to grab a bag. Yeyul freezes, realizing the prince just caught them talking trash. The official announces that the hunt will last 2 days, and everyone needs a partner to find the hidden treasure. The prince snatches Yeyul's bag before she can even blink. He drags her toward the woods, while she waves a hasty goodbye to her sister. Yuan yells after them, telling him to actually take care of her for once. Deep in the woods, Yeyul is struggling to keep up with her short toddler legs. The prince is still in his feelings, acting like the title of older brother is a personal insult. Yeyul realizes the petty prince is still holding a grudge from yesterday. She tries to apologize, admitting she was just upset about a secret matter. This piques his interest immediately. Internally, she sighed. How am I supposed to explain that I was low-key jealous seeing him with that girl? He tries to act like he doesn't care, but the tension is thick. He walks ahead, reminding her yet again that she has plenty of other brothers to go bother if she's going to be difficult. After pulling the only true older brother card to fix the sixth prince's mood, Yeyul manages to stop him in his tracks. He turns around, looking dead serious as he asks if she actually understands the weight of those words. As he pats her head, he wonders if she's a total airhead or if she's just playing him like a fiddle. Yeyul doubles down, claiming she knows the difference between a casual friend and a ride-or-die ally. The prince picks her up, muttering that his forgiveness isn't cheap, but internally, she's already celebrating because she knows he's totally folded. He sets her down on a rock like she's fragile cargo and tells her to stay put. He's heading off to secure some food and see if he can sniff out any clues for the treasure hunt. Before dipping, he surprises her with a quick forehead kiss that caught her completely off guard. She waves him off with a smile, acting like the perfect little sister. But as the sun starts to set, the vibes get significantly creepier and Yeyul starts checking her watch. She begins spiraling, wondering if some wild animal decided to turn the prince into a snack. Eventually, she can't take the suspense and hops off her rock, terrified that he might have actually ghosted her. Every rustle in the bushes feels like a death flag. She flinches at every sound, her survival instincts screaming at maximum volume. She starts trembling, realizing she never actually learned how to climb a tree to escape a predator. Suddenly, someone taps her shoulder and she nearly jumps out of her skin. It's just the prince, casually holding a couple of fish for dinner. Yeyul bursts into tears, sobbing about how she thought he'd been eaten by a pack of wolves. He looks at her like she's lost her mind and asks where exactly these supposed wolves are. She points a shaking finger toward the beast in the bushes. It turns out her wolf was just a tiny, confused bunny rabbit. The silence that follows is absolutely deafening. The prince can't help but roast her, pointing out that she didn't even blink during a kidnapping but is now shaking over a fluffy herbivore. Internally, she's dying of embarrassment while he brags about finding the clues and the fish. The mention of food instantly cures her trauma, and she's back to being a happy camper. He tells her to stay put while he gathers firewood, but Yeyul isn't taking any chances. She insists on following him because being alone in these woods is a hard pass. They eventually settle down by a cozy campfire under the moonlight. She puts on a brave face, claiming the fire has her feeling perfectly warm. Then, she asks about the local legend of the girl who allegedly went mad in these woods. The prince leans in, asking for the specific tea she heard. She explains that the girl supposedly saw a ghost and lost her marbles. He decides to troll her, asking what she'd do if he turned out to be that very ghost. Even though she's shaking like a leaf, she tells him she isn't afraid of him at all. He gives her a rare, genuine smile, showing a side he usually keeps hidden. He admits he's not a fan of people getting too close, but Yeyul can see right through his edgy lunner act. Internally, she scoffs. I bet this guy cries himself to sleep after a nightmare. Morning eventually comes, marking a new day for their scavenger hunt. Yeyul wakes up on a log, looking like she barely survived the night. She spots the prince moving through the brush in the distance. She calls out to him, but something catches her eye. A dark shadow suddenly zips past, making her flinch in confusion. She rubs her eyes, wondering if she's just hallucinating from lack of sleep. She asks the prince if he was alone just now, her suspicion peaking. She quickly pivots, claiming it was just a dream so she doesn't accidentally spill whatever secret he's hiding. He tells her to go wash up so they can finally secure the treasure. They set off through the forest, holding hands to make sure nobody gets lost. Another rabbit suddenly jumps out of the bushes, making Yeyul jump. This one is actually tied up, and the prince tells her to use her brain to figure out why. She realizes he's been using these rabbits as a DIY navigation system to mark the path. She shakes up the bunny, following the trail of markers. She finds a rope tied to a tree near a suspicious rock. Then she notices a patch of dirt that looks like it was recently disturbed. She starts digging with her bare hands, determined to find the loot. She pulls out a clue and gets some well-deserved praise from her brother. Internally, she knows he probably found this yesterday and rigged the whole thing just so she could feel accomplished. The clue reads, bright moon, dim stars, and she starts overanalyzing it like a pro. She reminds herself that this hunt was designed for toddlers, so it shouldn't be that deep. She quickly deduces that they need to head south based on the riddle. She grabs his hand, ready to speedrun the rest of the hunt. By noon, the prince ends up carrying her because her tiny legs just aren't built for this much cardio. They eventually stumble upon a massive, ominous cave entrance. They stand there for a moment, weighing the pros and cons of entering a literal hole in the ground. He asks if she's actually down to go inside. She has a brief flashback to her father's warnings about wild predators, but she decides to send it anyway. She declares she's not a scaredy cat and clenches her fists in determination. The prince promises to protect her with his life, which is a bit dramatic, but she'll take it. They hold hands and step into the darkness together. Inside, they find a torch already burning on the wall, proving they aren't the only ones here. He grabs the torch and tells her to stick close if she gets cold feet. They head deeper into the cavern, the atmosphere getting heavier by the second. The path gets narrower as they descend into the unknown. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over Yeyul from behind. The prince looks back and his face completely drops in shock. Before she can react, someone claps a hand over her mouth. Yeyul's world starts to spin as she feels her consciousness slipping away. The last thing she sees is the prince's panicked face as she completely blacks out. Deep in the damp shadows of a cave, the sound of rhythmic dripping echoes against the stone walls. Princess Yeyul slowly begins to stir from her forced nap, her head still feeling a bit fuzzy. She blinks her eyes open, trying to make sense of her dark and unfamiliar surroundings. Internally, she groaned, "Are you serious? Kidnapped again. This is getting repetitive." She isn't the only one caught in this mess, as the vizier's children are also slumped over nearby, totally out cold. Across the room, a group of rough-looking men are living their best lives, feasting on pig trotters and wine like they're at a victory banquet. Looking at their rugged gear and lack of manners, it's obvious these guys are mountain bandits. Yeyul's heart skips a beat as she suddenly remembers her older brother was right beside her when the lights went out. Before she can make a sound, a hand suddenly clamps over her mouth, silencing her. It's the sixth prince, looking remarkably composed despite the situation. He starts working on her ropes, mentioning that the other captives are the vizier's children from Gyeongsang. The bandits are busy bragging about the gold they'll get and the pretty wives they'll buy, completely oblivious to the jailbreak happening in the corner. The leader even delivers a quick smack to a subordinate's head for being a scaredy cat. The prince spurs for her to stay put while he scouts out exactly how many enemies they're facing. Yeyul is confused and asks how on earth he managed to escape his own bindings. He nonchalantly explains that they never actually caught him, which leaves Yeyul wondering why he even bothered coming back to the danger zone. He just gives her a smug, knowing smile that radiates protagonist energy. Internally, she rolled her eyes. He definitely thinks I'm too much of a klutz to find the exit by myself. He simply calls her a dummy and turns his attention back to the bandits. Suddenly, the lead bandit's intuition spikes, and he turns his head toward their hiding spot. Yeyul panics, thinking they've been caught in 4K. She urgently tells her brother to hurry up and run for it. But in a split second, the prince pulls a disappearing act, leaving her sitting there alone. The bandit stomps over, demanding to know who she was talking to while Yeyul puts on an Oscar-worthy performance of a trembling, penniless child. The man reaches down with a menacing look, but instead of a weapon, he pulls out a warm, fluffy steamed bun. He tells her to eat up but warns her that if her guardians don't show up with the cash, it's game over. He even makes a classic throat-slash gesture to ensure she knows the stakes. As he walks away, Yeyul finally lets out a sigh of relief, though she's still shaking. She looks down at the bun, squeezing it to check the quality. The prince suddenly leans into her personal space, nearly causing her to jump out of her skin. They both realize that the food is way too fresh for random mountain bandits operating in a supposedly safe scavenger hunt zone. The realization hits them both. This whole kidnapping is likely a staged test for the royal hunt. The prince gives a thumbs up, ready to flip the script on their captors. They huddle up to finalize a plan that's about to give these fake bandits a real headache. Yeyul starts clutching her stomach, groaning about a massive tummy ache and needing a bathroom break. The bandit finds the situation incredibly annoying but can't exactly ignore a crying toddler. He stomps over to see what the problem is. Yeyul beckons him closer, acting like she has a secret to tell him. As soon as he leans in to listen, the prince leaps from the shadows and puts a blade right to the man's throat. The bandit's eyes narrow instantly, showing he's not just some random thug. He moves with lightning speed, grabbing the prince's wrist. The prince is blindsided by the immense pressure and strength behind the man's grip. In a flash, the bandit disarms the boy, sending the knife flying. He swats the prince away with a loud smack, leaving the young genius totally shook. The man admits the prince has talent, but is still a bit too green for this level of play. The prince realizes a run-of-the-mill kidnapper shouldn't have the combat stats to block his moves like that. The bandit tells them to stay put and warns them not to follow him. Now, 100% sure this is part of the hunt, the prince stands his ground and holds Yeyul's hand. He demands that the man hand over the map so they can finish the challenge. The bandit laughs, impressed that the sixth prince saw through the charade so quickly. When the prince asks for the map again, the bandit just points to himself with a defiant look. He claims that if he breaks character and hands over the map, he'll be a dead man. The prince isn't taking no for an answer and yanks him back, tying him up instead. The man just sighs, knowing he has to go back to pretending to be a bandit once the others wake up. Yeyul notices a cage of rabbits that look exactly like the ones her brother used for markers. She innocently asks the bandit if he happens to like bunnies. He admits that he does, falling right into her trap. Internally, she smirked. Time for a little bit of psychological warfare. She reaches in and pulls out a fluffy white rabbit. Then, with a terrifyingly bright smile, she threatens to strangle the poor thing on the spot. Both the prince and the bandit look like they've seen a ghost. She doubles down, declaring that the bunny is about to become a fresh pot of soup. The bandit is sweating bullets, completely blindsided by this tiny tyrant. Yeyul starts a cold countdown, looking like a total villain. The man folds instantly, screaming that he'll give up the map if she just lets the bunny go. Yeyul grins, making the most lopsided trade in history. The rabbit is safely returned to its cage, though it's probably scarred for life. With the map in hand, the prince figures out their route, and they prepare to bounce. Yeyul drags her brother away, eager to get out of the stuffy cave. The bandit calls out, telling them to take the food and bunnies if they get hungry later. Yeyul just waves him off with a polite smile, acting like she didn't just commit bunny-based extortion. On the way out, the prince wipes a marker off the wall to keep their trail clean. Yeyul gives him a thumbs up, claiming she learned all her best tricks from watching him. He's just confused, wondering when he ever taught her how to blackmail people with wildlife. They finally emerge from the darkness into the beautiful afternoon light. The prince admits he's actually proud of Yeyul for her quick thinking. Yeyul promises to protect him from now on, which makes the prince get all flustered and dash ahead. She chases after him, complaining about being hungry and wanting him to catch her some fish. They eventually set up a camp, where the prince warns her to stay away from the water while he finds fruit. He scoffs at the idea of her helping with the labor. Yeyul flexes her arms, insisting she's got plenty of muscle for the job. He just mocks her tiny arms, completely unimpressed. He pokes her head one last time, making sure she understands the no water rule. She promises to stay put and wait for him to return. As soon as he turns his back and walks into the brush, Yeyul's face shifts into a devious grin as she eyes the fish jumping in the stream. By the time the prince returns with the fruit, he's already checking to see if she's been caught in 4K breaking her promise. Yeyul tries to play it cool, insisting she hasn't moved an inch while looking suspicious as heck. The sixth prince isn't buying the act for a second and demands she shows her hands, all while holding the fruit he gathered. He drops the apples onto the rock, clearly waiting for her to stop capping. He sits down and repeats the command, making it clear he knows she's hiding something under those sleeves. Seeing she's caught in 4K, Yeyul finally lets out a massive sigh of defeat. She pulls out a very grumpy-looking crab, her face a mix of guilt, and it was worth it. The prince just stares at the evidence, deadpanning about how she supposedly didn't move a single muscle. He leans in with a smug grin, asking if she actually expected him to believe her obvious lies. Yeyul goes full surrender mode, admitting she went down to the water and telling him to just get the punishment over with. Internally, she panicked. Is he actually going to slap my hands over a crab? This escalated quickly. Instead of a hit, he just presses down on the crab's shell, checking her catch with a serious face. He tosses the crab aside while Yeyul flinches, convinced he's absolutely fuming at her disobedience. She tries to butter him up with some aggressive cuddling, promising to be a good girl and listen from now on. He stays cold, telling her to just eat the fruit and be done with it. He orders her to go straight to sleep once she's done while he takes the night watch, leaving Yeyul feeling like she's officially in the doghouse. While she pouts by the fire, he keeps a sharp eye out on the surrounding woods, looking way too cool for a forest camp. Night falls over the camp as the moon hangs high in the sky, marking the end of their first day out. Suddenly, the silence is broken as Yeyul starts tossing and turning, whining that everything hurts. She looks like she's caught a massive fever in her sleep, sweating and looking completely pale. The prince rushes over immediately, panicking as he tries to figure out what's wrong with his sister. She complains that her tummy is killing her, so he starts gently rubbing her stomach to soothe the pain. Then he notices her feet are freezing and kicking around outside the covers. He grabs her foot, telling her to stay still so he can help her warm up. He starts massaging her feet to get the blood flowing, proving he's actually the ultimate protective big brother. Yeyul hides under the covers, blushing harder than a tomato at all the unexpected attention. He asks why she's suddenly being shy after acting like a wild child in the river earlier that day. She sniffles, admitting that getting sick definitely wasn't worth the secret river trip. She leans forward with a sad look, apologizing for being such a massive burden during the royal hunt. He scoffs at the idea, telling her she's not a burden to him at all. She insists he'd have found his way out and won the whole thing already if he wasn't dragging her along. He pauses for a second, a soft, rare look crossing his face. He drops a major truth bomb on her. Winning isn't actually everything. Yeyul is shook because she knows he only joined this contest to secure a victory and prove himself. He explains that enjoying the journey and the scenery is more important than the trophy, leaving Yeyul thinking, "Oh, this guy is actually an old soul in a kid's body." That's low-key admirable. The sun begins to rise over the mountains, signaling the end of their long, emotional night. He looks back at her with a gentle smile as the morning light hits the camp. They stand together, ready to head out and finish what they started. Yeyul thanks him for believing in her and staying by her side, but he tells her to quit being sentimental and move it. He gives her a soft head pat, surrounded by imaginary flowers, because the vibes are just that wholesome. He checks one last time if her stomach still hurts, and she confirms she's finally all good. They finally reach the final destination of the treasure hunt, where a group of other survivors is already waiting. Her sister spots them approaching and looks completely caught off guard. The sister was actually holding hands with Kyung, but she quickly pulls away and acts natural when she sees the duo. Yeyul arrives with the prince, looking like she didn't just spend the night fighting off a fever. Yeyul immediately notices her sister is limping and starts worrying about her condition. She asks if her sister got mauled by a bear or caught in a nasty trap during the hunt. The sister looks embarrassed and tells Kyung to explain the situation for her. Kyung laughs it off, explaining she broke her leg while trying to trip some other participants to win. Actually, the truth is she just tripped on a rock like a total klutz while leaving the cave. The sister goes into a rage, yelling at him for exposing her lack of coordination in front of everyone. Yeyul watches them bicker and wonders when these two became such a chaotic, close-knit couple. The prince notes that 2 days in the woods really changed the dynamic between the whole group. An official claps his hands, announcing that they officially have their winning candidates. He praises the 6 survivors for showing courage, while most other students failed at the kidnapping stage. As a reward, they get to attend the Lantern Festival before returning to their morning classes. The scene shifts to the main street, which is decked out in beautiful, glowing lanterns for the celebration. The place is absolutely packed with people enjoying the festive, bustling atmosphere. The prince explains that this area is free to roam at night, proving he clearly did his research before they came. Yeyul and her sister are hyped for the food, specifically the famous rabbit dishes they've heard about. They spot a famous restaurant and decide to charge in headfirst to start the feast. Yeyul checks on her sister's leg, but the sister claims Kyung's fussing actually made her feel better. Yeyul leans in with a smirk, asking what's really going on between her and the boy. She whispers that she saw exactly how he was treating her earlier on the trail. The sister starts blushing, insisting they are just like siblings and would never like each other. Yeyul hits her with the ultimate counter. Who said anything about liking each other? The realization hits the sister like a truck, and she freezes up in total shock. She realizes she just walked right into Yeyul's trap and exposed herself. She chases after Yeyul, screaming that she has no idea what she's talking about. Kyung catches up, asking if she's sick because her face is turning bright red. He offers to fan her or give her water, but she just kicks him into orbit out of pure embarrassment. The prince watches the chaos and notes that Kyung is going to have to suffer a lot for his crush. Internally, Yeyul giggled. This guy acts like a wise adult, but he's just as much of a kid as the rest of us. The prince decides to skip the meal and go rest at the temple, telling the 3 of them to enjoy themselves. The trio sits down at a massive table on the 2nd floor, ready to feast on some high-tier rabbit. The sister notices Yeyul isn't eating much despite her earlier hype about being hungry. Yeyul slumps over, losing her appetite, so the sister asks if it's because you-know-who isn't there to eat with them. Yeyul springs up, denying it has anything to do with her older brother leaving. The sister gives her a revengeful grin, pointing out she never even mentioned the prince by name. Caught in her own trap, Yeyul starts stuffing her face with food to hide her massive embarrassment. The sister pats her head, teasing her about finally being all grown up and having a little crush. Yeyul stuffs a dumpling in her sister's mouth to shut her up, suggesting they go see their father later. Kyung mentions that the emperor isn't even at the palace because he had business to attend to. Yeyul pauses, wondering how a kid like Kyung knows the emperor's secret schedule. Kyung points out that his father was the one who told him the news. He explains his dad's role as a legal courier keeps him in the loop about the palace comings and goings. Internally, Yeyul's alarm bells went off. Wait, why is a legal courier tracking the emperor's movements? Could he be a double agent aligned with the queen? The tea is being spilled early as Yeyul learns about a massive royal rite coming up that the emperor personally assigned to her friend's father. Since her dad is busy with all the prep work, her friend asks if Yeyul wants to go hang out somewhere else. Yeyul suggests visiting her uncle, but her friend isn't feeling the vibe and decides to go window shopping instead. They agree to part ways for now and meet up at the temple later for a fancy dinner. Later that afternoon, Yeyul arrives at her uncle's estate, which looks like a total Zen garden. Her uncle is the picture of calm, pouring her some tea while they enjoy the quiet. He eventually gets up to handle some business, leaving Yeyul to chill by herself. Internally, she thinks this backyard is a total upgrade compared to my dad's place, noting that despite their bickering, her dad still treats his brother well. The peace doesn't last long when she overhears a voice warning someone they almost got caught today. Thinking her uncle is hosting a secret VIP, she goes full stealth mode and starts tiptoeing toward the voice. When she hears the word prince, she starts short-circuiting, wondering which of the royal brothers is sneaking around. Peeking from behind a rock, she spots a mysterious figure in black that she recognizes from earlier that morning. Suddenly, the conversation stops and the silence is loud enough to make her ears ring. Before she can retreat, a hand firmly taps her on the shoulder. She turns around and finds the 6th prince looking down at her like she's a major headache. He demands to know what she was spying on, and Yeyul nervously points toward the rock, mentioning a guy in black clothing. He pins her against the stone, looming over her as he asks why she's always lurking in the shadows. He lets out a frustrated sigh, wondering why he keeps running into her at the worst possible times. Yeyul tries to play it cool with a smile, telling him they must be destined to be together. He's not buying the charm offensive and tells her to shut up immediately. Yeyul tries to fix the vibe by promising she won't snitch, declaring that they're sworn allies for life. The prince gives her a look that says, "Are you for real?" but seems to consider the offer. He leans in close, his eyes turning cold as he asks if she'll really stay on his side regardless of who he actually is. He drops a major death flag, whispering if she'd still help him even if he ruined her perfect, peaceful life or hurt someone she loved. Yeyul flinches, her face turning pale as she wonders if he's actually a villain in the making or just trying to scare her off. He turns his back on her, leaving her to spiral over what kind of dark plan he's cooking up. He tells her to run away, claiming that distancing herself from him is the only way to stay safe. He clenches his fist, determined that even if he fails his mission, she should at least get to live as a pampered princess. Yeyul takes his advice and bolts, running away as fast as her small legs can carry her. She's completely confused by his mood swings, wondering why he's nice one minute and a total edgelord the next. Internally, she scoffs. Is he bipolar? Or is he just pushing me away so I don't get caught in his crossfire? She's so distracted that she slams right into her uncle, who asks why she's in such a massive rush. He's back to being the sweet uncle, wiping her face and acting like nothing happened. He tells her he cut his meeting short just to see her and asks if she's hungry yet. Yeyul hands him a small present, and he's clearly winning the Best Uncle award in her head. He gives her a hug, congratulating her on getting third place in the royal hunt before taking her out for some festival fun. They head out to the market, and Yeyul spots a game that catches her eye. It's a classic hoop-tossing stall filled with all sorts of colorful trinkets. Yeyul is hyped to play, giving her uncle a cute hee as they approach. Her uncle decides to go full whale mode, dropping a gold nugget to buy every single hoop the vendor has. Yeyul starts tossing hoops with maximum energy, but her aim is absolutely tragic. She misses every single shot, looking like a total amateur while her uncle watches her fail. He offers to show her how it's done, picking up a hoop with a confident smirk. He takes a professional-looking aim, ready to sweep the prizes. But plot twist, he's even worse than she is, missing every single target while Yeyul watches in disbelief. The shopkeeper is practically glowing, thinking he's found the ultimate easy marks to scam for cash. The two of them end up sitting on the ground, looking defeated next to a mountain of empty hoops. Suddenly, a hoop flies in from off-screen with insane speed. It lands perfectly on a prize, and the sixth prince steps out of the shadows with a smug grin. He looks at Yeyul and asks her to pick out whatever she wants, acting like he's a pro gamer. The tension is thick as the prince and uncle stare each other down over the game box. Uncle hides his face behind his fan, telling Yeyul that her brother is waiting for an answer. Internally, she's skeptical, wondering why he's suddenly acting like a doting brother after that scary speech. She points toward a prize, deciding to see if he's actually got the skills to back up his talk. The ground is covered in failed hoops, but the prince doesn't care. He grabs a stack of rings, looking like he's about to break the game's physics. The shopkeeper tries to talk trash, saying his first hit was just a fluke. The prince ignores him, spinning the hoops with style before letting them fly. He proceeds to land every single one, cleaning out the entire stall in seconds. The shopkeeper's face completely drops as he realizes he's just been bankrupt by a kid. Prince turns back to Yeyul, asking if there's anything else she needs him to win. Her uncle whispers to her that the prince used to be a total loser at sports until he suddenly became a god-tier athlete, almost like he's a different person. The prince isn't having it and tells the uncle he can go home now since the babysitting is over. He physically pushes the uncle away, insisting that he's the only one who needs to look after Yeyul. The uncle walks off fuming, thinking about how disrespectful the little brat is being. Yeyul watches him go, noting that her uncle actually looks low-key terrifying when he's angry. The prince spins her around, telling her to stop looking at the old man and focus on him. He grabs her hand, softening his voice to offer her a private lesson on how to throw. He leans in close, telling her to ignore everything else, and just look straight at the prize. With his guidance, she lets a hoop fly through the air. She actually lands it, screaming woohoo, as she finally scores a win. They walk away from the stall carrying a massive bag of loot, looking like the ultimate sibling duo. Back at the booth, the owner is on his knees crying about how his fake knickknacks and his wife's salt bag are all gone. He's fuming, claiming those kids completely ruined his hustle for the day. But things take a dark turn when he reveals he's not just a vendor. He tells his goons they messed with the wrong guy. He gives a creepy smile and orders his men to follow the kids. As they walk through an alley, Yeyul looks back, sensing that something is wrong. The prince catches her eye and tells her to forget all that dark stuff he said earlier. She looks at him, trying to figure out which version of him is the real one. Internally, she realizes he was likely trying to push her away to protect her from his own mess. She's left feeling torn, remembering how he wanted an alliance one minute and then tried to ghost her the next. Yeyul tries to process the sixth prince's mixed signals, wondering if he's pushing her away just to keep her safe from his own dangerous world. She decides to play it off with a smile, telling him she only cares about the prizes he won for her at the festival. The prince softens up instantly, promising he won't be so cold to her again. It's getting late, so they decide to cut the heart-to-heart short and head back before the vibes get even weirder. Suddenly, a group of thugs with serious NPC energy blocks their path, offering a private escort. That's definitely not a favor. The prince doesn't even flinch, coldly telling the trash to get out of his way. The lead goon starts yapping about how the strongest dragon can't beat a snake on its home turf, basically telling the kids they're in his territory now. Instead of being scared, the prince just smirks, finding their little threats adorable. The thugs are completely blindsided by his lack of fear, wondering if this kid is just delusional. One guy loses his patience and lunges forward, calling the prince an arrogant brat. Big mistake, the prince catches the guy's wrist midair like he's grabbing a snack. With a sickening crack, he folds the thug's hand back, making it clear he's no one to mess with. The goon starts screaming like he's being auditioning for a horror movie. His buddy stands there completely short-circuiting, unable to believe a kid just dismantled a grown man. The prince tells Yeyul it's time to bounce and they start booking it down the street. Behind them, the boss goon is fuming with literal fire in his eyes, ordering his men to turn the kids into confetti. Yeyul panics as they give chase, but the prince looks like he's just going for a casual stroll. Suddenly, a squad of ninjas in black gear drops from the rooftops and surrounds the thugs. While the goons are getting clapped in the background, Yeyul asks who the mystery men are. The prince casually explains they're just protectors following them from the shadows. Internally, she realized, oh, these are Dad's personal hitmen. No wonder the prince is so calm. He promises her that even without the guards, he'd never let a single person lay a finger on her. They walk off together, though the prince seems a bit salty that she's so eager to get back to the palace and her pet tiger. Finally, Yeyul arrives back at the palace, shouting to the world that she's home. Right on cue, Snowball the white tiger comes flying out of the gate for a full-speed tackle. The massive beast plops right on top of her, giving her a very heavy, very furry welcome back. Her maid rushes out in tears, looking like she's seen a ghost. She starts fussing over how much Yeyul has grown and how thin she's gotten, but Yeyul just laughs it off. Even though the festival was a vibe, she definitely missed the comfort of her royal life. The maid offers to bring out her favorite snacks to celebrate the return. Yeyul asks to eat with her father, but the maid's face drops, explaining that the emperor is currently busy being a total workaholic. Inside the study, the emperor is absolutely losing his mind at his staff. He's roasting the generals because they're getting clapped at the border, and he's not taking any excuses. The officials are literally face-planting on the floor, blaming the desert landscape and the enemy's confusing tactics. He shuts them up with a single shout, looking ready to fire the whole room into the sun. He pauses, flashing back to when Yeyul told him he'd win in a landslide if he just led the army himself. He decides then and there to stop playing games. He announces that in 7 days, he's heading to the front lines to command the troops personally. The officials start panicking, begging him to reconsider because it's way too dangerous for a king. He tells them he needs to learn the enemy's moves firsthand, but internally, he just doesn't want to disappoint his daughter. The generals are suddenly hyped, realizing their boss is a total savage, who's going to lead them to victory. They all swear to follow him to the border and assist in the total domination of their enemies. Outside the doors, a servant tells Yeyul she just needs to wait a little longer for the meeting to wrap up. Night falls over the palace as the moon hangs high in the sky. The emperor is still at his desk, grinding through scrolls by lamplight. The door slowly creaks open, breaking the silence of the room. A tiny pair of feet steps onto the wood floor as someone sneaks in. The emperor stares at his scrolls, completely exhausted. He notices his teacup is empty and demands a refill without even looking up. A pair of small hands carefully pours the tea from a heavy pot. He senses something is different and finally looks over. He's shocked to see Yeyul standing there with a massive grin asking him what's up. She looks like a literal ray of sunshine in her pink robes, instantly fixing his bad mood. He sets the cup down, his mind completely moving away from the war. He pulls her into a massive hug, squeezing her tight. He's genuinely happy she's finally back where she belongs. Yeyul pulls back and notices his dark circles are reaching his chin, realizing being a king is a total nightmare for sleep schedules. He tries to play it cool, saying he's just thinking about his upcoming trip to the border. Yeyul gets a look of pure worry, asking if he's seriously going to the front lines. He teases her, reminding her that she's the one who wrote that he should do it in her schoolwork. Internally, she panicked. I was just being a kid. I didn't know war meant rivers of blood and mountain-sized death flags. He smirks, telling her that the temple has clearly taught her a lot about the world. He pats her head, touched that his little girl is actually worried about his safety. Yeyul reaches into her sleeve, sliding something out. She holds out a small yellow pouch, looking a bit shy. She admits she's been practicing her embroidery to make him a birthday gift, even if it's a bit messy. He spins the pouch around, seeing the word peace and her name on it. And it's official he's the happiest dad in the empire. Before heading off to war, the emperor can't help but pinch Yeyul's chubby cheeks one last time. As night falls over the palace, the atmosphere shifts from playful to heavy. Even though the attendants offer to take over, the emperor insists on carrying his sleeping daughter himself. He's officially entered doting dad mode, telling everyone else to beat it so he can tuck Yeyul into bed. With a final glance at his peaceful daughter, he admits he's exhausted from the preparations. The head eunuch watches him walk away, hoping the great emperor can finally catch some Z's before the chaos begins. 7 days later, the vibe is completely different as the war horns blast and the banners fly high. Yeyul watches from the ramparts, realizing that her father had been planning this frontline expedition way longer than she thought. Clad in black armor, the emperor looks like a total boss as he prepares to lead his troops into battle. Her sister is already half asleep, complaining that they'll never be spotted in such a massive crowd. But Yeyul is confident that a father's radar for his kids is basically a superpower. Sure enough, the emperor halts his horse and looks directly toward their hiding spot. Yeyul screams out a goodbye, wishing for a safe return at the top of her lungs. The emperor offers a rare, soft smile, looking satisfied that his little charm gave him a proper send-off. With a sharp command, he gallops away, leaving the palace behind. Yeyul immediately goes into prayer mode, squeezing her eyes shut and wishing that no one has to die in this conflict. Her sister watches her, wondering if Yeyul has suddenly become a saint. Suddenly, a pair of boots enters their vision, and a voice asks if she's really that worried. It's the sixth prince, looking as mysterious and emo as ever. When Yeyul asks if he's there to see their father off, he's scoffed with a humph. He leans in close, telling Yeyul that it's time she learned the dark truth about their heroic father. He claims that in the past, the emperor was less of a doting dad and more of a walking natural disaster for his enemies. A chilling vision of the Emperor standing atop a pile of bodies flashes through the air. Internally, Yeyul was shook as the prince described him as a man who left absolutely zero survivors. The sixth prince warns her that the truth will be out soon, leaving Yeyul clenching the stone wall in stress. She remembers the original story where the empire fell, leaving only one survivor. Her sister, completely oblivious to the heavy lore drop, just wants to go back to sleep. Yeyul asks the sixth prince if he's coming back with them, but he refuses. He wants to be left alone with his thoughts, looking like he's starring in his own moody music video. On the way back, her sister reminds her that she has a scheduled visit with her friend Yeyul in a few days. 6 days later, Yeyul is all dressed up and heading out in a carriage, promising to be back by dinner. But just as she's about to leave, the curtain pulls back to reveal the second prince, also known as the Scary Brother. Yeyul starts fidgeting immediately, accidentally calling him Scary Brother to his face. The second prince is visibly offended, causing Yeyul to panic mode her way through an apology. She tries to play it off as a slip of the tongue, but the damage is done. He starts tapping his fan, wondering if he's actually been a jerk to her. Internally, she mumbled, "Well, your personality is kind of a red flag." She tries to tiptoe away, but he's not letting her off the hook that easily. He asks if she's avoiding him because he smells bad or something. Yeyul hilariously claims that if anyone stinks, it's her. She tries to make a joke about her stink rubbing off on him just to escape the awkwardness. He shuts his fan with a wish and asks what she's doing outside the palace walls. She tells him she's visiting her bestie, Yeyul. The second prince's protective side comes out as he asks if it's a boy. He rubs his chin, asking how old this mysterious kid is. Yeyul holds her hands up to show how small her friend is, making the prince laugh at her cuteness. Eventually, the carriage arrives at the estate, and the prince asks if she's okay. The place is buzzing with people, which makes Yeyul wonder what the big deal is. The locals are gossiping, wondering why someone from the palace would show up for a kid's birthday. The second prince realizes Yeyul is about to walk into a birthday party empty-handed. He scolds her, saying she represents the royal family and can't just show up with nothing but vibes. He slides a high-quality jade pendant off his own belt and hands it to her. He tells her she owes him one, playing the part of the cool, helpful older brother. He drops her off at the gate, telling the stunned officials he's just the Uber driver for the day. As he walks away, Yeyul thinks that maybe he's not as scary as the rumors suggested. Suddenly, Yeyul comes dashing out, thrilled to see her. Yeyul feels bad for not knowing it was his birthday, but Yeyul insists her presence is the best gift. She hands over the expensive jade pendant from the second prince, and Yeyul nearly has a heart attack. He's sweating buckets, thinking the gift is way too valuable for someone like him. Yeyul laughs it off and tells him to just take it so they can go inside and eat. She gives him a playful warning that next year, he better give her a heads up. Yeyul beams, holding her hand and calling her his only friend. Meanwhile, Yeyul's dad is in the background literally crying into a handkerchief, thanking the gods that his ugly son finally made a friend. Just when the party was hitting its peak, another royal carriage pulled up to kill the vibe. The second prince stepped out, looking like he just walked off a dark fantasy cover. Right behind him, the princess demanded to know where her little sister was hiding. The poor host was basically short-circuiting, pointing her out while trying to stay relevant. Yeyul finally emerged, looking way too proud for someone who had been totally MIA. The host was internally screaming, "I am literally not paid enough to host this many royals." Outside the palace garden, the afternoon was looking peaceful until someone started shouting. Yeyul was being dragged away like a sack of potatoes while trying to finish her snack. Her siblings weren't playing around, hauling her back to reality. She let out a tiny "ah" as she was hoisted into the air. Her sister scalded her, reminding her she'd already missed half the day's lessons. Internally, Yeyul realized, crap, I totally forgot class existed. Her sister gave her a playful bonk on the head for being a space cadet. Suddenly, the second prince grabbed the sister's wrist, putting an end to the bullying. He warned her that hitting Yeyul wouldn't make her any smarter. The sister just huffed, claiming the prince was being way too soft on the brat. The air between the siblings was practically crackling with tension. Yeyul tried to play peacemaker, promising she'd never miss class again. She whispered for her sister to chill before a full-blown royal brawl broke out. Later, at the gymnasium archery class, the girls were finally getting to work. The sister lined up a shot and let it fly. Bullseye. Yeyul clapped like a professional fangirl to keep the peace. Her sister soaked up the praise, looking totally smug. Suddenly, a high-pitched kia echoed through the range. It turned out the local heartthrob, Yu Sung had arrived. He was walking in like he owned the place, surrounded by his own personal fan club. Yeyul spotted a girl standing next to him and wondered who the new face was. That girl was Jae-hee-jung, Yu Seung's supposed first love and best friend. Yeyul's internal alarm went off, sensing some major drama about to unfold. Yu Seung ignored the screaming fans and walked straight toward the sisters. Jae-hee tried to play the sweet friend role, offering him water while the other girls died of jealousy. But Yu Seung didn't even look at her, stepping right past with a gift in hand. Yeyul's sister was convinced he was coming for her, her heart probably doing backflips. She actually flinched as he got closer. She frantically tried to fix her hair, asking Yeyul if she still looked cool. Yu Seung paused right in front of them, sliding a gourd out. He completely blindsided the older sister by addressing Yeyul instead. He asked for a private chat, which Yeyul immediately shut down with a hard no. Seeing he wasn't getting his way, he apologized for making fun of her height in the past. Yeyul played it off, acting like she didn't even remember the petty drama. Yusung flashed a charming smile, but his internal monologue was straight-up villainous. He was thinking, if I can marry this knave princess, my family is set for life. He was willing to swallow his pride if it meant a lifetime of royal riches. He offered her some special tea made from summer dew, trying to secure the bag. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped him. The sixth prince stepped in, telling him to cut the act. Yeyul hid behind her brother as the prince glared at the social climber. Yusung tried to play it off as just wanting to befriend her. The sixth prince scoffed, basically asking why a princess would ever hang out with someone like him. Yusung acted offended, but the prince wasn't buying the lowly official's son routine. He handed Yeyul a box of treats while threatening to reveal Yusung's true intention. Yusung was shook, wondering if the prince knew about his family's shady history. He quickly excused himself, realizing he'd been caught in 4K. Internally, he decided he'd just have to wait until the prince wasn't around. He knew he needed a new plan to get to knave princess. Yeyul watched him leave, surprised he gave up so easily. The sixth prince leaned in, asking what she would have done if he stayed. She just laughed it off, more interested in the box of frozen cane sugar he brought her. It was sweet and wouldn't rot her teeth, which was a total win. She thanked him for coming all the way there just to give her a snack. Suddenly, she remembered her sister was probably fuming because her crush ignored her. She tried to run off to calm her down, but the prince grabbed her. He pointed toward the stairs, telling her to just look. It turns out the sister was doing just fine, having a servant fan her while she relaxed. Yeyul decided they should just go for a walk in the garden instead of bothering her. They headed to the garden behind the Imperial School, where a familiar face was crying. It was Jae-hee, who was currently plotting her little fox revenge. As they walked, the sixth prince dropped some heavy news. The emperor returned yesterday. He told her to keep it quiet since it was a secret escort. Yeyul's face fell, realizing a secret return usually meant bad news. The prince confirmed her fears, explaining the army got trapped in the desert. Many died and the emperor was severely injured. Yeyul was absolutely stunned. She immediately bolted, needing to see her father. The prince watched her go, wondering if the emperor really mattered that much to her. As she ran, Jae-hee stepped out, blocking her path for a chat. She wanted to talk about the sixth prince, but Yeyul wasn't in the mood for games. She pushed right pair, telling her to get out of the way. Jae-hee took the opportunity to do a professional flop onto the grass, letting out a dramatic "Kia." She acted like she'd been assaulted, playing the victim perfectly. Yeyul turned around, done with the nonsense. Jae-hee grabbed Yeyul's dress, threatening to tell the prince she was a bully. Yeyul's eyes narrowed as she realized this girl was trying to frame her. She didn't hesitate, and suddenly Jae-hee was flying through the air. She landed in the pond with a massive splash, screaming for help like she was drowning. Yeyul just stood there, unimpressed, pointing out the water was barely waist-deep. The sixth prince arrived and told Yeyul to go see the emperor while he handled the trash. Tension is at an all-time high at the emperor's palace as the sun begins to set. Yeyul doesn't care about the rules or the sunset, sprinting toward her father's quarters with her heart in her throat. The attendant tries to block her path, warning the princess that the emperor is in no condition to see anyone right now. Internally, Yeyul scoffed, "Try and stop me, old man," before shoving past him with zero hesitation. She burst through the doors, leaving the frantic attendant to wonder why this poor kid has to deal with so much drama. As she steps into the room, her pace slows to a crawl, her eyes searching for the man who was supposed to be invincible. What she finds is a total nightmare. The emperor is sitting up, but he's covered in bandages like a low-budget mummy. Yeyul can barely find her voice, whispering out to him as she approaches the bed. She assumes he's just exhausted from the military defeat and tries to comfort him. Reaching out to touch his arm, she's just happy he's actually alive. But then, she sees his eyes and they aren't filled with the usual fatherly warmth. Before she can process the vibe shift, he violently grabs her arm and sends her tumbling to the floor. He stares at her with cold, murderous intent and asks the one question that destroys her. "Who are you?" Yeyul is completely blindsided, her brain short-circuiting as she realizes her own father has no idea who she is. The attendant rushes in to check on her, terrified of what just happened. He tries to call for a doctor, but Yeyul is too numb to care about a few scrapes. She's staring at him in total disbelief, looking like her entire world just got deleted. She begs him to remember her, but the attendant has to break the news that to the emperor, she's a complete stranger. The emperor looks at her like she's a bug he wants to squish, repeating the title seventh princess with pure disgust. In his mind, he only remembers daughter born to a spiteful woman, a child that he believes should have died a long time ago. The stress of trying to remember causes him a massive headache, making him clutch his face in pain. Yeyul is frozen, watching the man who used to dote on her turn back into a cold-blooded tyrant. The attendant explains that a head injury from the war put him in a 3-day coma, and his memories are a total mess. They thought he was getting better, but clearly, the amnesia trope is working overtime today. Internally, she sighed. Of course, the one thing he forgets is the person keeping this kingdom together. The doctor has no answers, leaving the staff in a state of pure panic. Realizing there's nothing more she can do, Yeyul turns and walks out, defeated. As she wanders the palace grounds, she realizes the butterfly effect is hitting her hard. Because she changed the original story to survive, the timeline is now glitching in the worst way possible. Back in his room, the Emperor is shown the handmade pouch Yeyul gave him before the war. He looks at the gift and calls it ugly, showing zero sentimental value. He tells the attendant to toss it out because he has no use for trash. He's baffled that everyone keeps saying he loved this kid, because as far as he's concerned, he's a cold-hearted beast. He literally yeets the gift across the room without a second thought. The pouch hits the floor with a pathetic thud, just like Yeyul's hopes for a peaceful life. That night, Yeyul is tossed into a world of nightmares. She sees the original timeline where her father and sister look down on her with pure hatred. The voices of the court scream that she deserves to die, and the pressure is suffocating. She starts to regret resisting the flow of the original story, wondering if she was always meant to be the villain who loses. The dream version of her father orders her execution, telling the guards to cut her throat. She reaches out to touch the vision, and her world shatters into a million pieces. She collapses in the void, crying out for it all to stop. Internally, she whimpered, was this whole happy life just a hallucination? She wakes up in a cold sweat, flinching as if the blade was already at her neck. Her maid rushes to her side, catching her as she lunges forward in a panic. The maid holds her tight, confirming that she is indeed the seventh princess and she's safe. It was just a nightmare, but for Yeyul, it felt way too real. The maid tries to cheer her up, mentioning that the Emperor is holding a victory banquet and she can't be late. At the banquet, the atmosphere is festive for everyone except our protagonist. The Emperor stands tall, bragging about securing peace for the first time in 30 years. Everyone cheers, but Yeyul notices he hasn't looked at her once, treating her like an invisible ghost. She vents to the sixth prince, wondering how to tell the difference between dreams and reality anymore. Her brother tells her not to overthink it because some things are just lies people tell themselves. Yeyul worries about what happens if she wakes up and loses everything. The prince pinches her cheek, telling her that if the Emperor forgot her, she just has to force him to remember. This sparks a fire in Yeyul's eyes as she realizes she's not going down without a fight. The prince smirks, basically telling her to go out there and secure the clout. Yeyul locks onto her target, giving the Emperor a look that says challenge accepted. She sees him look her way and decides now is the moment to strike. She prepares her ultimate weapon, the Heart of Love attack. She puts on her most adorable face and makes bunny ears with a heart frame, trying to melt his frozen heart. The Emperor just clears his throat and takes a massive gulp of his drink, internally wondering why this kid is acting so weird. Later that night, the rain is pouring down as the Emperor walks through the palace hallways. He hears a faint voice and stops, looking for the source of the sound. Yeyul appears in the rain, carefully carrying a bowl of medicine she made herself. But because the universe hates her, she trips and the bowl shatters, spilling the medicine everywhere. The Emperor instinctively leans down to help her up. He pauses mid-motion, his brain short-circuiting as he wonders why his body is moving on its own to help this stranger. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind, a vision of a younger Yeyul screaming that she hates him. The mental shock is so strong that he flinches, and his attendants freak out, calling for a doctor. He stares at her in confusion while Yeyul slumps over, her hand bleeding from the broken ceramic. Even though she's hurt, she looks up with pure determination, promising to go back and make more medicine. Internally, she growled, I don't care if I have to make 100 bowls. You're going to remember me, old man. The amnesia arc is reaching peak drama as Yeyul stands in the rain, begging for forgiveness from a father who currently thinks she's a villain. Cold-blooded as ever, the Emperor just tells his crew to move out, leaving his daughter shivering in the storm without a second glance. The palace staff are basically watching this car crash in slow motion, feeling massive secondhand guilt for the poor kid. But as the Emperor walks away, his heart starts short-circuiting, making him wonder why a stranger's injury is giving him actual physical pain. The attendant tries to play peacemaker, telling Yeyul to head home before she catches a cold, promising to handle the medicine himself. The rain gets even more aggressive, matching Yeyul's mood as she stands there abandoned and soaking wet. Suddenly, someone pulls up with an umbrella blocking the downpour. It's the sixth prince, looking like the only sane person in this entire palace. He leans in and whispers that it's okay to let it out. Internally, she's trying to stay strong, but the prince tells her the rain will hide her tears, and she finally breaks down. They share a wholesome sibling moment while the rest of her world is falling apart. Later that night, the attendant brings the Emperor some get-well-soon snacks and medicine sent over by the princess. The Emperor is currently dealing with a massive migraine, probably from all that repressed trauma, and tells the guy to just leave the tray and get out. He remembers he had some crucial documents stored away before his amnesia kicked in and decides to check them. He looks at the sweets, probably thinking they're a trap or just a nuisance. He's convinced these secret papers are the key to the kingdom's survival. He reaches into his secret drawer, expecting high-level intel or war plans. He taps the hidden compartment, feeling like a master spy about to uncover the truth. But instead of state secrets, he finds a stack of Yeyul's apology letters for things like liking boys and playing all day. He slides out a scroll, totally baffled by what he's seeing. It's a birthday card with a sweet message from Yeyul, wishing him a long life. It turns out his most important documents were just a collection of his daughter's drawings and sentimental letters. He keeps digging, looking for something actually political to justify his secret stash. But even the border reports are just Yeyul nagging him to go lead the army and be a hero so the people stay happy. He stares out the window, questioning his entire life and why he cherished these things. He glances into the night, feeling haunted by a past he can't access. He sees a vision of a happy Yeyul calling out to him, and the realization hits him like a freight train. The palace is dead silent as the emperor goes for a late-night stroll to clear his head. His footsteps echo through the courtyard as he moves with purpose. He runs into a maid who looks like she's seen a ghost. She hits the floor immediately, shaking in her boots at his sudden appearance. The emperor looks like he's about to ruin someone's day with his cold stare. He asks if the child meaning Yeyul is back yet. The maid hesitates, which is never a good sign in a royal palace. She reveals Yeyul has a massive fever and has passed out, basically suggesting he's a terrible dad for leaving her in the rain. He asks about her hand, and the maid confirms it's looking pretty grim. Apparently, the emperor used to be the only one allowed to treat her wounds, so now that he's being a jerk, her condition has worsened. He scoffs, wondering who the kid inherited her stubbornness from. The sixth prince pops out of the shadows to let him know it's definitely from him. The emperor is annoyed that the prince is lurking around his quarters. The prince doesn't care, he's there for Yeyul and calls the emperor out for being arrogant and cold. He hits him with a sarcastic smirk, clearly not intimidated by the crown anymore. The emperor asks what happens if he's not well, and the prince basically tells him he's the ruler of the land, so he can do what he wants. He walks away, leaving the emperor standing there in the dark. The emperor tells him to wait, sensing something off. He knows that the prince feels like a completely different person than he remembers. The prince just shrugs it off, saying people and hearts change, so he shouldn't pay it any mind. The emperor watches him go, hoping his worries are just a fluke. He finally heads to Yeyul's room, opening the door with a heavy heart. He sees her lying there, looking absolutely drained and pale. As he walks in, he accidentally steps on something furry. It's a literal tiger tail, and he's caught in 4K by a wild animal. Snowball roars, but the emperor shushes the big cat, realizing he actually gifted his daughter a literal predator as a pet. Yeyul flinches and wakes up, catching him red-handed in her room. She looks at him with zero warmth, claiming she wasn't even asleep. He tries to play the worried dad card and says he should call a doctor. But Yeyul pulls away, telling him she doesn't need a doctor or him. The emperor looks like his heart just got stepped on. She passes out again, falling right into his arms. In her fever dream, she starts mumbling about how he should just forget her, because she's heading back soon anyway. This triggers his fight-or-flight response, and he demands to know where she's going. She mumbles that she isn't even his real daughter. He loses it, telling her to stop talking nonsense because she's his child, period. He hugs her tight, calling her his most precious treasure, in a total 180 from his earlier behavior. He realizes her fever is off the charts and panics. He screams for the attendant, Deoksun, to get the doctor or it's game over for everyone's lives. The doctor arrives and explains the fever is coming from the inflammation in her burned hands. The rain only made things worse, causing her to collapse from the stress. The emperor is desperate to stop her pain. The doctor is sweating bullets, trying to explain the required treatment. He says they need to undress her and put her in ice water, but the emperor is already threatening to take his head off for the suggestion. He kicks the doctor and everyone else out in a fit of rage. He tells the attendant to call for the maidservants instead. He pats her head, looking like he's finally regaining some of his humanity. But when Yeyul mumbles for him not to leave her, he changes his mind. He tells the attendant to just bring the ice water and forget the maids. He pulls out a blindfold, deciding to take matters into his own hands to protect her modesty. He starts loosening her clothes to start the treatment, keeping his eyes covered to be respectful. He dips a cloth into the freezing water. He gently wipes her face, promising her that once she's better, they'll go riding and look at flowers like the old days. He kneels by her bed, vowing that he will never leave her side again. Morning in the palace starts off looking peaceful, but things are about to get intense. Yeyul finally wakes up, only to find herself being cradled by the emperor himself in a rare moment of actual fatherly vibes. As her eyes flutter open, she's hit with instant confusion, while the emperor flinches, realizing his little princess is finally back with the living. He checks her temperature, confirming the fever finally broke, but he's still keeping that stone-cold face. Yeyul is absolutely blindsided, staring at the man who was treating her like a total stranger just yesterday. Internally, she's screaming stranger danger, and tries to bolt, begging for someone to save her from this awkwardness. She dashes toward the door as her attendants rush in, wondering why the princess is acting like she just saw a ghost. She looks back, legit asking, "Who even are you?" The emperor is just sitting there, probably realizing his parenting reputation is in the gutter, while she demands to know why he's in her bed. She hides behind her attendant, demanding they get this scary man out of her sight immediately. The attendant tries to play it off as a fever side effect, suggesting the emperor leave before things get even weirder. He gives her one last intense stare while she flinches under the covers, clearly not over the trauma of being abandoned in the rain. With a simple, "fine," he decides to bounce. Yeyul watches him leave, still not buying this sudden caring father act after he left her on read in real life. Once he's gone, the attendant is basically like, "Girl, are you for real?" Yeyul looks down, the weight of the situation finally hitting her. The attendant explains that the emperor actually stayed up all night worrying, but Yeyul isn't ready to forgive and forget. She starts fumbling with her clothes, trembling as the emotional damage starts to leak out. She breaks down, crying about how if he could forget her so easily, why can't she just delete him from her heart too? It's a total heartbreak moment as the attendant tries to comfort the sobbing princess. Yeyul wipes her tears, admitting she's just deeply hurt by the betrayal. The attendant gently pats her head, feeling the tragedy of a kid being more mature than the literal ruler of the empire. Yeyul sniffs, realizing she's a person with feelings, not just some object he can ignore when he's bored. She tells the attendant she's closer to her than her own mother, which is a major emotional flex. Suddenly, the third princess bursts in like she owns the place, acting all worried because she heard Yeyul was sick. The vibe is immediately sus as she stares down the crying duo. She asks if the emperor's memory finally returned, but Yeyul just shakes her head, saying he's still got total amnesia. Yeyul looks totally drained by the whole ordeal, just wanting some peace. The third princess pinches her cheek, calling her a foolish girl in a way that feels way too predatory. She tells Yeyul that father actually loves her, and offers to take her somewhere special to clear her head. Yeyul follows her out of the palace, walking straight into what looks like a major death flag. Meanwhile, at the main hall, someone is screaming for mercy and failing miserably. The Minister of Defense is being dragged out in 4K for embezzling military funds and being a total snake. The emperor is sitting on his throne, looking like the final boss he actually is. The minister tries to blame his subordinates, but the emperor isn't buying the "I was just the middleman" excuse. He chucks a scroll right at the dude's face, proving he's got the receipts. The scroll hits the floor, revealing that all the provisions were relocated, which is just fancy talk for stolen. The minister is literally shaking in his boots as his lies crumble. The emperor stands up, exposing the minister's secret plan to have him killed during the war. The guy hits the floor, begging to just retire to the countryside and live in peace. The emperor just laughs, thinking this dude is absolutely delusional if he thinks he's getting a pension. He goes full savage mode, asking how he dares to ask for a peaceful retirement after committing such a grand crime. With a simple wave of his hand, he signals that the conversation is over. The guards draw their swords with a sharp wish, and things get real. The minister tries to use his daughter's service in the court as a get-out-of-jail-free card, but the emperor is out of mercy. He cold-bloodedly drops the order, "Kill him." The sword slides through the air, ending the minister's career permanently. An attendant asks why he didn't question him about his accomplices first. The emperor knows exactly who's involved, but he's sending a bloody warning to the queen's party first. Suddenly, a guard sprints in, screaming for the emperor's attention. He reports that the third princess has taken Yeyul to the back mountain, which is basically the worst place to take a kid. The emperor's face drops. He knows that mountain is a literal wolf den. Cut to the mountains, where a pack of hungry wolves is just waiting for a snack. The third princess asks if Yeyul remembers this spot where she was almost eaten years ago. Then she drops the mask, admitting she's the one who pushed Yeyul the first time and she's about to do it again. She tells Yeyul to forgive her one more time, with a smile that would make a horror movie villain jealous. Yeyul is like, "Wait, what are you doing?" The sister gets a dark, cold look in her eyes, completely short-circuiting any sisterly love. Before Yeyul can react, there's a massive whoosh as she's shoved with full force. She's sent flying over the edge of the wall like a rag doll. As Yeyul falls toward the wolf pit, the sister tells her she can wish for anything after this is over. Yeyul hits the ground hard, groaning in pain as her world spins. She's covered in dirt and trembling, realizing she's been caught in 4K by her own sister's betrayal. She screams for someone to pull her up, but the wall is too high. Internally, she's trying to stay brave, even threatening to cut off her sister's bangs if she survives. The wolves start growling, closing in for the kill now that their dinner has been delivered. Up top, the sister is praying for Yeyul's wishes to come true, which is the ultimate level of faith. Yeyul is down there literally cursing her out with every word she knows. The wolves lunge, and Yeyul realizes she's about to be a headline. She drops to the ground as a massive wolf looms over her, teeth bared. She screams for them to get away, but she's completely surrounded. She's terrified that all her hard work surviving the palace is about to end in a wolf's stomach. She promises to haunt her sister as a ghost as the alpha lunges for her throat. Suddenly, an arrow flies through the air, sniping a wolf mid-jump. The emperor is standing on the wall, bow in hand, telling the wolves to stay away from his daughter. He rains down a barrage of arrows, scattering the pack in seconds. Without a second thought, he jumps straight off the high wall, leaving his guards in a total panic. He lands and hears her call him father, which makes him stop dead in his tracks. He looks around, and a wave of déjà vu hits him like a freight train. Yeyul limps toward him, crying out for the only person who can save her. Seeing her hurt and dirty triggers a massive flashback to a similar moment years ago. She lunges into a hug, clinging to his robes for dear life. The trauma of almost losing her finally shatters the amnesia, and his memories come flooding back in a glorious rush. He clutches his head, finally remembering everything he's forgotten about his little girl. He leans down, telling her it's all his fault and he's so sorry. Yeyul looks up, asking if he finally remembers everything now. She starts sobbing and hitting his chest, asking why it took him so long and why he didn't find her sooner. He squeezes her tight, vowing never to forget her again as the ultimate girl dad returns. The Emperor and Yeyul have finally made up, and for once, the palace vibes aren't completely cursed. But the little princess isn't giving him a free pass just yet, demanding he make her tang hulu or she'll never forgive him. The Emperor just grins, promising to whip up the treats himself like the overprotective girl dad he's become. As they head back, the Emperor is already walking with a renewed sense of purpose. He immediately orders the staff to have every doctor in the palace on standby since Yeyul is recovering from a fever. Internally, she probably rolled her eyes thinking, a bit dramatic, but I'll take the VIP treatment. He also tells the attendants to gather enough ingredients to feed an entire army of sweet tooths. He spots the third princess lingering nearby and asks why she isn't in her classes. She's looking like a kicked puppy, worried that Yeyul will resent her forever after the wolf pit incident. Instead of a lecture, the Emperor invites her to help make the snacks, essentially giving her a chance to get back in Yeyul's good graces. Later that evening, Yeyul wakes up to the sweet scent of sugar. They're hanging out at the very spot where they first met the old crawl space in the wall. The Emperor asks if she remembers this place, looking surprisingly sentimental. He mentions that he actually ordered some construction work to be done on her favorite hideout. Yeyul expects a patch job, but the reveal is straight up ridiculous. The dusty hole is now a literal golden archway with a sparkling sign that reads, 7th Princess Personal Crawl Space. The Emperor looks so proud of himself, while Yeyul is just standing there wondering if he's finally lost his mind. Suddenly, a hand reaches through the hole, catching everyone off guard. Yeyul flinches, probably thinking a horror movie jump scare is about to happen. A servant girl crawls out of the hole, looking absolutely wrecked. She's desperate to see the Emperor, claiming she had to sneak in because her father told her not to bother him. She's trembling like a leaf, begging for a moment of his time. She claims her father, Jangyu, was framed and didn't actually embezzle any money. The Emperor's expression immediately shifts into a cold, terrifying glare. The girl flinches, realizing she just walked into the lion's den. The Emperor towers over her, asking if she's done crying yet. He tells her that even if her father is innocent, she already deserves to die. Why? Because she dared to trespass in the princess's private crawl space, a sin he considers worthy of death. The girl is completely blindsided, realizing her shortcut just became her death warrant. The Emperor tells Yeyul to head to her evening classes and not to look back. He stays behind to handle the intruder, and Yeyul knows better than to stick around. She walks away as instructed, trying to keep her cool. Behind her, the girl's desperate pleas for mercy echo through the garden. Internally, she sighed. Well, there goes the wholesome family vibe. She runs into the third princess, who is acting super awkward. The older sister is shaking, clearly still feeling the guilt of the past few days. She starts stammering about how the tumble must have hurt and that she didn't mean it. Yeyul just laughs it off, telling her she's being way too tense. She teases her, asking if the princess was actually trying to kill her or her crush, Yu Sung. This earns Yeyul a firm pinch on the cheek from her flustered sister. The third princess claims she's giving up on the guy because he's out of her league anyway. Yeyul is ready to dive into the tea, thinking it's watermelon time instead of popcorn. But the princess realizes they're late and starts hauling tail toward the classroom. They're sprinting so fast they end up slamming right into someone. Standing before them is a tall, silver-haired man who looks like he belongs on a high-fashion runway. The visuals are honestly overwhelming. Yeyul is short-circuiting because she doesn't remember this character from the original storyline at all. The third princess immediately drops the attitude and bows, calling him teacher. Yeyul is stunned to see her bratty sister actually showing some respect. The princess is acting like a total model student, which is a major red flag. The man mentions he was locked up for 3 months but was released just today. He tells the third princess her grades have tanked, and she needs some extra study time with him. Yeyul is mesmerized by his beauty, internally screaming that she's absolutely done for. The princess explains that he isn't just any instructor, he's a special teacher her father hired years ago. Despite his gentle looks, she admits she's absolutely terrified of him. Yeyul catches the vibe immediately and starts teasing her about him being husband material. The princess nearly has a heart attack, trying to muffle Yeyul's mouth. She goes on a full-blown chatter spree about how majestic and skilled he is, even if she's scared of him. She tells Yeyul to head back to the palace and not to wander around. She gives her a serious look, warning her not to tell a soul about what they discuss. Yeyul just gives her a cheeky, nothing-happened look. The princess huffs in frustration, totally done with being teased by a child. Yeyul realizes that the plot is officially off the rails since this new character appeared. She worries that her presence has changed the story so much that the original leads don't even have a chance. As she's walking through the autumn leaves, she notices a carriage. Inside is her older brother, looking completely drained. He looks pale and weak, which is definitely not normal. Yeyul's nose picks up the scent of blood, and she starts getting suspicious. Internally, she wondered, did he just come back from a secret murder mission or something? She tries to play it cool and asks if they can have dinner together. He brushes her off, saying they'll do it another day. Yeyul is left standing there, totally confused by his cold behavior. The prince looks deep in thought as he pulls away. Back at the palace, the table is set with a feast, but the prince is nowhere to be found. Yeyul decides to follow her gut and sneaks after him. She sees him wobbling down the hall, clearly in pain. She hides behind the pillars, trying to see what he's hiding. She creeps up to his room, heart racing. She peeks inside and catches him in 4K. His back is covered in fresh bandages and deep, nasty scars. Yeyul steps into her brother's room only to find him looking like he just survived a blender. The prince, currently cosplaying as a mummy, flinches and demands to know who's snooping around his private quarters. Before she can even blink, he launches a ceramic bottle straight at her head with lethal intent. Yeyul takes a tumble as the bottle shatters nearby, leaving her stunned on the ground while maple leaves drift around her. Instead of an apology, the prince goes full aggro, dragging her into the shadows and pinning her down like he's interrogating a high-level spy. Internally, she groaned. "Is this how you treat your favorite sister?" "My neck is literally in his hands right now." Hearing her voice, he finally realizes he's about to choke out his own sibling and freezes. He slides off her, the tension in the room dropping from a 10 to a 5 as he realizes he messed up. The prince looks absolutely drained, his blue eyes wide with shock at his own sister's sudden appearance in his secret hideout. Yeyul asks why he's in such a mess while he struggles to even keep his balance, coughing from the exertion. Suddenly, a servant knocks at the door with medicine to help coagulate the blood, forcing the prince to play it cool. He tells the guy to leave the stuff at the door, clearly not wanting any palace staff to see the bloodbath happening inside. Once the coast is clear and the servant's steps fade away, the prince lets out a breath he was holding. He flops onto the bed with an exhausted oof, looking like a man who's been through the ringer and back. He admits that in this palace, someone with his specific status is never truly safe from harm. Yeyul is left wondering what kind of status involves getting shredded like cheese and living in constant fear. Seeing as she's already seen too much, the prince decides to put her to work and asks her to help apply the medicine. Yeyul agrees, though she's clearly worried about his state as she takes the heavy jar. As she peels back the fabric, she sees deep, fresh lash marks that look absolutely brutal and painful. She asks why he won't see a real doctor, but he just stays silent, enduring the trauma in total isolation. She tries to be as gentle as possible, patting the wound while her hands tremble from the sight of it. The prince grits his teeth in agony, while Yeyul wonders who could be heartless enough to hurt him like this. She presses the cloth down, her heart breaking for her brother who has to hide his pain from the world. Internally, she's sweating bullets, realizing that the truth behind these secrets might lead them down a path of no return. She finishes bandaging him up, a silent and heavy bond forming between the two neglected royals. The prince seems to be blushing slightly under his fringe, perhaps feeling awkward about showing weakness to a kid. When she asks if it hurts, he tells her to just keep going, but his body flinches at every touch. He looks at her with suspicion, wondering if this little sister of his actually has some hidden, dark motives for helping. After getting dressed, the two sit in a heavy silence surrounded by falling cherry blossoms. Yeyul promises to keep his secret, swearing that no matter what happens, she's got his back. Surprising her, the prince tells her she can ask him anything she wants, signaling he finally trusts her. Yeyul's eyes go wide, realizing the main lead might actually be opening up his heart. Instead of asking for political secrets, she just asks if he's still in pain, which completely catches him off guard. She pokes at the air, realizing that the less she knows, the safer she is, but he decides to spill the tea anyway. He reveals the wounds came from a co-conspirator, who thought he was moving too slow with their secret plan to change everything. When Yeyul asks if he's going to kill her for knowing his secrets, he basically tells her she'd already be dead if that was his vibe. She notices the palace medicine sitting untouched and asks why he isn't using the blood coagulation medicine. He scoffs, saying the palace stuff is basically useless water, and tells her to head back before the sun goes down. Yeyul stares back at the lonely palace, feeling of pity for her brother's miserable living conditions. As she walks away, she realizes that despite living in a massive room, he's totally alone and lacks even basic care. Later that night, the prince is plagued by nightmares that leave him tossing and turning. He's drowning in memories of his past, gasping for air in the darkness of his room. He sees his mother being cornered by guards, crying out his name as the palace guards close in. Young Hyan tries to reach out to her as she lies broken and bleeding on the ground. Her final words are a desperate plea for him to stay alive, no matter the cost. He wakes up in a cold sweat, flinching at the sound of a sudden thud outside his window. He spots a pair of tiny hands gripping his windowsill, looking like a horror movie jump scare. He grabs a weapon, ready to end whoever is spying on him in the middle of the night. But it's just Yeyul who has managed to scale the wall like a tiny ninja holding a giant pot. He's genuinely confused how a toddler managed to reach a window that's basically in the clouds. She proudly explains she used her giant tiger, Snowball, as a stepping stool to make the climb. The prince is officially done with her chaotic energy and can only stare in disbelief. She hands over a jar of high-quality medicine she snagged, telling him it's way better than the palace junk. She insists he drink it up so his wounds will disappear in no time. Acting like a little pharmacist, he tries to play the I didn't ask for help card, looking a bit flustered and blushing again. Yeyul doesn't care about his pride and starts to head back out the window. But as she walks away, he notices she's limping on her tiny feet. Yeyul tries to play it off, internally panicking. Please don't notice I'm actually a klutz. He realizes she got hurt by the bottle he threw yesterday and feels like a total jerk for injuring his only ally. He scoops her up, telling her to take the medicine since she's the one who's actually hurt and needs it hot. She tries to refuse, saying he's the one with the shredded back. She's adamant that he's the one in bad shape and needs the cure more than her. To shut her up, he drops his robe to show her his back, and the wounds have completely vanished as if they were. Yeyul leans in close, inspecting the skin where she saw brutal lash marks just a day ago, only to find that the wounds have vanished into thin air. Prince Hyun turns around with a smug look, basically telling her he's built different and that she shouldn't worry her little head about it. Internally, Yeyul is screaming because there is no logical way he healed that fast unless he's hacking the server, but Hyun just tells her it's none of her business. He insists he isn't hiding anything and has said all he can, claiming it's just not the right time for the full tea yet. Seeing that he's a total brick wall, Yeyul gives up and decides she won't ask any more questions for now. She gives a polite bow and prepares to head back to her own quarters before things get even weirder. Looking out at the gloomy sky, she notices the moon is missing and predicts that a storm is about to ruin everyone's night. She looks down at Snowball, her supposed guardian, who is currently busy winning a gold medal in professional napping. Yeyul decides to make a run for it while the weather is still holding up, but Hyun isn't ready to let his favorite entertainment leave just yet. As soon as she turns her back, he casually flicks a stone into the darkness like a total menace. The loud thwack against the wood sends Yeyul into a total panic, making her jump out of her skin. A suspicious whooshing sound echoes through the trees, making the atmosphere go from cozy to horror movie real quick. She trembles, asking if there's a ghost out there, and Hyun keeps a straight face while confirming that it's probably a restless spirit. Terrified of the ghosts outside, she ends up letting him carry her back into the safety of the room. He offers to let her sleep in the bed while he takes the floor, acting like a perfect gentleman after literally gaslighting her into staying. The next morning at the Imperial School, Yeyul is feeling like she played right into his hands and is paying for it with 0 hours of sleep. She's nodding off over her books until the third princess shows up, asking if she spent the night out thieving since she's looking so dead. Yeyul tries to be deep about her sleepless nights, but her friend tells her to wake up and stop acting like a zombie. The princess pinches her cheek, telling her they have a top-secret mission to handle today. They decide to ditch class and crawl out of the room while the teacher is busy being a total NPC. Their destination is the Imperial Pub, where the real action and apparently the best snacks are located. Meanwhile, the Emperor is having a drink with his brother, who is clearly annoyed by the constant interrogation. The Emperor is officially done with him and dismisses his own brother with a shoe gesture, treating him like a stray cat. An attendant knocks on the door, bringing in a special delivery of tofu that the prince had requested. It's a specialized dish from the restaurant at the end of the bridge, and it smells potent. The attendant mentions the place was so packed his shoes got destroyed, so the prince promises to buy him a new pair for his service. The emperor, however, looks like he's about to lose his lunch just from the scent. It's actually smelly tofu, and the brother has the audacity to slide the plate toward the emperor to share the delicacy. The emperor slams the table in a rage, demanding that this biohazard be removed from his sight immediately. He clarifies that the tofu can stay, but his brother needs to be thrown out of the room for this disrespect. As the brother laments his lost snack, the attendant mentions he saw the princesses skipping class earlier while he was waiting in line. Cut to the girls at a bookstore, where the third princess is asking if the sequel to Spring-Colored Reasons is finally in stock. The shopkeeper pulls out a signed copy, and it looks like the kind of spicy romance novel that would get them grounded for a century. Yeyul realizes they are literally buying classical erotica and wonders how her life came to this. The shopkeeper slides back a curtain to show off even more new releases, like he's dealing forbidden scrolls. The third princess gets a serious look in her eye, clearly planning to buy out the entire inventory. She drops some gold and orders copies of everything, including titles like The Disobedient King and Fashionable Emperor. Yeyul watches in total shock as her friend hauls out a massive stack of forbidden literature. The princess tells Yeyul she's way too young for this stuff, but promises to hand them down in 2 years like a weird family heirloom. Their shopping spree is cut short when an imperial guard appears, stating that the emperor wants them in his office right now. Yeyul starts sweating, wondering if her dad has developed psychic powers to catch them in 4K. The third princess is vibrating with anxiety, knowing that if the emperor sees books, she is absolutely cooked. They reach the door and start a polite but frantic argument about who should go in first, both trying to use the other as a human shield. Yeyul accidentally blurts out that she's technically older because this is her second life, leaving her sister completely confused. The door creaks open, and the girls freeze like they just walked into a boss fight they aren't leveled for. The emperor is waiting with a face of pure thunder, shouting for them to get inside this instant. He slams his cup down, demanding to know why they decided to skip class and wander the city. The girls start sniffling and shaking, trying to squeeze out a pathetic excuse to save their skins. The emperor spots the mysterious package and demands that they hand it over for inspection. He snatches the bundle before they can hide it, and the third princess looks like she's ready to pass out. The books spill across the floor, revealing the suggestive covers and titles for everyone to see. The atmosphere becomes incredibly awkward as the emperor stares down at the promiscuous pile of books. He asks if this trashy romance was really worth catching a case for skipping their education. Yeyul tries to deflect, claiming they were actually just out looking for some stinky tofu to eat. Right then, the brother kicks the door open, still looking for his lost tofu and completely missing the tension in the room. He asks what's going on, and the Emperor gives him a sinister smile, telling him he's about to find out. One incensed stick later, the entire squad is being punished with physical labor, while the Emperor casually eats snacks in front of them. That night, the Emperor checks in on Yeyul and hears that she's already out cold from the exhaustion of her punishment. He turns his attention to his aide, asking if they've tracked down the actual writer of those spicy novels. The aide reports that the author is behind bars and asks if they should be executed for corrupting the youth. Surprisingly, the Emperor tells him to keep the writer alive so they can continue their work. He wants to turn the author into a propaganda machine, forcing them to write stories about the love of a father to influence Yeyul. The writer is named a royal artist, but there's a catch. They have to write 30,000 characters a month or face the death penalty. The aide then brings up a serious matter. General Seo has returned with intel from outside the palace. It's about the mission to track down Yeonsong, a name that clearly carries a lot of weight. The Emperor's eyes narrow as he agrees to meet and hear the report. While the palace is quiet, Yeyul is trapped in a nightmare that feels way too real. She finds herself in a world of fire and ash, looking around in horror as she realizes she's in a war zone. This is the North, the place where her original story was supposed to reach its tragic conclusion. The sound of hooves crackling on the scorched earth draws her attention to a lone rider. It's Yeonsong, the man who apparently slaughtered everyone in this vision of the future. He looms over her on his horse, declaring that she's the final survivor, and that he needs her blood to open up. In her dream, she's frantically running through the palace when her own brother blocks her path with a sword, claiming she's the last hope for the North and that her blood needs to be spilled for the dead. Thankfully, she wakes up to the sound of birds chirping instead of steel clashing, realization hitting her that she's finally back in reality. Her maid is hovering over her like a helicopter parent, explaining that Yeyul has been out cold with a high fever since last night, and even the Emperor dropped by to check on her. Yeyul takes the medicine like a champ, internally noting, "I guess I owe Dad a thank you card for not letting me kick the bucket just yet." Still, the dream within a dream vibe has her head spinning and her heart racing. Later, as she's walking through the palace, she spots a line of prisoners being led away and realizes she's witnessing a major plot point from the original story, the arrival of the male lead, Yeonsong. She scans the crowd for the pale but beautiful guy with a signature tear mark and a gaze sharp enough to cut glass, but nobody fits the bill. She remembers that in the novel, Yeonsong is a master of disguise who hides his identity as a common soldier to plot his ultimate revenge. The original author really put this guy through the ringer, making him a total tragic hero who suffered years of abuse in the military just to fuel his hatred for the empire. But Yeonsong wasn't just a victim. He was a tactical genius who used his skills to climb the military ranks in record time. He eventually led an army of prisoners, proving that he was way more than just a pretty face with a grudge. His endgame was brutal. He started a revolution, beheaded the Tyrant king, and took the throne for himself without even blinking at the piles of bodies. Readers absolutely lived for his emotionless king energy, but for Yeyul, he's basically a walking death flag. She starts stressing out about how a tiny princess is supposed to stop a revenge-obsessed monster from destroying her family. Internally, she groans, "My head hurts just thinking about how to fix this mess, but I have to try for my family's sake." Suddenly, she flinches as a cold shiver runs down her spine. She peeks around a corner, feeling like she's being watched by some unseen creeper. She tries to brush it off as her being too sensitive and decides to head back to the palace since her dad is too busy to see her. But before she can make her escape, she runs smack into Prince Hyun. He's standing there holding a book, looking way too casual for someone who supposedly never visits their father's side of the palace. When he claims he was just passing by to grab a book, Yeyul isn't buying it. Internally, she scoffs. The library is on the complete opposite side of the palace, buddy. "Do you think I'm actually that easy to fool?" Hyun tries to change the subject, asking if she was busy, and she immediately starts pouting about her fever and her death-filled nightmares. He gives her cheek a little pinch, satisfied to see she's regained her spunk. He teases her, asking if she's salty that he didn't visit her while she was sick, but she gives him a classic "hem-pf" and walks away. Little does she know, Hyun actually pulled a secret ninja move, climbing walls to bring her medicine in the middle of the night without anyone catching him. As they walk together through the corridor, the atmosphere takes a sharp turn. They come across a group of guards stationed outside a room, looking all kinds of serious. Hyun gives the guards a subtle nod, and they slide the doors open. Yeyul gasps as she sees a stretcher being carried out with a body covered in a white sheet. Before she can get a good look at the gruesome sight, Hyun's hand is over her eyes, shielding her from the trauma. He goes full protective brother mode, scolding the guards for being rude enough to let a princess see a corpse. He asks if this is her first time seeing a dead body, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. Yeyul is shaken and asks who the person on the stretcher was. Hyun clenches his fist and reveals that he heard the body belongs to none other than Yeonsong. Yeyul is completely blindsided because in the story, Yeonsong is supposed to fake his death, but she wonders how Hyun even knows his name. When she presses him for answers, Hyun just flicks her forehead and asks if she's interrogating him. He bitterly remarks that maybe the guy deserved to die because the world is unfair, leaving Yeyul wondering why he looks so genuinely heartbroken. Hyun tries to walk away to handle matters, but Yeyul isn't letting him off the hook that easily. She grabs his hand, insisting that she'll skip seeing her father just to hang out with him, which finally brings a small grin to his face. He agrees to walk her home first, and she immediately starts a non-stop chatterfest about lunch and snacks. She basically talks his ear off, insisting that the snacks at his palace are way better than hers. Hein looks like he's regretting his life choices as he gets hit with her wall of sound. As they approach the palace grounds, Yeyul hears a faint meow coming from the bushes. She spots a fluffy white cat and immediately recognizes it as the first prince's pet. She crouches down and calls out to Liang Liang, a name she totally just made up on the spot. Hein looks at her like she's lost her mind, repeating the name Liang Liang with pure confusion. Yeyul doesn't care. She thinks the name is perfect and starts giving the cat some much-needed chin scratches. She pulls the cat into a big hug, looking like the happiest person on earth. She decides she's going to hold onto the kitty for a bit since the first prince isn't around to stop her. Hein tells her to put the dirty animal down, but Yeyul is already in cat lover heaven. While she's busy arguing that the cat is clean, the first prince is actually nearby, frantically searching the bushes for his missing pet. He spots them from a distance, seeing a random girl manhandling his precious kitty. He storms out of the greenery, shouting Liang Liang, and leaving Yeyul absolutely caught in 4K. Chaos erupted in the royal gardens as Yeyul stood frozen, clutching a very fluffy, very kidnapped cat while praying the first prince didn't think she was a common feline thief. The first prince stared her down, demanding to know exactly why his pet Liang Liang was currently in her arms. Internally, Yeyul was short-circuiting, pointing frantically at the bushes while mumbling a series of incoherent excuses. Prince Hein quickly stepped in to provide some cover, claiming the cat had basically blindsided Yeyul by leaping into her lap on its own accord. Instead of getting angry, the first prince reached out and gently wiped some dirt off Yeyul's face, leaving her completely stunned. Seeing the weird vibe, Hein told her to just hand the cat back so they could leave. Yeyul tried to set the cat down, but the little furball refused to let go, clinging to her like its life depended on it. Seizing the opportunity, the first prince invited her back to his palace to keep the cat calm, but Hein immediately shut that down with a hard no. The first prince ignored him, insisting that it wasn't Hein's business and that Yeyul should make her own decisions. Yeyul felt like she was caught in 4K between two overprotective brothers, both of them staring at her for an answer. Realizing the cat wasn't moving, she decided she might as well go along with it. She let out a massive sigh of relief that no one was being executed today. She promised Hein she would drop the cat off and come straight back. The first prince looked satisfied, while Hein stood in the background looking like he was ready to start a war. As they arrived at the prince's residence, Yeyul realized his palace was a literal flex, being way bigger than her own. She was low-key impressed by the sheer scale of the place. However, once they stepped inside, she noticed water splashed everywhere on the floor. Liang Liang was looking absolutely miserable and soaking wet, clearly having a terrible time. The prince admitted he tried to bathe the cat himself, but it turned into a total disaster as the cat bolted. Yeyul decided to drop some cat parenting truth bombs, explaining that there are better ways to handle a nervous pet. She told him the cat was likely just terrified, because water was a completely unfamiliar threat. She demonstrated how to slowly introduce to the water to build trust. The prince watched her with a serious expression, clearly taking notes on her cat whispering skills. Eventually, the cat calmed down and accepted the bath without a fight. Looking at her, the prince realized that maybe Yeyul was only afraid of him because he was just as unfamiliar to her as the bath water was to the cat. He gave her a playful poke on the nose, trying to bridge the gap. Yeyul gave him a bright smile and thanked her big brother, which seemed to hit him right in the feels. With the cat finally clean, Yeyul announced it was time for her to bounce. But the prince wasn't ready to let her go just yet, grabbing her hand to stop her exit. He invited her to stay for lunch, but Yeyul politely declined, not wanting to overstay her welcome. The prince looked visibly depressed by the rejection. Yeyul didn't look back, sprinting out of the palace as fast as her legs could carry her. Left alone, the prince realized she was still totally creeped out by him. Yeyul finally stopped to catch her breath, wondering why her danger radar was still screaming. She figured her sister's constant horror stories about the first prince had successfully brainwashed her. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw Hein waiting for her with a dark expression. He immediately grilled her on whether she'd actually returned the cat. She explained that she had to stay because the first prince was absolutely failing at basic pet hygiene. Hein didn't care about the excuses. He turned around and started walking away, clearly annoyed. Yeyul realized she'd triggered his jealous side again. She felt bad, knowing he'd probably been waiting for hours just to walk her home. She chased after him and grabbed his sleeve, offering a sincere apology. Hyun coldly told her there would be no next time and told her to stop following him. Yeyul clutched her head, realizing that persuading a moody prince was going to be a full-time job. An hour later, she finally reached the palace, completely exhausted from all the walking. Her stomach was growling, and she felt like she was running on fumes. To her surprise, the dining table was fully set, and Han was sitting there waiting. She tentatively asked if he was still holding a grudge. Acting petty, Hein told the servant to take the food away since Yeyul wasn't eating. Yeyul wasn't about to play these games while hungry, so she snatched the rice ball right out of the servant's hand. Hein looked at her, asking if the first prince had really been stingy enough not to feed her. She started inhaling the food, telling Hein that his company was the only one she actually enjoyed. She even turned on the charm, asking him to peel some shrimp for her. He complained that she was being greedy, but his hands were already busy peeling the shells. Internally, she celebrated the fact that she'd successfully cheered him up. After a massive feast, Yeyul was officially in a food coma. She got up to leave, feeling satisfied. But Hein called out to her one last time. He asked for her hand, and for a second she thought she was in trouble again. Instead, he just leaned down and wiped her hand, noting it was dirty. She realized she'd become a pro at handling his moods and decided to go for a bold move. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She skipped away happily, leaving him stunned. Hein watched her leave, his mind racing with the realization that she only treated him this way because she believed they were family. The truth was much darker. They didn't share a single drop of blood. He told himself to get a grip and focus on reclaiming the nation instead of catching feelings. But that night, his dreams were filled with her. He saw her standing in a field of flowers, looking like an absolute angel. In the dream, she gave him a flower crown and he told her she was beautiful. But the dream took a sharp turn into caught in 4K territory as he pinned her down, desperately telling her never to call him brother again. The chapter kicks off with a hazy, flowery memory of Yeyul begging someone named Yan to stay by her side. But the sweet vision quickly fades into the dark void of reality. Prince Hyun wakes up in a cold sweat, looking absolutely stressed and breathing like he just finished a marathon. He covers his face in frustration, clearly losing sleep over these recurring dreams. 2 hours later, he's trying to chill out in a cold sauna deep in the mountains, wondering how his brain could even cook up a dream like that. He shakes his head, convinced he's actually losing his mind. An old attendant eventually shows up to tell him he's been soaking for too long and needs to get out before he turns into a popsicle. Hyun pulls on his robes and yanks his belt tight, dismissing the old man because he's got matters to attend to. He heads over to a massive, ancient tree decorated with charms and presses a hidden stone. The tree lets out a mechanical whir and a secret staircase creaks open, leading underground. Hein descends into a dark, torchlit dungeon that looks like a straight-up horror movie set. He approaches a cell where the sound of heavy chains clanking echoes against the stone walls. Inside, a ragged, shirtless prisoner with wild hair screams out in desperation. Hyun casually holds out a bowl of rice, asking if the guy wants more as the prisoner starts inhaling the food like he's been starving for weeks. Hyun gives him a smug, villainous look, telling him he'll bring more later because it's already past his bedtime. The prisoner just stares at him with hollow blue eyes, looking completely broken. Hyun suddenly loses his patience and kicks the empty bowl across the floor. He snarls at the captive, warning him to stop staring unless he wants to lose his eyeballs permanently. The prisoner cowers in fear, clutching his head as the chains rattle. Hyun stands over him looking like the final boss of a dark fantasy, laughing at how pathetic the situation is. He reaches down to pet the prisoner's hair in a terrifyingly calm way. He lifts the boy's chin, mocking the fact that the true prince is rotting in a basement while he's living it up. Hyun tells him not to be mad at him, but to resent his own father, the emperor, instead. He then pulls off a literal face mask, revealing his true identity, Yeonsong, the supposed enemy prince. The prisoner is shook, stammering out Yeonsong's name in disbelief. Yeonsong just smiles, noting that the prisoner looks exactly like that scared little girl and her father. He dangles the discarded mask in front of the prisoner's face, refusing to get any more details. The real prince covers his eyes, terrified of whatever Yeonsong is plotting next. Yeonsong tells him to shut up and never use his real name again, admitting he actually loves his stolen identity, especially when Yeyul calls him brother. He lets the mask plop onto the floor like it's trash. Internally, he plotted, the imperial family is toast once I'm done with them. He pulls out a mysterious bottle, telling the prisoner he still has a debt to pay before he's allowed to die. He starts dripping a strange liquid into the prisoner's empty eye sockets. He explains that the boy's face will slowly change over time, making him the perfect mask for his scheme. The next morning at the palace gymnasium, the vibe is way less murdery but just as intense. The second prince is yawning his head off, complaining that being a martial arts teacher is the peak of boredom. He's ready to quit and turn down the job as soon as possible. Suddenly, Yeyul peeks around a tree, surprising him. He tries to act cool and asks what she's doing there. Yeyul explains that the first prince told her there was training today, and she wanted to watch the action. She's carrying the first prince's cat, Liang, who looks incredibly cozy. The second prince gets instant saltiness, complaining that their older brother is always ordering her around. He gives her hand a squeeze, happy she's there but still acting a bit dramatic. Yeyul smiles, but she's actually there on a secret mission. Internally, she recalled, in the original story, Yeonsong was abused in the mountains. I have to find him. She realizes she needs to distract the second prince so she can slip away and find the real Yeonsong. She hands the cat over to her brother, asking him to watch it while she goes to change her clothes. He agrees, though he insists on having a maid go with her for safety. He leads her toward the changing tent, thinking everything is normal. Once they arrive, Yeyul tells the maid to stay outside, acting like she just needs some privacy. Instead of changing, she finds a gap in the tent wall and starts sliding out the back. Internally, she cheered, "I'm making my big escape." But luck isn't on her side today, because she gets her midsection completely stuck in the narrow slit. She looks like a struggling rabbit, totally caught in 4K by her own clumsiness. She tries to squeeze through, making muffled grunts of pain as she realizes she's wedged tight. Internally, she panicked. I can't even call the maid for help without sounding sus. She lets out a massive sigh, wondering how her master plan failed so fast. Suddenly, a pair of boots appears in front of her face. It's Prince Hyun, Yeonsong, who looks down at her and asks what on earth she's doing. Yeyul cries out for help, and the prince mocks her, asking if she gained too much weight from all the snacks. He tells her to stop flapping around and promises to get her out, noticing she's actually in pain. Yeyul tries to whisper for him to be quiet so the maid doesn't hear them, but Yeonsong doesn't care. He tells the maid to step aside because they're siblings. Yeyul realizes this is not going to make her escape any easier. He reaches down and grabs her by the waist to pull her through. Yeyul is shocked to see him inside the tent, wondering how he got past the guard. Internally, she wondered, was the maid so into his looks that she just let him through? Yeonsong casually mentions that he just knocked the maid out to save time. He tells Yeyul to stay still while he presses down on the tent fabric. He reaches back to unhook her sachet, which was the thing actually keeping her stuck. He slides the accessory free, looking totally unbothered by the awkwardness. Yeyul feels the tension loosen and gets excited. With one final slide, Yeonsong pulls her completely through the gap. He catches her in a full embrace as she pops out of the tent like a cork. Yeyul lets out a huge sigh of relief, finally free from her fabric prison, even if she's now stuck in the arms of the most dangerous man in the palace. After her disastrous climbing attempt, Yeyul promises herself she'll never do anything that's stupid again. She finds herself still wrapped in the arms of the disguised Yeonsong, who is looking suspiciously flustered for someone who's supposed to be a cold-blooded imposter. As she looks at his blushing face, she remembers a beautiful scene from the original story, but the current vibe is just straight-up awkward. Internally, she's screaming, but she plays it cool and gives him a bright smile, thanking her older brother. While wondering why his face is turning into a tomato, he finally pulls it together and suggests they head back to the gymnasium. As they walk, Yeyul's brain starts short-circuiting because everything feels too quiet, making her wonder if she's completely overlooked a major plot point. She glances around at the serene scenery, but her mind is racing with anxiety. She even asks if the maid he knocked out will be okay, and he casually mentions she'll be back on her feet in 15 minutes like it's no big deal. Suddenly, he stops and hits her with the million-dollar question. Why was she even out there? Yeyul grabs his sleeve, sweating bullets as she tries to come up with a lie that doesn't sound like total fanfiction. He points out that today was strictly for the boys' training, so who exactly was she looking for? The tension is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife as the wind rustles the leaves around them. She flinches when he leans in close, deciding to use the fake name Yeon gave her. She carefully asks if he knows any of the soldiers at the gymnasium. He gives her a cool, almost predatory smile and says he's acquainted with all of them. When she drops the name Kwon-gu, he flatly denies ever hearing it. He stares her down with those piercing blue eyes, asking if she actually trusts him. Yeyul puts on her best innocent child act, but internally, she's losing it because the male protagonist has vanished and the plot is officially derailed. She realizes that in the original novel, she was supposed to be dead by age 6, and her uncle was supposed to be executed for treason. But looking at her uncle now, he's perfectly fine and snacking away like a king. The realization hits her like a truck. Those who were supposed to die are living, and the ones meant to stay alive are catching major death flags. She starts to panic, wondering if the body she saw earlier was actually the original male lead. She literally crouches on the ground, clutching her head and wondering if she's the one who ruined everything. The disguised Yeonsong just watches her having a full-blown existential crisis in the middle of a field. He checks her forehead, wondering if she's caught a fever or just lost her last 2 brain cells. Yeyul just slumps over, depressed that an innocent person might have died because of her presence. She tries to huff some copium, telling herself that at least no one is currently plotting a revenge arc against her. Plus, the people she loves aren't in immediate danger, so that's a win, right? She forces a smile and tells him she's feeling much better now. She hops up and tells him to hurry so they can head back. The next morning, we see the Emperor in his study, looking every bit the tired royal. Yeyul tries to be a sneaky little thief and snatch a snack, but she gets caught in 4K. The Emperor asks why she's trying to ninja his food, and she just hugs him, claiming she didn't want to be a bother. He gives in instantly, ordering her to sit down and eat with him, because a total softie for her. The cozy moment is interrupted when a servant announces that the royal teacher wants an audience. A man with long, flowing silver hair enters the room. Yeyul's eyes go wide because she recognizes this name from the original story. In the novel, royal teacher Eunkyung was just a minor character who died in a tragic cameo. She remembers the lore. He died right after the 3rd princess was married off and killed. He had returned from the battlefield covered in blood. He didn't even make it inside his house, dying right at the gates of a funeral. The history books said he died in battle, but the truth was much more depressing. Rereading the novel in her head, Yeyul connects the dots. Under the beautiful cherry blossoms of the past, Yunkyung and the third princess clearly had feelings for each other. He cared for his student more than he let on. She remembers the princess looking radiant in her wedding robes, while he watched from the sidelines, his heart breaking in silence. He had asked her if she liked the man she was marrying, and she had lied with a blush, saying she loved him. Yunkyung had chosen to go to war, wishing only for happiness even if he wasn't the one by her side. He watched her carriage leave, a scene filled with absolute melancholy. Back in the present, Yeyul is so moved by the tragic backstory that she starts tearing up. Yunkyung notices and asks why the little princess is crying. She wipes her eyes, blaming it on the strong palace incense. Internally, she's spinning out, trying to figure out whose side she's even on in this messy timeline. The emperor gently pats her head to comfort her. He immediately orders the servants to toss the incense and never burn it again. Yeyul leans into the comfort, feeling a bit guilty for the drama. Yunkyung then gets down to business, reporting that the preparations for the spring hunt are on track. Yeyul's ears perk up at the mention of the hunt. She looks at her father with puppy dog eyes. She asks if she can go too, but the emperor shuts her down, saying she's way too small. She tries to argue, bringing up her older sister. Yunkyung chimes in, explaining the age limit is 13. Yeyul does the math and realizes she's not even 7, meaning she's basically a toddler in their eyes. She throws a mini tantrum, but the emperor points out she can't even ride a horse because of her height. He teases her, saying he'd let her go if she actually had a job to do there. Yeyul freezes, realizing she has zero survival skills. That's when Yunkyung leans in and whispers a genius idea, gathering mushrooms. A light bulb goes off in Yeyul's head. She announces her new career as a mushroom hunter, and the emperor finally caves, letting her join the squad. 4 days later, Yeyul is at the prince's home, where her uncle is laughing at her important mission. They sit down for a massive feast, and Yeyul mentions she even asked the 6th prince to come along for protection. Meanwhile, the disguised Yeonsong sneezes, likely because someone is talking smack about him. Yeyul's uncle picks her up, commenting on how much she's grown. Yeyul pouts, thinking she's just gotten fat, but he assures her she's just getting taller. However, the vibe shifts when Yeyul looks closer and notices something weird. She points at his neck and asks why it's completely red, leaving us on a massive cliffhanger. Yeyul is currently playing detective as she notices a suspicious red mark on her uncle's neck. She innocently asks if it's a bug bite that hasn't been tended to, completely unaware of the real tea. Uncle Ninth flinches hard, internally cursing his luck about what went down the night before. He tries to play it cool, stuttering that it's just a mosquito bite while sweating buckets. Yeyul suggests some high-grade medication that worked for her, which just makes Uncle Ninth want to vanish into thin air. Suddenly, a servant walks in with a tray of snacks. Yeyul immediately clocks that this isn't any ordinary staff member based on those specific robes. This is Won Lee, Uncle's personal guard, and the man is basically a walking thirst trap with main character energy. He sets down some cherry blossom pastries, and Yeyul notes he's way too handsome and attentive to be a background character. Uncle Ninth snaps at him for barging in without permission, clearly on edge. Won Lee just gives him a smug look, mentioning that Minister Kang is waiting in the garden. Uncle tells Yeyul to stay put while he handles business, looking totally stressed. As he walks away, Yeyul notices his posture is incredibly stiff and awkward, making her wonder if he's actually injured. Once they're gone, Yeyul focuses on the real prize, the pastries. But Won Lee is still lurking and staring her down, catching her in 4K before she can secure the bag. Internally, she's screaming, but she puts on her best. I'm a polite princess, face and claims she won't have any. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the palace, the tension is actually through the roof. Uncle Ninth and his guard are finally alone in a private room. Uncle looks around for the minister, but the coast is clear. Won Lee admits he has no clue where the guy is and that he's probably at home, confirming he totally lied. Uncle Ninth is done with the games and swings for a smack. He scolds Won Lee for leaving visible traces on his neck, basically exposing the fact that the mosquito was actually his guard. Won Lee just wipes the blood from his lip with a smirk, apologizing, because he couldn't control himself the previous night. The vibe is chaotic as Uncle struggles to keep his composure around this bold subordinate. Won Lee leans in close to whisper, making Uncle Ninth turn bright red. Uncle Ninth tries to push him away, but Won Lee grabs his hand and tells him not to slap him again. Later that evening, the sun begins to set over the beautiful palace grounds. Yeyul is still waiting at the table, bored out of her mind and yawning. She decides to skip back to her own palace, but she gets blindsided when she sees Won Lee waiting by the gate. He claims the prince had to leave and tasked him with escorting her back. Before she can protest, he scoops her up for a hug. He warns her not to struggle, or she might actually get hurt. Internally, she's scared, but she decides to adapt to her surroundings and not bicker with him. He delivers her to the carriage, with the other guards looking on nervously. Peeking through the curtains, Yeyul realizes this guy is a total mystery. She can't figure out how he's related to her uncle or why he wasn't in the original text. Since he's with her uncle and not one of the emperor's men, she decides to just watch him for now. 3 days before the spring hunt, the palace is buzzing with activity. Yeyul finds Yeonsong practicing his archery. He looks intense, his blue eyes sharp as he aims for the bullseye. He asks why she's lurking in the grass like a weirdo. She hits him with the classic, "I missed you" line to lower his guard. It works, and he nearly fumbles his bow in embarrassment. She tries to act cute to get him to listen to her plan. He looks down at her, wondering what kind of scheme she's cooking up this time. When she asks if he's practicing for the hunt, he confirms he's ready to dominate. Yeyul tries to pivot, asking what he'd do if he had to skip the horse riding and shooting for something else. He's confused and wonders what he'd be doing instead. She finally drops the bomb. What if they just went picking mushrooms instead? Yeonsong laughs it off, saying it depends on who he's with. Yeyul puts on her most pitiful bunny ear act, asking if she's not good enough. He leans in, asking what possible benefit he'd get from foraging with her. She offers him her entire harvest, thinking that's a top-tier deal. He flat out tells her he hates mushrooms and starts to walk away. She chases after him, shouting that he can sell them for candied haws. They end up at a table together, where Yeonsong asks why he'd need candied haws unless he was feeding a greedy kitten like her. She pivots again, suggesting he can trade them for trinkets for a lady whom he fancies. Yeonsong's expression shifts as he stares her down. He asks what kind of gifts this lady would even like. Yeyul lists off saucy novels and stinky tofu, even offering to recommend a shop with the best illustration. That was the wrong move, and Yeonsong looks ready to explode. He looms over her, his shadow completely covering her as he gets annoyed. Realizing she went too far, she quickly shuts her mouth. She apologizes, promising to stop talking about his future love life. Seeing him finally relax and smile a little, Yeyul is momentarily stunned. She realizes she hasn't seen him look this peaceful in ages. Without thinking, she reaches up and cups his face, telling him he should smile more because it's actually handsome. Then she leans in closer, mentioning he smells great and asking what scent he's wearing. Suddenly, she realizes she's crossed a massive line, and internally she screams because she's totally doomed. Things are getting spicy as Yeonsong grips Yeyul's arm, his face turning a suspicious shade of red. He leans in way too close for comfort, making Yeyul wonder if he's about to short-circuit. He suddenly shoves her back, warning her that getting this close is dangerous, which is basically code for "my heart can't take this." Yeyul is totally blindsided, internally screaming, is he angry again? She asks if she messed up, but he claims he's only mad at himself for being weak. Internally, she scoffs. "Liar, you're clearly salty about something." Unfortunately, she says that part out loud and gets caught in 4K. To distract him, she stuffs her face with food, hoping her cute act will save her from an awkward lecture. It actually works, and he drops the tough guy act to guide her to the table. He even starts peeling her shrimp and promises to take her mushroom picking later, proving he's a total softie for her. 3 days later, it's finally time for the spring hunt at the palace gates. Yeyul's carriage is so packed with luggage that there's barely room for a snack, let alone another person. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. It's Yuan Lee, and she's looking for a place to stash some contraband. She tosses a wrapped bundle to Yeyul, telling her to guard it with her life. Yeyul gives her a "are you serious" look, but Yuan is already making threats. Yeyul opens the package and immediately hits a death flag. It's full of spicy erotic art. Before she can process the scandal, a hand taps Yuan's shoulder. It's the Imperial Preceptor looking like a total snack on his horse. He pulls Yuan up to ride with him, leaving Yeyul dazed in the carriage. As they ride off, Yeyul realizes the Preceptor is the only one who can actually tame that wild girl. Yeyul gives a thumbs up, promising to deliver the goods at the hunt venue. But then Yeonsong decides to crash her carriage instead of riding his horse. He squeezes into the cramped space, making Yeyul wonder why he's making life difficult for everyone. She asks if he finds it a bit tight, but he just smiles and says it's fine. Internally, she sighs. "If you're fine means I'm the one suffering." He settles in and starts reading a book, looking way too majestic for a simple carriage ride. Yeyul finds herself staring at his neck, noticing how pale and perfect his skin is. She starts overthinking, wondering if she should get a tan while they're out picking mushrooms. He catches her staring and asks what's up, causing her to go into full panic mode. She claims she's just bored and looking for a book, but then the carriage hits a massive rock. She loses her balance and falls right into his lap. He shields her from the impact while the driver apologizes for the bumpy road. They stay like that for a beat, Yeonsong making sure she's not hurt. It's a total romance trope moment, and Yeyul realizes the carriage isn't so cramped after all. However, the mood is ruined when Yuan's art collection falls out of the bag. Yeonsong picks up the book, and Yeyul has to take the fall for her friend to avoid a disaster. He looks at the cover and asks the million-dollar question. "Have you read it?" Yeyul denies it instantly, looking like she's about to faint. She tries to play it off like it's a book about spring and hunting that she wanted to read later. He isn't buying her excuses for a second. He shuts the book firmly before she can see any more. He tells her she's way too young for this and confiscates the spicy material. He wraps it up, telling her to get some rest instead of worrying about smut. Yeyul realizes Yuan Lee will actually end her if she doesn't get that book back. She decides to use her ultimate weapon and leans into him, whispering that she's cold. He gulps, clearly affected by her sudden proximity. He pulls her into a warm hug, but he's still holding onto the book, making her mission a complete failure. They finally arrive at the Wanjing grounds for the start of the hunt. The ritual is simple. Everyone has to chase a white deer with a red rope around its neck. Yeyul is confused, wondering why they're bullying a deer. Her friend explains that whoever kills the deer first gets a favor from the king. This is basically a wish-come-true card, so every general and minister is hyped. Suddenly, Song Yusung appears on his horse, ready to win the prize. Yeyul has a bad feeling about his intentions. Yeonsong immediately steps in and shields Yeyul from his gaze. The two men exchange a glare that could start a forest fire. Yusung rides off to start the hunt, leaving the tension thick in the air. Later, Yuan Li tracks Yeyul down, asking if she still has the item. Yeyul nervously reveals that the book was snatched by Yeonsong. Yuan is absolutely devastated to see the book in the prince's hand. Yeonsong looks at them both, knowing exactly what kind of trouble they were cooking up. Yuan tries to argue that she's almost 15 and old enough to read it, but Yeonsong isn't hearing it. He tells her she can try to snatch it back, which leads to a hilarious struggle that Yuan definitely loses. The group ends up looking like a total circus before the hunt even begins. The spring hunt is officially underway, and Yeyul is already on a mission to secure some supplies. She aggressively snatches what she needs from a box, leaving her friend complaining about her being way too brutal. Yeonsong isn't about to let her wander off alone, so he grabs her hand to lead the way. Yeyul is a bit confused, asking where exactly they're heading in such a hurry. He casually claims they're just going out to pick some mushrooms, acting like it's a totally normal Sunday stroll. They trek deep into the quiet woods, far away from the rest of the hunting party. Eventually, they find a spot where the ground is covered in colorful fungi. Yeonsong holds up a handful of them, and Yeyul immediately says she wants to eat them. He drops the bomb that these are actually highly toxic, and eating them will make her start seeing little people everywhere. Yeyul starts trembling, wondering if he knows this because he's actually tried them before. Yeonsong gets a distant look in his eyes, remembering how he had to eat literally anything to survive when the kingdom was falling apart. He turns to head back, but Yeyul stops him, looking totally lost. Yeonsong is confused why she's stalling. Internally, she realizes she's in big trouble as her vision starts to get wavy. She admits that she already tried one just a second ago, which leaves Yeonsong completely blindsided. He immediately goes into panic mode, patting her back and yelling at her, "Spit it out right now." When it doesn't come out, he has to hold her chin to get a better look. He looks incredibly anxious, realizing his protective streak might have been a second too slow. Yeyul looks absolutely pitiful with tears in her eyes as the poison starts to kick in. Yeonsong stares at her, and for a second, the tension is real enough to cut with a knife. He blushes hard and tells her to deal with it herself, internally screaming, "I must be insane for getting this worked up." Yeyul eventually has a bleak moment on the grass to get the toxic mushroom out of her system. Since she's now wobbling like a newborn giraffe, Yeonsong has to carry her on his back. The hallucinations hit full force, and Yeyul starts grabbing at his hair, claiming she sees red and green little people on his head. She cuddles into him, saying she knows he won't ignore her, which makes Yeonsong's face turn bright red. He tries to act tough, telling her not to take advantage of his kindness. She doesn't listen at all and starts smacking his head to chase away the imaginary yellow people. As they keep moving, she spots a tent and decides it belongs to her ninth uncle. Yeonsong tells her to slow down, but she's already running toward it in a happy daze. She bursts through the entrance, shouting for her uncle. Suddenly, Yeonsong yanks her back just as a needle's past her face. Inside the tent, ninth uncle is shouting at someone, threatening them if they hurt his guest. Uncle looks caught in 4K in a very awkward position, and Yeonsong quickly covers Yeyul's mouth so she doesn't say anything stupid. Uncle just tells his companion to go on, clearly wanting to get back to whatever secret business they were doing. Yeonsong drags her away while she's still whining about the little people in the tent. He lets out a massive sigh, wondering how he ended up as a babysitter for a tripping princess. He tells her she's just imagining things, and to keep her mouth shut so she doesn't look like a fool. Yeyul rubs her eyes, convinced the poison has officially made her dumb, because she thinks she sees a white deer. It turns out she's actually right, that's the legendary white deer, the top prize of the entire hunt. Yeonsong whispers for her to stay put because one wrong move will make it bolt. But Yeyul just walks right up to the rare creature and starts pinching its ear. She looks the deer in the eye and asks if it's yummy, leaving Yeonsong's brain short-circuiting. He asks if she's seriously planning to eat the most valuable prize in the forest. Yeyul points out that the poor thing is hurt and says they need to heal it before they even think about dinner. Yeonsong thinks about how this deer could get them endless wealth or authority from the emperor. But Yeyul just starts bandaging the deer's leg, saying she doesn't need a bribe to get what she wants, making Yeonsong realize she's still the same kind soul deep down. The deer is all patched up, and Yeonsong can't help but smile at the wholesome scene. The peace is ruined when they hear the thud of horse hooves approaching. Song Yusung shows on horseback, immediately drawing his bow. Yeonsong asks if he's really trying to claim their deer. Yusung just smirks, saying no one would pass up a chance like this. Yeonsong asks if he wants to use it to demand a favor from the princess, but Yusung stays cagey. Yeonsong gives him a look that says, "Over my dead body," and refuses to budge. Yusung doesn't care and aims his arrow right at them, threatening to shoot if they stay put. He lets the arrow fly, but Yeonsong is a literal beast and throws a dagger with insane precision. The dagger clinks against the arrow midair, knocking it off course. The chaos spooks Yusung's horse, sending the general tumbling to the ground. Yeonsong stands over him with a terrifying expression, and Yusung immediately folds, begging for mercy. Yeonsong doesn't even waste his breath and just tells the loser to scram. Song Yusung tries to play the let's share card, asking if they have the same goal in mind for the legendary prize. He thinks he can manipulate the situation, but he's about to get a reality check. Yeonsong isn't interested in playing nice and straight up tells the general he's unworthy of even standing near them. Yuseong is fuming, but Yeonsong tells him to watch and learn while Yeyul stands there completely confused by the high-level trash talk. Yeyul worries the guy is plotting a major villain arc after being publicly humiliated. Yeonsong notices her distress and immediately tones down the intensity, apologizing for the vibe check. Yeyul points out that her hallucinations are literally trembling because his aura was so terrifying. Internally, she scoffed, "Great, now my imaginary friends have PTSD." They finally stroll back into the sunset with the legendary deer in tow, looking like a total power squad. As night falls, the campsite is buzzing with activity and bonfires. A girl approaches Yeyul with a surprise, holding out 2 fluffy white rabbits. Yeyul's eyes turn into dinner plates as she asks if they're serving spicy noodles with these. The girl is horrified, explaining these are pets, while Yeyul thinks about how much better they'd look in a hot pot. The girl asks if her luggage is still in the carriage. Yeyul confirms her precious bottles are safe, hoping the maids didn't break anything. Suddenly, the big boss enters the chat, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. The tyrant father looms over them, and the other girl immediately nopes out of there to save herself. Yeyul is left alone with the man who could end her career with a single look. Internally, she's sweating bullets, terrified he'll find her stash of questionable reading material in the tent. The Emperor sits down and brings up the white deer she managed to snag. Since the rules state bringing it back grants a wish, he asks what she wants. Yeyul is blindsided by the sudden generosity of the man. She tries the classic good health and long life, brown-nosing tactic to stay on his good side. He calls out her fake flattery instantly, proving he's not as easy to fool as he looks. Yeyul realizes that after his memory loss, he's actually gotten smarter, which is a total death flag for her future plans. Yeyul decides to test her luck and see what's making him so sharp. She asks for a cup of his high-tier liquor, wondering if it's some kind of brain booster. Both the Emperor and the servant are caught in 4K, completely stunned by her request. He points out the cup is way too massive for a child to be handling. Yeyul doubles down, giving him the puppy dog eyes to let her try just one sip. He laughs it off, figuring his daughter should be able to handle her drink. He pours the cup and even offers to call a physician for a hangover cure later. Yeyul is hyped to finally taste the forbidden juice she missed out on in her past life. Suddenly, a hand whips into the frame with lightning speed. Before she can take a single sip, someone snatches the cup right out of her hands. It's sixth brother Yeonsong, playing the overprotective card yet again. He claims she's far too young and not the smartest, so he'll take the hit for her. The father is visibly annoyed by the interruption to his father-daughter bonding. Yeonsong ignores the tension and downs the entire cup in one go like an absolute legend. He flips the cup to show it's empty, leaving the father completely speechless. He then grabs Yeyul and decides it's time for them to bounce. The Emperor watches them leave, suspecting that Yeonsong is definitely not acting like a biological child of his. The forest is dead silent as they walk away from the camp. The atmosphere between the two is heavy and awkward. Yeyul tries to break the ice by mentioning how cute the rabbits are. Yeonsong mutters that the rabbits aren't the ones who are cute. Yeyul is confused and asks him what he just said. He grabs her face and makes it very clear that she's the one he's talking about. Yeyul's heart starts doing backflips, and she realizes her mental adult self is actually being tempted by a kid. He catches her in a gotcha hug before she can run away. In the chaos of the hug, she accidentally drops the rabbits and they bolt into the bushes. She starts crying over her lost pets, and Yeonsong promises he'll get them back. But the liquor is finally hitting his system, and he starts stumbling like he's walking on a boat. Yeyul realizes he's totally wasted and tries to lead him back to rest. He insists he's not tired, but he's clearly short-circuiting. He starts acting weirdly possessive and won't let her go. He ties her hands together with a ribbon, claiming he's catching rabbits. He tells her it's time to take her back. Yeyul just sighs, accepting her fate as a human leash holder for a drunk prince. Suddenly, they stop dead in their tracks. Yeyul feels a chill and realizes something is wrong. They quickly hide in the bushes as they hear people approaching. It turns out to be Song Yu-sung meeting his childhood sweetheart Jae-hee, and the drama is about to get spicy. While Yeyul hides in the brush, she overhears Yu-sung spilling his secrets to Jae-hee, admitting he's only hunting to marry the princess for her status and wealth. Yeonsong watches the scene with a surprisingly serious expression, looking far more sober than he did 5 minutes ago. Jae-hee gets emotional, worried that Yu-sung will forget their love once he's a royal consort, but he swears he has a hidden agenda. Suddenly, the poor girl starts coughing up blood and Yu-sung panics, reminding her that her lungs are still fragile from a past fever. He scoops her up in a bridal carry, promising that once he marries the princess, he'll find a way to cure her illness for good. Internally, Yeyul's brain starts short-circuiting as she realizes the original plot. Yu-sung didn't just want the princess' money. He wanted her blood to save his sweetheart. She stands alone among the flowers, realizing that her own past actions were the catalyst for this entire mess. Before she can spiral into a crisis, Yeonsong covers her eyes and tells her to keep them shut while he prepares a little surprise. He launches a rock with expert precision, aiming straight for the rival's legs. The rock hits with a loud thwack, and a blindsided Yu-sung loses his balance, dropping Jae-hee right on her face. The two star-crossed lovers end up eating dirt in the grass while Yeonsong watches from the shadows. He turns back to Yeyul with a smug, satisfied smirk that says he's the king of pettiness. Seeing her red eyes, he asks why she's crying, but she quickly claims the forest air is just too dry and her eyes needed moisture. She demands to be untied since the ribbon is getting uncomfortable, and Yeonsong actually listens for once. He gently starts loosening the knots, asking if she's in pain. Then, in a move that has her wondering if he's still drunk, he starts blowing on her wrists to soothe the marks. Yeyul tells him to stop being so nice, but the guy is clearly in his feelings right now. He even gives her hand a quick kiss, leaving her completely stunned and hoping he didn't realize what he just did. Instead of heading back to the safety of the tents, he grabs her hand and starts dragging her deeper into the woods. He casually mentions he's hungry, which is apparently enough reason to go on a midnight hike. They reach the riverbank, and he starts stripping off his gear to hop into the water. Yeyul panics, shouting that a drunk guy has no business swimming in a river at night. She tries to hold him back, terrified that if he drowns, she's way too small to pull him out. He ignores her concerns and keeps walking toward the gushing water. She tries to warn him that the water is freezing, but he's got a one-track mind. Internally, she fumed, "We have gourmet food at the camp. Why are you obsessed with catching a fish right now?" He just pinches her cheek and tells her she loves fish anyway, so he's doing this for her. Realizing he won't listen, she decides to risk it all and vows they aren't leaving until they have a meal. She tries to dash into the water herself, but Yeonsong is way ahead of her. He catches her in a sudden hug, stopping her before she can even get her feet wet. He tells her to stop being dramatic and promises neither of them is going to freeze to death tonight. When she asks about the fish, he gives her a confident look, assuring her he's got it covered. He finally lets go of her waist, giving her some space to breathe. He grabs a sturdy branch from the nearby bushes to start his DIY project. Using his dagger, he begins shaving the wood down to a lethal point. In no time, he's holding a makeshift fishing spear, looking like a pro-survivalist. Yeyul watches skeptically as he stalks toward the water, wondering if he's actually going to catch anything. To her surprise, he immediately spears a fish, catching it in 4K. She tries to stay unimpressed, thinking one tiny fish isn't going to satisfy two people. However, she's soon proven wrong when they end up with a massive haul roasting over a campfire. He asks if she's finally satisfied, and she's forced to admit that the big haul is more than enough. The next morning, Yeyul is back on her grind, determined to win some favor points with her Tyrant Fodder. She peeks into the Emperor's tent while he's getting ready for the official hunt. She starts with some heavy flattery, telling him his riding gear looks amazing. She gives him her best cute daughter eyes to seal the deal. She slowly approaches him as he stands on a tiger skin rug. The Emperor doesn't fall for the act and tells her to cut the nonsense and just say what she wants. She comes clean, admitting she wants to join the hunting party. He picks her up, surprisingly agreeing to let her come along. But there's a catch. He'll only allow it on one specific condition. Outside, the royal horses are groomed and ready for the day's event. Yeyul is hit with a major death flag when she realizes she's not riding with a guard, but with the Emperor himself. She's hoisted into the air by her collar like a kitten being moved by its mother. He plops her onto the horse, and she has to fake being happy even though she's low-key vibrating with fear. He gives the signal and they take off with a loud shout. They charge forward, leaving the rest of the officials in a cloud of dust. He notices she's trembling and asks if she's scared, but Yeyul puts on a brave face and denies it. He grips the reins tight, looking every bit the dominant ruler as they ride. Yeyul notices they've veered away from the other hunters and are heading into a secluded area. He points out a beautiful flower patch near a waterfall, showing a rare moment of fatherly kindness. Realizing he just wanted to show her a nice view, she gets excited and tells him to go even faster. But the wholesome vibes are instantly killed when an assassin leaps out of the trees with a sword, aiming straight for the Tyrant's head. Peace in the forest is short-lived as birds scatter from the trees, signaling that something is about to go down. Suddenly, a group of masked assassins surrounds the party, but the Emperor just scoffs at their audacity to pull up on Imperial hunting grounds. He doesn't even flinch, grabbing Yeyul and telling her to close her eyes while he prepares to carry the team. As swords clash, Yeyul is low-key impressed by the Tyrant's combat skills, wondering how he's this cracked at fighting despite living a life of luxury. One overconfident goon tries a double-blade flex, but the Emperor basically tells him he's mid before engaging. With a single kick from his horse, the Emperor sends an assassin flying like he's playing a ragdoll simulator. The guy hits the dirt, coughing up blood and immediately regretting his life choices. Another one bites the dust as the Emperor continues his absolute no-hit run. Seeing his squad get deleted, the last assassin drops his sword and begs for mercy, but it's way too late for that. The Emperor has zero chill and refuses to waste breath on a coward, while Yeyul wonders if they're going to chase the rest of the runners. Finally, the Imperial guards show up like they've been lagging the entire time. Internally, Yeyul rolls her eyes. Nice of you guys to show up after the boss fight is already over, you absolute slackers. The guards scatter to track the remaining assassins while the Emperor stays on high alert. Suddenly, a suspicious mist starts rolling through the trees, making the atmosphere extra sketchy. The Emperor realizes it's a trap and tells Yeyul to hold her breath, but the sweet fragrance is already doing its work. Yeyul's vision blurs as she gets hit with a major case of the sleepies, passing out right in his arms. Even the horse starts stumbling as the knockout gas takes full effect. The Emperor leaps off the collapsing horse just in time, landing on his feet while holding the unconscious princess. A new challenger appears in the trees wearing a red mask, looking like a budget demon from a horror flick. The masked man greets the emperor as nephew, which is a massive family reunion red flag. The emperor is visibly annoyed, wondering who let this crazy relative out of the basement in the first place. The masked uncle leaps down, ready to turn this family gathering into a funeral. He lashes out with a whip, but the emperor's reflexes are still top tier despite the poison gas. Carrying Yeyul makes things tricky, so the emperor is forced to dodge and retreat instead of going on the offensive. The uncle starts taunting him, asking if the little girl is his new weakness, since he won't stop running. He doesn't wait for an answer and swings the whip again with lethal intent. The emperor catches the whip with his bare hand like an absolute boss, stopping the attack cold. Seeing the whip didn't work, the masked man pulls out a poison shuriken for a dirty follow-up. The emperor spots the projectile mid-air, but his movement is limited while protecting the kid. Darkness starts to settle over the forest as the situation turns completely south for our duo. The star digs deep into the emperor's shoulder, and he grunts in pain while making sure he doesn't drop the sleeping Yeyul. The uncle yanks his whip back, clearly satisfied with landing a cheap shot. He steps forward, ready to gloat over his victory like a typical movie villain. He reveals that the star was coated in a lethal poison that's about to end the emperor's career. The emperor regrets not finishing this guy off years ago, but the uncle just laughs, claiming a real ruler should be cold-blooded. With one final whip strike, the emperor loses his balance and starts to fall back. The two of them plummet off the cliff, disappearing into the dark, foggy abyss below. Later that night, Yeyul finally wakes up feeling like she got hit by a freight train. She smells the iron scent of blood and sees the poisoned star still lodged deep in her father's shoulder. She panics, realizing her supposedly invincible father is actually in critical condition. They've managed to take shelter in a cave by a small fire, and she immediately checks to see if he's still breathing. She lets out a massive sigh of relief when she realizes he's still in the land of the living. Looking at the wound, she tries to piece together the chaos that happened after she blacked out. She covers him up with her own clothes, promising herself that she'll be the one protecting him for once. Then she notices the blood is black and realizes the poison is spreading through his system. She knows she has to get Star out or he's toast, but her hands won't stop shaking. The emperor suddenly opens his eyes and tells her to stop the waterworks because he's not dead yet. He tells her to remove the star, showing a rare moment of total trust in his daughter. He encourages her, saying she's got that royal courage in her DNA and can handle it. Yeyul braces herself, grips the cold metal, and prepares for the worst. She tells him to bite her arm if the pain gets too intense, which is surprisingly wholesome for a tyrant. He just gives her a faint, weary smile and tells her it's okay to proceed. She pulls the star out with a sharp tug, her heart pounding against her ribs. The emperor groans in pain but refuses to admit it hurts, trying to stay tough for the kid. Yeyul knows the poison is still in there, so she decides to suck it out manually like a true survivalist. The emperor warns her it's risky, but she's not hearing it. She's in full medic mode. She tells him to stay still and promises she'll be quick about it. She starts sucking the poison out of the wound with grim determination. She spits out the black gunk, doing whatever it takes to clear a system before it's too late. After cleaning the wound, she tells him she's going to find more wood to keep the fire going through the night. Internally, she's terrified, but she knows she's the only one who can keep them alive in this wilderness. Outside the cave, the night is pitch black and full of sounds that are definitely not friendly. She wonders if the area is safe, or if they're about to be turned into a midnight snack for wolves. Right on cue, a wolf howls in the distance, sending her soul right out of her body. Yeyul realizes that being stuck in the woods with a bunch of hungry wolves is definitely not on her bucket list. She shuffles back into the cave where her father is chilling by a pathetic fire. The emperor gives her a smirk, asking if she's actually scared of a little nature after acting so tough earlier. Yeyul plays the helpless child card, claiming she's way too terrified of the dark to go collect wood. Internally, she hoped he'd buy the act, but he just points to a pile of sticks conveniently sitting in the corner. It looks like some hunters used this place as a DUI Airbnb, so the emperor tells her to start looking for flint. Yeyul manages to find the stones while feeling like a total survivalist, but then she hits him with the ultimate rich kid excuse. She has no clue how to actually use them. She stacks the twigs like a pro, waiting for a miracle. Since she's an imperial princess, the emperor decides it's time for a survival 101 lesson and shows her the ropes. After a bit of effort, they actually manage to get the fire lit. Yeyul is over the moon, finally feeling that cozy warmth. She's curious though, why does a high and mighty emperor know how to do peasant work? He explains that the path to the throne wasn't all silk robes and tea parties. It was a bloody free-for-all. Internally, she realized he wasn't just born a tyrant. He was forged in the fire of imperial family drama. Suddenly, her stomach lets out a massive growl, ruining the serious mood. The emperor points her toward a basket in the back, and she goes into full scavenger mode. Score! She finds a stash of sweet potatoes and starts roasting them immediately. Watching him by the fire, she thinks he actually looks kinda gentle when he's not busy being a menace. He catches her staring and tells her to focus before the potatoes melt. Yeyul starts huffing and puffing on the hot potatoes to cool them down. She offers the first one to her dad like a dutiful daughter. but he lets out a pained groan, looking like he's about to short-circuit. Yeyul panics, thinking his wound reopened. Since he can't move well, she offers to be his personal food holder while he eats. He takes a bite and tells her that her company is the only thing keeping the pain at bay. Meanwhile, a search party is combing the area with enough torches to be seen from space. A soldier reports finding scraps of the Emperor's robes near the cliff edge, which is a major death flag. An official snaps at him to shut up, refusing to believe the boss is gone. He grips his fan, desperately hoping they've just got lucky. Yuseong notes that they've searched the top thoroughly and it's time to change tactics. He decides to head down the cliff himself, even though a fall from that height is usually a one-way trip. Internally, he's obsessed, convinced that Yeyul has to be alive. Back at the 9th Duke's tent, things are looking pretty sus. The Duke tries to leave, but the guards pull it's for your own good and block him. He's not having it, demanding to know who they think they are. General Song Yusung walks in, acting like he owns the place. He whispers some creepy stuff about their relationship, being a secret among his men. The Duke shakes him off, only caring about whether Yeyul and his brother have been found. Song plays it cool, confirming they found traces near the cliff. He assures the Duke that the Emperor is too skilled to just die from a little fall. He mentions that the search is expanding to the bottom of the cliff. Song drops a hint that the shadow guards were taken out by a mystery fragrance, not just brute force. They both realize this wasn't a random accident. Song literally writes usurp on the Duke's hand, confirming there's a traitor in the mix. He gets way too close for comfort, praising the Duke's wisdom. The Duke pushes him back, clearly annoyed by the lack of personal space. Song keeps acting like a weirdo, asking to stay a bit longer. He notices the Duke is unusually stressed out tonight. He asks if the Duke is worried about his brother or the young girl. Song goes full creep mode and actually nibbles the Duke's shoulder. Thankfully, a guard interrupts with news that the Emperor and Princess have been spotted. The search party finally meets up with the survivors. The Emperor emerges from the darkness, carrying a fast-asleep Yeyul. Yusung immediately tries to swoop in and take her, claiming he'll take care of her. The Emperor ignores him and brings up Yuseong's exiled mother, Lady D. Yusung claims he's just a family man who misses his mom and cares about Yeyul equally. They head back through the woods as the tension stays high. The Emperor isn't buying the act and calls him out, wondering why Yusung is so focused on Yeyul when his own mother is dying in exile. Scena пропущена из-за ошибки генерации. While things are heating up at the border, the prince's companion is busy bragging about how they've secured enough resources to pay the soldiers for the entire year. He has to admit the Crown Prince of Xiaming is a straight-up military prodigy for his age, handling the army like a seasoned pro. But the prince isn't here for the compliments, he's just itching to finally delete the Emperor. His buddy tells him to touch grass and learn some patience, reminding him that he basically chose Xyle 3 years ago just to avoid her. When the prince asks who told him it was a choice, the friend just laughs, claiming the prince is always playing 4D chess and that this was definitely part of the master plan. Internally, the prince felt a bit exposed, admitting he actually just messed up in front of the Emperor and didn't plan the exile at all. The friend is shocked by the honesty, wondering how the prince could leave the girl behind when she clearly relies on him. The prince tries to act unbothered, arguing that a little girl wouldn't stay attached to someone she only knew for 2 years. His friend suggests she probably just sees him as a big brother, but the prince stubbornly insists she's smarter than that. The conversation shifts to how much she's grown, but the prince is in a total mood, telling his friend to mind his own business. The friend warns him that if he keeps ghosting her, she's going to move on and find a new brother to care for her. That comment hits a nerve, and the prince threatens to cancel his friend's dinner if he says one more word. Suddenly, a soldier arrives with the monthly military reports, but the prince only cares about one thing: the letters from the palace. When the soldier reveals there hasn't been a single letter since last month, the prince's cool exterior completely shatters. He orders every single soldier to go on a scavenger hunt across the training grounds and warns them not to come back empty-handed. Internally, he was spiraling, wondering if she really did find a replacement and forget all about him. His friend can't help but gloat, hitting him with a massive "I told you so." The prince isn't in the mood for jokes and sends his friend off to join the search party too. Seeing the prince is about to explode, the friend quickly agrees to oversee the search while the prince tries to calm down. But the prince is already way past calm, radiating pure salty energy. Down at the Jingbei training grounds, the prince decides to vent his frustration by absolutely bodying his own soldiers. The poor newbies are left shaking because he's already flattened every veteran on the field and is looking for more victims. Realizing they're next on the menu, the soldiers start making up the wildest excuses to bail, from polishing swords to cleaning the toilets. The friend arrives just in time to see the mass exodus. Looking totally confused, he quickly realizes he's been left behind as the only target for the prince's murderous gaze. He nervously reports that they've checked everywhere and there are 0 letters, begging the prince not to take his anger out on him. The prince just turns away, looking like an emo protagonist in the sunset. The friend can only sigh, wondering when this guy will finally realize he's caught major feelings for the girl he's supposed to be ignoring. Later that night, a masked subordinate sneaks into the prince's tent to drop some intel. The trap is set for the relief silver headed to Jizu, and they're 90% sure they'll be able to snatch the bag tonight. The prince is surprised to hear the emperor sent a total rookie general to escort such important cargo. It turns out the previous general was a good man who was loyal to the emperor. But the prince's schemes drove him to take his own life. A fact the prince doesn't lose a second of sleep over. For 3 years, he's been systematically deleting the emperor's allies, leaving the tyrant with no one but unreliable newbies. The prince is playing for keeps, determined to make the emperor pay for destroying his country. Back at the palace, a now 10-year-old Yeyul arrives at the imperial study looking like a literal angel. Eunuch Zhao stops her, warning her that the emperor is currently in a legendary bad mood. He whispers the disaster relief funds were stolen at the border, and now the people are starting to riot. Inside the study, the emperor is absolutely roasting the Minister of War for failing to protect the money. The Minister of Finance chimes in, claiming the treasury is basically empty because they spent it all on temple repairs, which is a major red flag. He suggests a brilliant scheme, withholding the soldiers' salaries for the year to cover the disaster costs. The Minister of War snaps, asking if the officials would still be patriotic if the court stopped paying them and fed them nothing but porridge. Emperor suspects there's a mole behind the theft and orders a massive border inspection, but the ministers complain it'll take too much time. Losing his patience, the emperor slams the table and demands they stop arguing and find a real solution. The ministers immediately drop to their knees in a synchronized panic. They just exchange awkward looks, hoping a miracle will save them from the emperor's wrath. Right on cue, Yeyul steps into the room, claiming she has the perfect solution. The emperor's mood flips instantly, and he warmly invites his favorite daughter over. She plays it perfectly, praising the ministers for being so loyal, and suggesting that since they care so much, they should all donate their own salaries to solve the crisis. The ministers are caught in 4K, sweating buckets as they realize they've been trapped by a child. The emperor is absolutely beaming, loving how she just cornered these greedy officials while teaching them a lesson. He orders the head eunuch to start collecting the donations immediately while Yeyul maintains her innocent act. The ministers can only collapse in despair, realizing their bank accounts are about to be deleted. The emperor finds Yeyul chilling on her day off and wonders why she isn't currently hitting the books at the imperial school. He can't help but poke at her hair buns, noting that they look especially nice today. Yeyul explains that her maid, Sunga, used some fancy osmanthus oil to get her looking like a total 10 out of 10. Seeing her bubbly energy actually coaxes a rare, genuine smile out of the normally terrifying tyrant. She notices his mood and immediately asks if he's upset, because his poker face is usually way more intense. Internally, she's basically a human lie detector, noting that when the emperor is actually happy, even the ministers start acting like they just won the lottery. The emperor pivots the conversation to her recent exams, making Yeyul instantly nervous. She reluctantly admits she pulled a B, which isn't exactly the academic weapon status he expects. She quickly promises to grind harder and secure that A next time. The emperor plays along, pretending to be a strict parent just to see her reaction. Yeyul pouts, swearing she'll be even better next time, while the emperor hides his amusement. Since she hit her goal of a B, he decides to be the cool dad and grants her one request. Yeyul is stunned, her eyes going wide at the chance to ask for literally anything. The emperor admits he's noticed she hasn't been her usual lively self lately, and just wants to see her happy. Taking the leap, Yeyul drops the bombshell. She wants to go to Jingbei. The emperor's gaze turns sharp, clearly not expecting his daughter to want to head to the sticks. He warns her that Jingbei is a frozen wasteland compared to the luxury of the imperial city. Yeyul looks down, admitting the palace is great, but she's feeling trapped. He immediately gets protective, asking if someone has been bullying her or if the food is trash. She shakes her head, explaining that she's growing up and just needs to see what the world looks like outside these walls. The emperor tells her to head back to her room while he processes this massive request. As she leaves, Yeyul looks back with a serious expression, hoping her plan to find her brother works. Once she's gone, Eunuch Zhao steps into the frame. They discuss the ongoing corruption investigation and the plan to send confiscated assets to Jizu. The emperor then asks about Consort D's health, hearing she's been doing better since the 6th prince visited. He realizes that as daughters grow up, their motives get way more complicated. Zhao looks on, sensing the emperor's internal conflict about his favorite child. The emperor decides not to summon the prince back, letting him stay with his mother for now. Zhao is low-key panicking, reminding him that Jingbei is basically a war zone with all the refugee uprisings. The emperor snaps that he'll send the best guards, but he literally can't say no to Yeyul. He knows that if he keeps her locked up, he'll just end up pushing her away forever. The lead guard warns Yeyul that the area is crawling with vagrants and she needs to stay hidden in the carriage. When the supervisor gets pulled away for some urgent business, she finally gets a break to go grab some famous local river clams. The innkeeper leads her to a private room, totally unaware that the tavern is already being watched. On the balcony above, a blonde guy notices Yeyul and calls her a total beauty. His companion, a dark-haired girl who is actually the Prince of Ximing in a flawless disguise, tells him to keep his eyes to himself. They're casually discussing executing some escapees when they realize a high-ranking official is in the building. The blonde guy smirks, planning to make things as difficult as possible for the newcomers. Suddenly, a fight breaks out downstairs as local thugs decide to start a robbery in broad daylight. The guards immediately draw their steel, surrounding Yeyul to protect the princess's face. Without a second thought, the prince leaps off the balcony to join the fray. Yeyul is terrified as the sounding swords fill the air. Her guard scoops her up, trying to keep her out of the line of fire. He eventually shoves her toward an exit, telling her to run while he holds off the mob. Yeyul is immediately cornered by a thug who isn't interested in her money. He recognizes her as the tyrant's daughter and prepares to end her right there. Just as the blade is about to fall, the disguised prince intervenes, slashing the thug and pulling Yeyul into a protective embrace. Yeyul is shaking, wondering if she's been saved or just kidnapped by someone even more dangerous. Even though the prince looks different after 3 years, Yeyul notices that his familiar scent hasn't changed at all. The prince carries her away as the guards realize their princess has been snatched. They retreat to a quiet alleyway to escape the chaos. Yeyul keeps her eyes squeezed shut, begging for her life and promising she didn't see his face. The prince pinches her cheek, internally noting that she's gotten even smarter since he saw her last. Yeyul tries to act tough, threatening him with her father's wrath if he doesn't let her go. The prince realizes his fake face is working a little too well, and she has no idea who he is. Since she thinks he's a villain, he decides to lean into the role and tease her a bit. He pulls her close, smirking as he claims to be a local bandit who's looking for a young wife to take home. Yeyul is absolutely losing it after being snatched up by this mysterious hottie. The guy just smirks, confirming that yeah, he's definitely the bad guy in this scenario. Seeing she's in a major pinch, Yeyul decides to use her primary weapon, being a master negotiator. She casually drops the "I'll be your little wife" card, completely stunning the guy into silence. Internally, she's thinking he's a total snack. So she sets 3 conditions: no trading her to other people and daily meat deliveries. The prince is basically looking at her like she's the most chaotic person he's ever met. He scoffs, thinking her demands are actually pretty reasonable for a kidnapping victim. But then he hits her with a hard no and pins her against the wall, catching her completely off guard. He gets way too close for comfort, asking if she'd offer the same deal to any random dude who kidnapped her. Yeyul tries to play the helpless victim role, though she can't shake the feeling that his eyes look way too familiar. The prince tells her she isn't allowed to say yes to anyone else, but their moment is ruined by the local guards screaming for her release. He lets out a frustrated Tsuke and tells her to stay put while he clears the trash. He walks out to face the guards alone, ready to solo the entire squad with 0 effort. While the swords are clashing, Yeyul decides this is her chance to dip and sneaks away through the backyard. She thinks only a total loser would actually wait around to be kidnapped, so she's making a break for it. She starts sprinting, thinking she's finally escaped this gorgeous psycho. But she runs straight into a solid chest and almost catches a concussion. It's him. The prince has already dealt with the guards and caught up instantly, leaving Yeyul wondering if he's using speed hacks. She tries to ignore him and walk away, but he grabs her like a disobedient kitten and tells her to pipe down. When she tries to bite him, he just gets annoyed at her persistent attitude. Yeyul goes for the ultimate threat, telling him her dad is the emperor, and he's basically a Dan walking if he doesn't let her go. He just pinches her cheek, reminding her he's a bandit and royal titles don't scare him. Suddenly, Yeyul feels her energy bar hit 0 as she passes out in his arms, realizing he definitely drugged her. She wakes up later in a secluded building as the sun starts to set over the horizon. She realizes she's been brought to a secondary location and is fully convinced this guy is a professional criminal. While he's distracted, she tries to crawl away as quietly as possible to find an exit. He doesn't even look back before telling her to get back over there before she gets hurt. He starts playing with her hair ribbon while she peeks over her shoulder, realizing the drug is still making her head spin. She feels like a dizzy mess and falls back down, hoping he just disappears into thin air. But when she opens her eyes, his face is right there, staring directly into her soul. She scrambles to sit up, asking what he's planning to do to her now that she's awake. He calls her out for faking the sleep act and keeps fiddling with her hair tie like it's a toy. He holds his hand out, demanding she hand over the clothes she's clutching. He complains that she hasn't written to him in 2 months, acting like a totally jilted pen pal. Yeyul is totally lost and tries to test the waters, asking if he's just in it for the money. She promises that her 6th brother is loaded and will pay a massive reward if he just delivers her safely. The prince can't help but smirk, thinking about the fact that he's literally the rich brother she's talking about. Yeyul starts hyping up her brother, saying he's her biggest fan and will give the bandit whatever he wants. He asks if her brother really likes her that much, clearly enjoying the secret ego boost. Yeyul doubles down, claiming they have an unbreakable bond even if it's been years since they met. She insists her brother is the absolute best person in the world, making the prince hide his face to conceal his blushing. He eventually snaps, asking why this perfect brother didn't write to her for 3 years if he's so great. Yeyul freezes, realizing this random bandit knows way too much about her personal history. He tries to gaslight her, claiming she just told him all that info a second ago and she's just forgetful. He gets fake angry to cover his tracks, while Yeyul thinks he's just a high-maintenance drama king who is impossible to please. The room goes silent as the sun disappears, leaving them in an awkward standoff. They just stare at each other in a tense, chibi-style silence. He finally asks if she's hungry, breaking the tension with a sudden change of pace. He pulls out a small package of food from his robe. Yeyul immediately suspects it's poisoned and refuses to touch it, internally screaming that she won't be caught in 4K falling for a trap. He ignores her protest and unwraps it, telling her he can hear her stomach screaming for help. He takes a bite of the peach blossom cake first to prove it's not a death sentence. Her stomach growls again, betraying her attempts to look tough and independent. He orders her to eat, threatening to force-feed her in person if she doesn't comply. She finally takes it, internally weeping that he's giving her a sweet death by poisoning her favorite snack. She pinches her dress, feeling totally defeated by a piece of cake. The waterworks start flowing as she begs him to just let her go home. He tries to comfort her, but she dodges his hand like he's got the plague. Seeing her cry actually breaks his heart, and he stands there looking like his brain is short-circuiting. He finally gives in, sighing a frustrated fine, because he can't handle the tears. He promises to send her wherever she wants as long as she stops the crying immediately. He asks if she wants to go back to the Imperial Palace to be with her father. She turns him down immediately, surprising him with her resolve. She tells him she wants to go to her sixth brother's place instead. When he asks why, she says it's the only place in the world where she feels truly safe. Hearing that she trusts him that much makes him realize she's the only person who'd ever turn her back to him with such pure trust. He gently ties her hair back as the sound of guards' footsteps approaches the building. The guards outside are ready to breach the room and save the princess from the assassin. He tells her he's got a blast, reminding her she still promised to be his wife before he leaves. One of her actual guards rushes in, apologizing for being late to the rescue. Yeyul tries to point out the bandit, but the guy has already pulled a Batman and vanished into thin air, leaving her totally stunned. The chaos isn't over yet as the prince orders his men to hunt down the mysterious bandit who just fled the scene. He immediately checks on Yeyul, worried she might be traumatized, but she casually brushes it off, saying the guy wasn't even that aggressive. He's not having it though, warning her that being too merciful to enemies is a one-way ticket to a disaster arc. Internally, Yeyul thinks he's being a total buzzkill, so she hits him with a sarcastic, "Got it, madam," just to see him twitch. The prince's poker face completely shatters as he realizes he just got called a lady by a 10-year-old. Yeyul doubles down on the chaos, flashing a sly grin and threatening to shout that nickname at the top of her lungs unless he calls his guards off. Realizing he's been checkmated by a child, he begrudgingly orders his men to stand down and stop mentioning the bandit altogether. He asks if she's finally satisfied with her little power move, and Yeyul just gives him a smug look, knowing she won this round. Their banter continues as he starts questioning if she's actually a 10-year-old or some secret mastermind, while Yeyul pulls the ultimate innocent child card because she's officially starving. He's not buying the act for a second, telling her it's way too late to play the innocent little girl card after blackmailing him. She pushes his buttons even further, joking about how he's clearly not interested in women anyway, which earns her a threat of being left behind. Knowing she's pushed her luck to the limit, she giggles and finally agrees to shut her mouth. Outside, a carriage is already prepped and waiting to transport the princess to a safer location. The prince sweeps her up in his arms, explaining that she's being moved to Tranquility House, the local residence of the sixth prince, until the city's unrest dies down. Yeyul's eyes go wide at the mention of her brother's place, realizing she's finally reaching her destination. He assures her it's only a temporary stay and promises a much better upgrade once things settle. Without a second thought, Yeyul hops into the carriage, ready to leave the drama behind. As night falls over the beautiful, blossom-filled estate of Tranquility House, the atmosphere shifts from heist action to palace intrigue. The lanterns are lit as the carriage rolls through the gates, signaling the arrival of the imperial guests. The local officials and staff are already lined up, nervously waiting to receive the seventh princess. They've been briefed that she's been through a literal kidnapping attempt and is likely running on 0% battery. Two top-tier maids, Tanyan and Ryu, are introduced and tasked with being the prince's personal shadows from here on out. They offer a deep bow, ready to start their shift as royal babysitters. One of the maids moves to carry the exhausted princess inside, but the prince revealed here as Zhongli takes over, whispering that she's finally home. He tucks her into bed, but as he tries to leave, Yeyul mumbles in her sleep, begging him not to go. She grabs his hand in a tight grip, reminding him that it's been 3 long years since they were together. Looking down at her, Zhongli is hit with a wave of emotion, wondering if she actually missed him as much as he missed her. He touches her face, his mind a mess of shameful thoughts and cold ambition, struggling to reconcile his feelings for her with his hatred for her father. With a bitter smile, he thinks that if he had just killed her sooner, he wouldn't be trapped in this emotional torment. He leans in close, murmuring that since she's the daughter of his enemy, he shouldn't be feeling this way. He decides the best thing for her is to grow up fast and marry someone far away from the toxic imperial court, promising to settle his debts with her father without involving her. He makes a silent vow to keep her safe forever. But the moment is broken when Yeyul groggily wakes up and asks for water. After taking a few gulps, she looks up and finally recognizes the man standing over her. It's her sixth brother. Zhongli plays it cool with a cup in his hand, but Yeyul is absolutely hyped to see him. She immediately pounces on him with a massive hug, leaving him completely stunned by the sudden physical affection. She starts crying, complaining about how it's been 3 years and asking if he even missed her at all. Zhongli is visibly touched, his cold exterior melting as he quietly admits that he did. But the sentimental vibes don't last long, as Yeyul immediately goes back to being a savage, calling him a liar for never writing a single letter. He's left speechless, flashing back to all the nights he spent at his desk, pouring his heart out into letters she'd never see. He'd written about how much she'd grown and how much he longed to see her, but he always ended up locking those letters in a box because he couldn't offer her a stable future. That box remained a secret vault for his unspoken feelings. Back in the present, Yeyul is waving her hands in his face, wondering if his brain just short-circuited. He snaps back to reality, trying to play it off as he was listening the whole time. When she tries to leave in a huff, he refuses to let go, carrying her while apologizing for being busy with his mother's affairs. Internally, Yeyul is annoyed because he apologized so quickly that she can't even use her pre-planned guilt trip tricks, so she decides to act reasonable and accept his priorities. He shuts that down real quick, telling her that she is actually his priority, which leaves her feeling a bit flustered and suddenly afraid of the height. To smooth things over, he brings in a spread of food consisting of all her favorite dishes, making Yeyul realize he actually remembers every little thing she likes. As she eats, he watches her, thinking about how much she's matured to a proper princess before asking for the tea on the bandit who kidnapped her. Yeyul just smirks, saying the bandit was actually a pretty polite guy. Zhengli can't help but tease her, asking if she liked the bandit's face, which catches her completely off guard. He quickly makes an excuse to leave and handle some business, but as he walks away, Yeyul stares at his retreating figure, thinking he looks suspiciously like the bandit from earlier. Under the dark night sky, a mysterious masked man approaches the prince, inviting him for a drink, but he's strictly in protection mode, now that the 7th princess is in town. Under the cover of night, a mysterious masked figure meets with Zhengli, noting that the 7th princess seems way too important to him for her own good. The messenger tries to play damage control, explaining that Jishu only ambushed the restaurant by mistake, and begging the prince for mercy. Under the full moon, the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a dull kunai. Zhengli isn't buying the oopsie excuse, relieved his sister is unharmed but still seeing absolute red. The messenger literally drops to his knees, explaining Jishu thought the court sent people to find the missing tax money, but Zhengli's patience has officially left the building. He coldly states that not killing the guy on the spot was already peak mercy, leaving the masked man visibly sweating. He orders the messenger to have Jishu meet him at the training arena tomorrow, which everyone knows is basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The next morning, the estate is looking top-tier with cherry blossoms everywhere, but Yeyul is already on the hunt for her brother. A maid reveals Zhengli is busy disciplining a disobedient subordinate and offers a tour, but Yeyul isn't interested in a scripted walkthrough. She decides to take a solo stroll instead, flashing a bright smile as she ditches her escort to explore on her own terms. Internally, she's malding because her brother told the maids she's trash at directions, which is a total hit to her pride. She insists she's gotten better at navigating over the last few days and waves the maid off, determined to prove she doesn't need a GPS. She starts off happy and confident, enjoying the vibes and the falling petals. But after a few minutes of walking, her stamina bar hits 0, and she realizes this estate is way too massive for her tiny legs to handle. While catching her breath, she spots a locked gate guarded by soldiers and wonders what kind of VIP is hidden behind those doors. The guards reveal this is Consort D's residence, and it's strictly off-limits to anyone without the prince's express permission. Yeyul notes the place is super remote, tucked away in the sunny chamber, far from the main halls like some hidden DLC area. She figures she should pay a visit, but realizes she's empty-handed and wonders if she should just come back with gifts later. Still, her curiosity wins out, and she tries to sweet-talk the guards into letting her in for a quick hello to the consort. The guards look incredibly nervous, clearly not wanting to lose their heads for breaking protocol for a princess. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name from behind, and Yeyul knows she's been caught in 4K. Yeyul turns around to see Zhengli, who looks like he just finished his morning workout of disciplining people. He invites her in, acting like the ultimate doting brother while the guards just watch in silence. As they walk in, Yeyul notices the place is creepy and totally devoid of life, looking more like a high-end prison than a royal home. Zhengli explains his mother prefers the quiet, but as he holds Yeyul's arm, his vibe turns suspiciously gloomy. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierces the air from inside the house, calling him a ghost and screeching that he's not her son. Zhengli immediately covers Yeyul's eyes and pulls her close, telling her not to be afraid of the noise. He drops the bombshell that his mother went crazy 3 years ago, the very day he arrived at the estate. He sounds resigned to fate, claiming some people are just destined to be sacrificed, and that being crazy might be better for her than facing reality. Yeyul feels a wave of guilt for ever doubting him, realizing he's been carrying this massive family trauma all alone. She asks for a hug to comfort him, and he pulls her into his chest, looking completely drained by the situation. Internally, Zhengli is spiraling, wondering how he can even face her with the shameful feelings he's developing while she remains blissfully unaware of his secrets. A maid suddenly opens the door, breaking the heavy atmosphere between the two. Zhengli composes himself instantly and asks how his mother is holding up today. The maid reports that the consort had another flare-up and only settled down after being fed some of her favorite pastries. Yeyul, she's out of her league. Yeyul decides to play it safe and skips the visit, which earns her a good girl and a head pat from Zhengli. Zhengli seems way too relieved about her decision, and his entire posture shifts as if a massive weight was suddenly lifted. As they walk away, the door is pulled open for a split second, and Yeyul catches a glimpse of the chaos inside the room. She freezes when she sees the woman mouthing the words, "He is not my son, he's a substitute." Zhengli notices her hesitation, asks what she's looking at, but Yeyul plays it off as just a sudden chill in the air. He immediately wraps his cloak around her, worrying about her health while her mind is racing with the substitute revelation. Finally, Yeyul asks if they're still allies, and Zhengli gives a cryptic answer. As a brother, he's an ally, but as himself, he wants to be something way more than that. Scena пропущена из-за ошибки генерации. Yeyul is geeking out over a fancy carved scabbard, wondering if the prince spent weeks perfecting the design. Zhengli pulls a classic "it's nothing" move and lies through his teeth about how long it actually took. Yeyul, being her adorable self, asks him to carve both their names into the wood to make it official. But the second she says the name Zhengli, the mood completely 180s because he knows he's living a lie. Internally, he's bitter, thinking no matter what I do, the real prince gets all the credit. Distracted by his own identity crisis, he accidentally slices his hand open with the dagger. Yeyul immediately goes into panic mode, while Zhengli internally seethes about how much he hates being called Zheng. He tries to play it off as a minor scratch, claiming his healing factor makes him built different. Yeyul isn't buying the tough guy act for a second, snapping that he can still feel pain even if he heals fast. He's completely stunned by her outburst, realizing she's genuinely worried about his well-being. She finishes the job by tying his hand into a literal gift-wrapped bow. Suddenly, Zhengli decides to milk the injury for all it's worth, subconsciously admitting it hurts so much, just to get more attention. Yeyul even starts blowing on the wound like he's a toddler, which is peak down bad energy. Training is officially cancelled for a rain check, because she wants him to focus on healing a tiny cut. A servant announces the horse is ready, and Yeyul realizes they're actually going out on the town. He asks if she cares where they're going, but she's just happy to be by his side. Watching her, he wonders if she'd still give him this much trust if she knew his true identity was a fraud. They ride out to a stunning peach grove in the suburbs, a place he's used as a stress relief spot for 3 years. Yeyul thinks the bare trees are ugly when they aren't in bloom, but Zhengli gets all deep about finding beauty in every season. It's a total show manga moment as he gazes at her under the blossoms. However, the romance is short-lived because Yeyul's stomach starts screaming for food immediately. Luckily, there's a random wonton stall sitting right in the middle of the grove. He helps her down from the horse, looking like a total gentleman for the cameras. The old stall owner recognizes him instantly, proving the prince is a total regular here. He orders the usual for both of them, and Yeyul starts doing the math on his secret life. She realizes he's been coming here for years, likely to escape the suffocating palace drama. They sit down to eat in the middle of the falling petals, giving off major date vibes. Yeyul notices the old man running the stall is struggling, and Zhengli whispers that the poor guy is actually completely blind. Yeyul thinks the elderly couple looks incredibly happy, as if they've never known a day of suffering. She asks if he comes here because he's lonely and just needs some human connection. He tries to play it off as military business, but his face says he's totally caught in 4K. The wontons are apparently a 10-10, and Yeyul is living her best life. The old lady tells them they only sell a dozen bowls a day because they're getting old, making Yeyul feel like she hit the lottery. She starts yapping about fate and how family and lovers are all predetermined. Yeyul wonders if her obsession with the prince is just fate, or because they're actually related by blood. Zhengli leans in and wipes her face, showing a soft side that would shock his enemies. He asks if she's finished her meal, looking ready to move on to the next part of their trip. As they leave, the lady mentions they'll give out free wontons the day their son returns from the war. Yeyul realizes this place is way too remote to actually be a profitable business. That's when Zhengli drops the heavy lore. The couple's only son was a soldier who died in battle right next to him. In a flashback, we see the dying soldier begging the prince to never tell his parents the truth so they don't lose the will to live. Zhengli actually set up this entire stall for them and had his subordinates scout their skills. He even sends his own soldiers there every single day to buy food so the parents think their business is booming. He's literally subsidizing their hope, proving he's a massive softie under all that cold prince energy. Yeyul is officially touched, realizing he's got a heart of gold. She mentions his birthday is coming up on June 16th, wanting to celebrate his special day. But that's a massive death flag, because May 21st is his actual birthday. June belongs to the real prince. He deflects instantly, telling her not to make a fuss because the truth would blow his cover. As they walk through the grove, things get creepy as the bushes start rustling. Zhengli's danger sense starts tingling immediately. He grabs Yeyul and pulls her into protective hold, which she definitely isn't complaining about. He tells her to wait there and stay put while he handles the intruders. He covers her eyes and tells her to count to 30, acting like a total overprotective main lead. Meanwhile, in the bushes, 2 absolute clowns are failing at being kidnappers. One of them is literally shaking like a leaf, regretting every life choice that led to this moment. The leader tries to toughen him up, but they both look like they're about to short-circuit from fear. They hear a noise and immediately think the grove is haunted, proving these guys are definitely not the final boss material. Scena пропущена из-за ошибки генерации. Scena пропущена из-за ошибки генерации. Scena пропущена из-за ошибки генерации. Jung takes the hint and immediately asks the Emperor for permission to stay in North Jing to look after his mother, knowing he's essentially exiling himself. Internally, Yeyul is absolutely devastated, sobbing into her brother's robes while trying to convince herself that this guy isn't even worth the tears. Her brother asks away, Jung stands there like a main character in a sad music video, watching the only person who cared about him disappear. Inside the carriage, Yeyul is still a total wreck, unable to handle the fact that they might never see each other again. Suddenly, she loses it, yanking the curtain back to scream his name one last time. She offers him a final chance to come with them and let bygones be bygones, but Jung doubles down on the edge, claiming he never wanted to be her family and that she's just delusional. Blindsided by his coldness, Yeyul's expression shifts from heartbreak to a strange sense of relief, realizing the bridge is finally burned. She gives him one final icy goodbye, calling him Prince Yi as she closes the curtain for good. Time skips faster than a montage, and during the first spring, Yeyul spends her days staring at the moon like she's in a gothic novel. By the third autumn, she's become a bit of a rebel, accidentally falling off a palace wall while trying to sneak around. She's caught by a guy named Iljin Bang, and in that moment, she realizes she's actually doing just fine without Jung's constant drama. Fast forward to the fourth winter, and the palace is throwing a massive glow-up banquet. Yeyul is now 14 and hanging out with the 19-year-old Yuan Li, who mentions that Yeyul has been spending a lot of time with that deputy chief guy Iljin. The girls start spilling tea about marriage and freedom, with Yuan teasing her about waiting for someone special. Yuan leans in to drop a massive bombshell, looking like she's about to break the internet with some top-tier gossip. She reveals that Prince Jung is finally returning to the palace, causing Yeyul to literally drop her cup in shock. Sure enough, Jung arrives at the palace with a full squad of soldiers, looking like he just finished a legendary training arc. The palace officials are already simping, whispering about how he's even more handsome than the emperor himself. Tonight, the welcome banquet is in full swing, and everyone is dressed to the nines. The emperor praises looking and casually mentions that Yeyul couldn't make it because she's feeling under the weather. The emperor adds fuel to the fire flames, reminiscing about how Yeyul used to follow Jung around like a puppy but has now moved on to a new guy. Jung's face goes completely dark as he asks, with zero chill, "Who is this Iljin Bang?" Yuan leans in close to deliver the killing blow to his ego. She describes Iljin as a fine young man, and a perfect match for Yeyul, basically telling Jung he's been replaced. Jung gets so salty that he literally crushes his glass with his bare hands, sending shards flying everywhere. Realizing he can't handle any more of this disrespect, he abruptly leaves the party, leaving everyone confused. Meanwhile, back at Parleton Palace, Yeyul lets out a massive sneeze, probably sensing the bad vibes from the banquet. Her maid tries to close the window to keep the cold out, worried she's actually getting sick. Suddenly, a massive white tiger named Snowball leaps through the window, nearly giving the maid a heart attack. Turns out Snowball is a bit of a menace and just ate another one of Iljin's homing pigeons. Yeyul scolds the big cat but finds a secret message attached to the bird's leg that says, "Hurry over." To get some privacy, Yeyul fakes a coughing fit, prompting her maids to take the hint and leave. The maids head out for the night, thinking their princess is just resting. Little do they know, Yeyul is plotting an escape and tells Snowball he knows exactly what to do. The giant tiger leaps onto the bed, ready to play his part in the scheme. Snowball actually tucks himself under the covers to act as a body double, earning himself the promise of some braised bones later. With her decoy in place, Yeyul opens the window and prepares to ghost the palace. She jumps out into the night, ready to meet up with Iljin and leave the returning Prince Jung in the dust. Scena пропущена из-за ошибки генерации. 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 Yeyul is reaching her limit with Jung Lee's sudden personality 180, questioning why he's suddenly acting like a doting brother after years of silence. She hits him with the hard truth, stating that his late-to-the-party kindness is as worthless as weeds. Internally, she scoffed. "You literally told me we weren't family 4 years ago, so pick a struggle, buddy." Jung is clearly struggling to explain the hardships he faced during his exile, but he knows his past words left a permanent scar. Yeyul isn't looking for a redemption arc, though, and she aggressively shoves his copied books back at him, telling him she doesn't need his pity. Jung is secretly tormented by the years he missed, and is low-key losing it with jealousy over any other man showing her affection. He catches her by the shoulder and drops a bombshell, claiming he never actually wanted to be just her brother. The tension spikes as he pulls her into a forced hug, telling her to stop crying while she desperately tries to break free. Before she can process the awkwardness, he princess carries her across the room, teasing her for looking like a crying kitten. They end up sitting together, but the vibe is totally suffocating. Even the palace cat is perched nearby, catching them in 4K with a judging stare. Yeyul is pouting at maximum capacity, while Jung tries to wipe her tears, which she finds incredibly annoying. They descend into a chibi-style bickering match, where he teases her for being weak enough to have skipped a meal. She demands to be put down immediately, looking like she's about to short-circuit from the physical proximity. Jung just gives her a calm, knowing look that says he's not going anywhere. The drama takes a sharp turn when Yeyul stands up and realizes something is horribly wrong. Jung spots bloodstains on her clothes and panics, thinking she's been blindsided by an injury. Yeyul is ready to crawl into a hole and die of embarrassment as she realizes her first monthly cycle just started. Jung is a total deer in headlights, asking if menstrual flow is just a fancy word for a stomachach. Internally, she screamed, "Of all the times for biology to ruin me, it has to be while I'm sitting on his lap." Yeyul has transformed into a blanket burrito, refusing to show her face or drink the bitter medicine. Jung uses his main character voice to coax her out, but she's not budging. She tells him to go away, internally wishing she could just hit the reset button on her entire life again. She takes a moment to relax, thinking the coast is clear. Suddenly, Jung pops up right behind her like a jump scare, catching her completely off guard. He tells her not to move and effortlessly peels back her blanket shield. She's annoyed by how much strength he has, but he's only focused on whether her stomach still hurts. Yeyul finally admits she's in pain, looking like a kicked puppy. Jung doesn't take no for an answer and starts spoon-feeding her the medicine. While she's being fed, she notices he's already changed his clothes to get rid of the earlier stain. The medicine is so bitter that Yeyul accidentally spits it out, straight onto his brand new outfit. Internally, she groaned, "Great, staining his clothes twice in one day is a new record for peak humiliation." Jung doesn't even flinch, simply wiping her mouth with a smile. He tells her it's all right and even congratulates her on becoming a young lady, which feels way too personal. Yeyul is genuinely confused, because hearing this from Jung feels completely different than when her other brothers said it. She wonders if the 4 years of distance and the drama in Jingbei are why everything feels so awkward now. Jung tells her to finish the rest of the bowl obediently, and she finally gives in. She chugs the whole thing in one go, desperate to get the taste out of her mouth. She immediately demands candied jujubes to counter the bitterness. Jung is 5 steps ahead of her and produces a plate of sweets that he had prepared in advance. He tries to hand-feed her a jujube, but she insists she can do it herself. He pulls his hand back, watching her with an intensity that's hard to read. Yeyul stuffs her face, trying to ignore his gaze, then ruins the moment by asking exactly when her cycle started. Yeyul's brain completely stalls out at the TMI question, leaving her absolutely speechless. Yeyul is officially weirded out, wondering what kind of brother asks his sister such personal questions about her health. To avoid the awkwardness, she pulls the classic, "I'm going to sleep" move and hides under the covers. Jung Lee just stands there, lingering like a shadow while she tries to disappear into the mattress. She's accompanied by little Huan, a kid so cute Yeyul can't help but adore him, despite the family drama. Seeing them together, Yeyul realizes the original story's plot has been completely yeeted out the window. She starts wondering how everyone else's destiny is going to shift in this new timeline. At the tailor's shop, Ninth Aunt is browsing high-end silk to make spring robes for her husband. Yeyul plays the part of the perfect wingwoman, suggesting that since Ninth Uncle is such a visual king, any color would suit him. She tells her aunt to just buy both colors and let him choose, which is a total pro-gamer move. But the shopping spree is interrupted when a massive bully named Li Qing'an storms in, acting like he owns the place. He's the eldest son of a powerful family and threatens to smash the shop if his custom drip isn't ready. The shopkeeper nervously brings out the outfit, which is decked out in gold, pearls, and jade. The bully loves the clothes but hates paying, so when the shopkeeper asks for the remaining 5,000 taels, he straight up kicks the old man. He decides to head to a pleasure house instead, leaving without paying a single cent. Yeyul isn't about to let this trash behavior slide and orders him to stop right there. The bully turns around with a creepy smirk, asking what a pretty little girl wants from her big brother. Internally, Yeyul is gagging, but she stays firm, demanding he apologize and pay up or leave the clothes. Ninth Aunt tries to step in and protect her, but the bully is clearly looking for trouble. He thinks he's hit the jackpot with 2 beauties in one shop. Yeyul tells her aunt to relax because her father taught her how to throw hands, and she's ready to rumble. She stands her ground against the thugs, basically telling them to come at me if they aren't afraid of death. Before the fight can even start, a boot connects with the bully's face at high speed. The bully is blindsided, screaming the classic villain line, "Do you even know who I am?" He tries to flex his father's name, but a cold voice tells him he's being way too noisy. It's Simingyan, looking down with pure main character energy. He pins the bully to the floor with his foot, showing zero mercy. The shopkeeper begs for justice, explaining that this Li family brat has been terrorizing the entire. Suddenly, little Huan runs into the shop calling for his father. Ninth Uncle, the refined Yi Mohan, picks up the boy, looking like a total girl dad. Si Mingyan turns around and the atmosphere instantly turns freezing in a ghost. Ninth Uncle asks what happened, and Ninth Aunt explains the coachman told them about the local thug. She admits they would have been in real danger if the Imperial Guards hadn't arrived in time. Simingyan ignores the uncle and checks on Yeyul, who thinks the bully is the one who's not fine after that kick. Simingyan starts lecturing the couple about not bringing enough attendance, clearly annoyed. Ninth Uncle tries to smooth things over, inviting Simingyan for a drink since it's been so long. Simingyan is internally short-circuiting. He swore he wanted no ties with this man, but his heart still aches. Despite the bad blood, he eventually agrees to the invitation. Ninth aunt decides to take the kid and Yeyul back first, leaving the men to their awkward reunion. Yeyul watches them go, sensing that the vibe between them is beyond strange. At the tavern, the silence is deafening as they sit across from each other. Mingyan realizes this is the first time in 3 years he's been this close to him. Internally, he's fuming, remembering how this refined face once deceived him and nearly dragged him into a bottomless abyss. The awkwardness at the tavern is off the charts as Yimouhan tries to play the remember when game by ordering fish for the table. Mingyan shuts him down instantly, claiming he hates fish, which is a total lie. Internally, he's fuming because he only ever forced himself to like it for the prince's sake, even going so far as to bleed out on battlefields for a man who didn't care. Yimouhan doesn't seem to get the hint and casually tells him to take a seat like they're old buddies. Livid, Mingyan demands to know if he's expected to just sit there and play pretend after years of betrayal. This triggers a massive flashback to 10 years ago, when the border was a mess and the prince needed a sacrificial lamb. He manipulated Mingyan with promises of a condition he'd fulfill if the general returned alive. Yimouhan looked him dead in the eyes and swore he'd grant whatever he asked for. It was a total scam. There were never any reinforcements, and the mission was designed to be a one-way trip to hell. Mingyan survived the bloodbath against impossible odds, fueled by pure spite and the need to survive the deception. He absolutely hates that he was the first one to catch feelings in this toxic mess. Even back then, covered in blood, he couldn't help but look at the prince with a lingering attachment. 3 years ago, he was still a total simp, riding off to war believing the prince was actually devoted to him. Yimouhan promised to wait for his return, but the only thing waiting for him at the finish line was a punch to the gut. While Mingyan was fighting for his life, the prince was busy getting married and granting amnesties to celebrate his new wife. The news wasn't about the war. It was all about the prince's beloved spouse. In the present, Mingyan clenches his fist so hard it might snap. He spent years fantasizing about taking out the prince's entire family. But seeing that face again makes his brain short-circuit. Internally, he groaned, "Why can't I just end him already?" As he realizes he's still under the guy's spell. Yimouhan isn't letting him go that easy, grabbing his arm and complaining that it hurts. Mingyan tells him he brought it on himself, right as the waiter awkwardly shows up with the food and wine. Mingyan watches him like a hawk, wondering what kind of mind games are coming next. Yimouhan doesn't care and starts drinking, looking effortlessly charming just to provoke him. The prince then drops a massive bombshell asking if he saw the kid Huan. He even has the nerve to ask if the boy looks like him, which is the ultimate caught in 4K moment. Mingyan loses his cool completely, slamming his hand down and shattering a cup in a fit. He used to treat this man like a literal god, hoping for just a crumb of attention. But the god just tossed him aside like garbage once the mission was over. He tells the prince to stay out of his lane and stop provoking him, trying to salvage what's left of his pride. Suddenly, the tables turn as Yimouhan grabs his collar. Before he can process what's happening, the prince leans in and silences him with a kiss. Mingyan is completely blindsided, his brain flatlining as his former idol crosses the line. He panics and shoves the prince away, his face turning beet red as he demands to know what he's thinking. Yimouhan just stares at him, looking mildly offended that his move was rejected. Mingyan is stuttering and losing his mind, his cool overseer persona totally evaporated. The prince finally tells him he can leave, acting like he's the one being reasonable. But Mingyan isn't satisfied and demands a real explanation for the nothing the prince just tried to pull. He grabs the prince's wrist, refusing to let him walk away with a cryptic answer. Yimouhan tries to play it off, but Mingyan is focused on the real question. The prince just gives him a look that says figure it out, leaving the tension at an all-time high. The silence in the room is deafening as they stare each other down. The night becomes a total blur of bad decisions and suppressed feelings. He realizes he's shirtless in bed and that the dream he had was 100% reality. Flashbacks of the night hit him, showing the prince being way too dominant and telling him to be good. The prince even warned him to be quiet because the walls were thin, confirming that things got very spicy. Mingyan buries his face in his hands, feeling like his life is officially ruined. He assumes the prince has already dipped and decides he's going to gaslight himself into thinking it was just a night of folly. But he doesn't even get to finish his plan, because Yimouhan is sitting right there, casually asking if he's finally awake. Instead, the prince is playing the role of the doting partner, bringing in a bowl of porridge because apparently wine isn't a balanced breakfast. Mingyan is feeling absolutely drained, looking like he's about to pass out again just from sitting up. Seeing his struggle, Yimouhan decides to take charge, telling him to just relax and let him handle the spoon. Internally, Mingyan is short-circuiting, thinking, is the highness actually trying to spoon-feed me right now? He eventually gives in, looking like a total chibi as he accepts the royal treatment. Honestly, if he couldn't hear Yimouhan's voice and feel his presence, he'd be convinced this whole situation was just a fever dream. Once the bowl is empty, Yimouhan flashes a smug smile and heads off to grab a refill. Left alone for a second, Mingyan can't help but mutter a soft apology for everything that went down. He's feeling like a kicked puppy, regretting how messy their history has been. Yimouhan just gives a soft laugh, knowing it's a bit late for regrets, while Mingyan remembers how much he used to loathe the idea of being with a man. It turns out to be medicine for swelling, and Chibin Muhan looks way too proud of himself for bringing it. Mingyan's pride takes a massive hit, and he tries to prove he isn't delicate by standing up to show off. His legs immediately turn to jelly, but Muhan is right there to catch him before he does a faceplant. Being the one on the bottom is a total ego check for Mingyan, who finally understands the literal pain Muhan must have been dealing with all those years. Muhan even offers a back massage, which is basically the ultimate way of saying he Mingyan in 4K. Muhan gives a straight no, looking slightly offended that Mingyan would even doubt his loyalty. With the air cleared and the vibes fully restored, they decide that round 2 is definitely on the menu. Meanwhile, over at the Eastern Palace, the sun is shining on a much less spicy situation. Princess Yeyul is waiting around for the crown prince, looking half asleep while cuddling her cat Queenie. Suddenly, Zhengli creeps up behind her, giving her a major jump scare in the middle of her internal monologue. She forces a smile, acting like she totally missed him, while internally she's screaming about what kind of scheme he's plotting this time. She finally cuts to the chase and asks him to return her notebook, the one where she keeps a literal hit list of future consort candidates. Zhengli is visibly confused, wondering why she thinks he has it. He realizes she didn't come to see him out of love, but just to get her property back, and his ego takes a hit. He drops the real bombshell. He doesn't have the book, because her 6th brother, Yi Muhan, snatched it from him. Yeyul is absolutely blindsided, her eyes going wide as she processes the news. Zheng confirms that while he had it first, the 6th brother was the one who actually walked off with it. This is a total disaster for Yeyul, especially since the last time she saw her 6th brother. She accidentally ruined his robe with her monthly cycle, and was totally humiliated. Huff. Queenie the cat is not feeling the new vibe and looks like she's about to start a riot. While Yeyul fumes in the background, the cat starts throwing paws at a very confused Zhengli. Zheng is left wondering if he did something wrong while Yeyul's anger practically radiates off her. He tries to tell the cat that he's the master, but Queenie just slaps him across the face for his audacity. Later that night at Weiyang Palace, the atmosphere shifts from comedy to a total nightmare. Dark void. Suddenly, her precious notebook bursts into flames right in front of her eyes. All the men she had scouted as future husbands start fading away into the darkness like ghosts. Her personal shadow Fang Yishan leans in to check if she's actually alive, wondering why she's still hanging around since class ended ages ago. Internally, she sighed, "I've got bigger problems than homework, buddy." She's actually mourning her lost notebook, and when Yishan offers to buy her a replacement, she shuts him down because a blank book can't replace her top-secret list of potential husbands. Yishan tries to flex by promising to pick out a whole harem of pretty boys for her once he's her consort, but Yeyul hits him with a "no, I just want you," purely to see him glitch. It works perfectly, and Yishan is left short-circuiting as his brain tries to process the sudden flirting. Meanwhile, the other students are gossiping about the upcoming spring outing, which is a huge deal since last year was cancelled due to a famine and malaria combo. A new girl named Chuchu approaches Yeyul, acting all shy and asking to team up for archery practice. Yishan immediately jumps into gatekeep, claiming he already called dibs on being Yeyul's partner. When Chuchu plays the "I have no friends" card, Yishan ruthlessly tells her that sounds like a personal problem. Yeyul has to step in as the peacemaker, telling Yishan to chill while she helps the new girl get settled. This sends Yishan into a chibi-style temper tantrum, crying about how cruel she is after he waited months for his turn. As she handles the bow, she gets a brief flashback of her 6th brother teaching her the ropes back in the day. Victory lap is cut short when Chuchu lets out a scream. It turns out someone pulled a classic mean girl move and hid razor blades inside Chuchu's quiver, leaving her hand a bloody mess. Back inside, Chuchu is milking the injury for all it's worth, crying to Yishan that someone is clearly out to get her. Yishan tries to be the voice of reason, suggesting it was just a freak accident during transport. Chuchu isn't having it and starts dropping heavy hints that Yeyul might be the one behind the sabotage. Yeyul walks in right then, carrying a stick of candied fruit to try and play nice. Yishan confirms the wound isn't even that deep, but Chuchu is fully committed to the drama. The second she sees the bright red tanghulu, she starts tripping, claiming the color reminds her of her own traumatizing blood. She has a total meltdown and screams at Yeyul to get out, knocking the snack to the floor. Yishan tells Yeyul it's probably best to give the girl some space to calm down. Chuchu immediately clings to Yishan's sleeve the second Yeyul turns her back. Internally, Yeyul scoffed, "Fine, have fun with the drama queen," and decides to head home. Later that evening, Yeyul discusses the incident with a friend, wondering who would actually be petty enough to plant a blade. Her companion doesn't sugarcoat it, suggesting Chuchu probably sliced herself just to frame Yeyul. Their chat is interrupted when they spot a familiar figure lurking in the shadows. It's Prince Zheng, looking as suspicious as ever while he deals with some palace officials. He receives a mysterious package and quickly dismisses his escort, clearly wanting some privacy. He starts walking off, radiating "do not disturb" energy. Yeyul spots him and realizes her night just got a lot more complicated. She tries to go into stealth mode, chanting "don't see me" like a mantra. Of course, her luck is trash, and Zheng calls her out immediately for being out so late. Internally, she groaned, caught in 4K again. Zheng isn't letting her go that easily and grabs her, announcing he's personally taking her home. He drags her along, completely ignoring her protests that she can walk herself. Yeyul compares the experience to being hunted by dogs, though she admits Jung's intense stare is actually way scarier. Once they're settled in the carriage, Jung gets straight to the point, asking about her interaction with Chuchu. When Ye asks how he knew about the drama, he just hits her with a smug "I guessed." Yeyul realizes this is the perfect time to bring up her missing notebook, knowing he's definitely the one who swiped it. Jung just gives her a look that screams, "Maybe I did, maybe I didn't." Suddenly, the carriage jolts violently, catching them both off guard. Yeyul loses her balance and faceplants right into Jung's chest. Jung leans in with that toxic main lead energy, asking her, "Do you want it?" The driver checks in to see if they're still alive after the bump, but the tension inside is an all-time high. Jung repeats the question, watching Yeyul's brain short-circuit as she tries to figure out what exactly he's offering. He finally clarifies he's talking about the notebook, lifting her chin just to mess with her. Internally, she screamed, "He's literally doing this on purpose." Even though she tries to pull away, her heart is doing Olympic-level gymnastics from the contact. The two of them sit there in a silence that the narration describes as being reluctant to part. Finally, Jung drops the location of the notebook, telling her it's on the desk in his bedchamber. He tells her if she wants it back, she has to come and get it herself. He even adds a total bait line, mentioning a plant in his room that needs watering, basically inviting her over for a private visit. Night falls over the Jonghua Palace, but the drama is just getting started. Yeyul is stuck on plant watering duty, grumbling about how the prince is nowhere to be found when she needs him most. After finally finishing the chores, she tosses the watering can aside and prepares for her real mission. She sets her sights on the target desk, determined to find her secret notebook before things get even more complicated. She goes into full stealth mode, ransacking his drawers, but the book is nowhere to be found. Internally, she fumed. Is this guy actually trolling me right now? Crawling under the furniture to check every nook and cranny, she finally spots a mysterious box hidden away. She opens it up only to find the exact brand of candy she used to obsess over years ago. The sight of it hits her with a wave of nostalgia, and for a moment she's actually caught in her feelings. Yeyul is stunned until he mumbles a name that definitely isn't hers. Aju. Realizing she's just a stand-in for his mystery girl, she snaps, grabs the nearest heavy vase, and sends him to sleep. Jung hits the floor hard, and Yeyul is left gasping for air with the weapon still in her hand. That vase definitely won the fight. Panic sets in immediately as she stares at his limp body, wondering if she just accidentally ended a main character. She quickly checks his pulse and realizes he's still breathing, thanking the heavens he's not dead. After nearly dying of a heart attack herself from the shock, she starts screaming for someone to bring a royal physician immediately. And Jung is looking rough with a massive bandage wrapped around his head. As the physician leaves, Jung tries to piece together his blacked-out night, assuming he just tripped and hit a vase. Yeyul goes full gaslight mode, nodding along and confirming that he totally just had a clumsy accident. He's a bit suspicious about why the vase was on the floor in the first place, but she plays it off like she just found him like that after watering the plants. Internally, she scoffed, and they say I'm the one who's bad at acting. Sensing the tension, she tries to make a quick exit. But before she can escape, Jung calls out for her to wait. She freezes in her tracks, wondering if she's finally been caught in